Alrighty, boys and girls, welcome to another live stream here. This is for March 21st, 2022. If you are watching this after the fact, please go to my channel. You'll be able to find updated videos and maybe even a live stream for whatever active weather is during that time period. But if you're watching this right here, right now, at 3:16 Eastern, 2:16 Central, we've got quite a risk here for severe weather. We don't really have too much in regards to what is happening right now, but we're going to take this time right now to kind of get everyone up to date as to what could be happening today, as well as where, and that's basically the way to go here with this. I'm going to try and see if I can get more radar tabs up here for you all, because I had to update my stuff a little bit later than I wanted to. But one thing's for certain, we'll zoom out here for a little bit and we'll show you what the current outlook is for the severe weather threat here today. And you notice across the board, you see our dark greens, you have our yellows, we have our oranges, we have our reds, and look at this. I mean, very expansive risk for severe weather, regardless if there is a 3 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. I mean, this is just a huge risk for severe weather. It extends from portions near Lawton, Oklahoma, Wichita Falls, all the way through towards the Texarkana, Shreveport general vicinity, Houston, Corpus Christi, San Antonio, all the way up back up towards the Abilene and Childress area. And you can just see how expansive this includes with Dallas, Austin, Killeen, College Station, all of that in the middle. So we got quite a lot of activity here expected today. And let's go through it. We have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and we have a 4 out of 5 in the red. And so wherever you guys live, especially if you are in the yellow, orange, and especially red, you guys really need to watch out for the potential of some significant weather possible throughout much of these areas. And we're expecting to see a lot of significant activity, especially in the orange and red here today. So we're really going to have to watch out for how this all continues to progress. Looking at the probabilities as this goes down, we'll start with the wind here. You can see we have a 5% in brown, 15 in yellow, 30 in red, and 45 in the pink. And so whichever probability you are in, that is your chance of seeing strong damaging winds within a 25-mile radius. We also have a hatched risk for significant winds, meaning hurricane force winds is possible across some of these areas near Lufkin, College Station, as well as the Palestine area. So if you live over there along I-45, you probably need to monitor this very closely. I mean, the threat for tornadoes is definitely possible around your area, but otherwise, if you don't get hit by tornadoes, you guys could potentially get some very significant hurricane force winds in some of your area. Moving on to the hail risk. The hail risk is the most expansive probability out of all the events here today. So if we pull that up, you can see, that's not what I wanted. There we go. That was just bugging a little bit. But you can see 5% in brown, 15 in yellow, 30 in red, and then 45 in pink. And so whatever probability you are in, that is your chance of seeing 1-inch size hail or larger. You can see the 45 includes places near the College Station, Austin, and just a little bit of south of Waco and Killeen general vicinity. Basically in between I-35 and I-45. In between those areas, as well as the I-10 general vicinity and north, you guys are more than likely going to get some significant large hail if you get into any of those strong storms. So definitely something to watch out for with that. And then last but not least, we have our tornado risk here. And this is definitely an expansive risk for just tornadoes in general. 2% in green, 5% in brown, 10% for whatever reason in yellow, and then the 15 in red. And you notice how the red risk is right over there in towards portions of College Station, Palestine, Crockett, and areas near Hearn, Buffalo, and Madisonville. So if you guys live over there, you really need to watch out for this risk, because there is more than likely going to be some tornadic conditions across the board here. And then you also can see that we have a significant risk for tornadoes as well. Quite expansive from Dallas, Fort Worth, all the way over towards the Nacogdoches, Lufkin area, down towards Houston, College Station, Austin, a little bit east of San Antonio, and then paralleling up back through the I-35 corridor. So basically from the I-35 corridor, from Dallas stretching to San Antonio and eastward, you guys are in a significant risk for tornadoes, and we need to watch out for that as well. I didn't show you guys the significant risk for hail, but I might as well do so. You can see the significant risk for hail extends from the Childress and Wichita Falls area all the way down to Paris, and then further down towards Lufkin, Houston, Corpus Christi, San Antonio, and then back all the way up towards the Abilene general vicinity. And if you are in the significant risk, you have a chance of seeing 2-inch size hail or larger within a 25-mile radius there as well. So definitely something to monitor if you live in this general area. So what about the timings for this event? What happens with all this as this moves on through? Well, let's put up our categorical outlook here so that you guys can see what all is going on. And then let's put up our the models here. And we're going to pull this up here on the side. Models. And then we're going to do HRRR and reflectivity. Perfect. So we'll do that. And then we'll pull this back down here. So this is what's currently happening right now. We'll take the watches, the MCDs, and the warnings off for the moment. You can see a lot of widespread convection here as this continues to kind of start to form. But then as this continues to move off more and more, the general time frame of 22Z, which is about 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock central, give or take. Maybe even a little bit earlier than that. You can see some storms form before then. That's when stuff really starts to kind of form across the board. You can see this massive line of storms that continues to kind of elongate further and further, and some of which actually become discrete. You see how some of these actual thunderstorms are by itself. You see one right there, and then you have one that's kind of alone right there. These ones could be the ones that potentially produce your strong tornadoes and even significantly large hail. And so that is the reason why there is the concern for that severe weather here with that. And then as this continues to move on through towards the overnight hours, you can see how this will actually form a bit more of a strong line, a damaging wind line right here. You see how it starts to kind of develop. According to this model, it's a little bit further east of where the Storm Prediction Center actually thinks, but there could be some strong damaging winds from the system overnight as this pushes on through into tomorrow. So something to kind of consider as this really starts to gain traction between now and into tomorrow. Now, speaking of tomorrow, there is a risk for some significant severe weather tomorrow as well. You see there is our convective outlook for today. Oh, I do not have... I should really take off the blizzard warning thing because I just noticed that there. So that's pretty funny. Take that off and take that off. Beautiful. All right, everything is now up to date. There is not a blizzard warning available. But yeah, you can see there is our risk for severe weather here today. I'll zoom that in there. And then if we move to tomorrow's risk, you can see that we also have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale there too. You can see 1 out of 5 in dark green. And don't sleep on this event here in Missouri. Could be some regional tornadoes over there as well. Small, chance for tornadoes, of course. Not really a huge chance, but there is the potential for that. I'm going to move IEMBot over here to the side. That way, if I get updated, I'll be able to hear it. Because it's not updating when I'm not on the actual page. But yeah, 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in the yellow, 3 out of 5 in the orange, and then a 4 out of 5 in the red. So if you guys live within any of these areas, you definitely need to watch out for some severe weather that is possible, specifically from the Baton Rouge, Jackson, Vicksburg, Hattiesburg, Clinton, Mississippi, general vicinity. There's going to be a lot of activity over there. And so, as I said, we're going to live stream today. We're going to live stream tomorrow. We're possibly going to even live stream on Wednesday, multi-day severe weather outbreak. And the good news here for us as well is, you know, the radar analysis is fine and all, but it would be nice to have a chaser. Well, we do have a chaser today. Matt is currently out and about here today. He's out into the general vicinity of the Austin and Killeen general vicinity along I-35. He'll be following these storms all the way up until the late evening into the overnight hours, more than likely until about midnight per se. And then he'll be chasing tomorrow as well. We'll be getting something. So it'll be pretty interesting to see what we can get from him over there. For people who are curious as to what the probabilities are for tomorrow, it's not as significant as what it is today. If you hear those little beeps, that's me talking to the some of the spotters and even chasers that are out there in the field today. They're going to be consistently updating me on what's happening on the ground, so that way I can relay the information back to you all, so we can get an idea as to what exactly is happening, especially if there are people who are out in front of the system. We're going to want to continue to try and relay information. So hopefully we're going to continue to do that all the way through. And hopefully you guys stick with me all the way through as well. And yep. Yeah, I haven't been able to update it, Mark, so I apologize. But yeah, I'll remove it after tonight's live stream. I got to update that later on tonight. Now, one thing I do have to ask you all, before we continue, and, you know, I'm going to continue to push this narrative because we got to continue to get this, narrative out across to as many people as possible. Please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible, all right? First off, by hitting the thumbs up button down below, by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. A lot of people could be coming onto YouTube if they don't have cable or if they're out of power and stuff like that. And, you know, social media is a good source for information. So if we can get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube, that would be amazing, especially if they live in some of these areas. And then on the other hand, if you copy the link to the live stream and share it with people on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all sorts of areas, that would also be greatly appreciated, because, you know, if we can just get it out to more and more people, not just on YouTube, but just into any general area, as many places as possible, you know, even to friends. If you know any friends who live over there, copy the link to the live stream, share it with them as well. We'll be able to get as much information out to these people. So please be sure to help me in that. So a lot of people have been saying in the chat, and yep, it is true. We do have a mesoscale discussion that has been issued out in front of the actual event. We'll turn off the model, turn on the radar. We'll put up the watches and warnings. There we go. And what we got here is, first off, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is over here near the general vicinity of Eastland, Morin, I should say, and the Putnam areas. And over here, really interesting severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail. If you're in this one over here near Breckenridge, as well as Eastland, you probably should get indoors and stay away from windows. But we do have a giant severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for some of these areas as well. You see this giant yellow box, and then you see the yellow box with the thicker black lines. That's your severe thunderstorm warning. And then, of course, your watch is surrounded in this giant yellow box. So really interesting here. This severe thunderstorm watch in itself actually has really interesting probabilities. A 20% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes, so it's on the low side. A 10% chance of seeing a strong tornado, which is an EF2 to an EF5 tornado. So once again, relatively low chance 40% chance of seeing 10 or more severe wind events, so strong damaging winds in general, and then a 20% chance of seeing hurricane force winds. The real reason why this severe thunderstorm watch is so significant is because of the hail. 60% chance of seeing 10 or more severe hail events, meaning that there probably is going to be a lot of widespread quarter-sized hail, and then a 30% chance of seeing 2-inch size hail or larger within some of these areas. So definitely something to monitor as this moves on through. JMJ, thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. I'll see you later. We do have a new mesoscale discussion once again, as you guys said. And we'll read it here. Probability of watch issuance, 95%. All right, so this is, you know, relatively consistent with what we can expect today. We kind of already knew that there was probably going to be some sort of weather watch that was going to get issued, whether it was severe or tornadic. And according to the Storm Prediction Center, in quotation, I should say, severe potential tornado watch likely. So could potentially get some activity over there. More than likely is going to be a tornado watch. I'm predicting that the probabilities are probably going to be 70-50, so 70% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes, and then a 50% chance of seeing an EF2 to an EF5 tornado. But, you know, it could change. It could be a different opinion and stuff like that. Might be better, might be worse. So we're just going to have to see. But regardless, I mean, the thing to take away from that mesoscale discussion, you know, the summary here, conditions are becoming more favorable for supercell thunderstorms capable of all severe hazards, including very large hail, greater than 2 inches in diameter, and tornadoes. And that's the reason why a tornado watch is likely for some of these areas. So we're going to hope that these people have an idea as to what they can do when a tornado warning gets issued. But still something to monitor with that. So once again, I want to real quickly, well, actually, I want to do something here, because after this event moves on through, there could be the potential for some severe weather as well tomorrow. And I want to pull that up here real quickly. I wonder if I can actually do that with this here. So we'll see. I have no clue if this is going to work. Oh, it does work. Interesting. Let's pull up some sort of satellite imagery just to have on loop in the background. Be nice. United States. That's good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, so there we go. We have our simulated radar up and running here for you all. If you want to take a look at the timings, it is above me, and it is in Eastern Daylight Time, so subtract 1 hour if you want to convert into Central. All right, that's the big thing there. If you want to get into Central, you got to subtract 1 hour. Now, taking a look at the official timings here as this moves on through, and I might actually want to change it to a different model that's a little bit more reliable. You can see how these storms really start to fire off here around the 4 to 5 o'clock hour general time frame here in Central Daylight Time. All right. Now we do have some storms that form a little bit earlier than that, and that's the reason why we actually are live streaming as early as we are to try and catch to see if those thunderstorms actually do become a concern. But the real concerning storms will start to fire off at around 4 to 5 Central, and they will continue to move on through. You see this massive line that exists from Dallas-Fort Worth all the way down to I-35. And that's the line to watch, in my opinion. I think those are the storms that probably can produce your strong tornadoes here for today. And then, of course, that'll become more of a giant line of storms. A lot of these storms that just kind of pop out and not really root into the atmosphere. They become a bit more of a surface-based type activity. So what that basically means is it's going to be more of a strong damaging wind risk, unless if things start to kind of really become more significant than that. And then as this moves on through into the early morning or the late morning into the early afternoon hours of tomorrow, you can see this massive line starts to move on through. This massive line could potentially produce tornadoes along it. Could see some supercells that produce some strong tornadoes within it. And then these thunderstorms out in front. All right, you see these thunderstorms right here. These could potentially also be supercellular in motion, in characteristics, and they could produce your significant tornadoes as well. So that's something to continue to watch out for as that continues to move on through. But the early or the late morning into the early afternoon hours, that's when things really start to push on through in towards eastern Louisiana, central and southern Mississippi. And that's when you guys can really start to get your activity. And you won't stop getting that activity more or less until the late evening into the overnight hours. So something to continue to monitor as this continues to materialize. But for the most part, I think the event is... it's safe to say that this event is going to be mainly congealed within the southern portions of the Deep South. So central to southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama. And then as this moves on through onto Wednesday, you can even see the risk for severe weather does exist. Even for the Ohio River Valley, but probably for the cold core. So maybe some, a tornado or two over in that general vicinity. But then over here, into this area of the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, probably be more of a strong damaging wind risk for you all, especially if you live along the coast and a bit further inland towards the general area of the I-95 corridor, and even towards upstate North Carolina, South Carolina, and portions of Atlanta in Georgia too. So hopefully that gets you guys a general idea as to what's happening over the next 3 days. Once again, multi-day severe or even tornado outbreak at this point. We're trying to get the information out to as many people as possible. So if you guys could, please be sure to try and copy the link to the live stream, share it with as many people as possible to try and get the word out. Especially since today, today's the start of it. We have a very strong chance of seeing significant tornadoes. We do have a chaser with us here today as well. We'll be calling him in a bit to try and get an idea as to what his plans are, as well as communicating with him as to what he could potentially do for this chase here today. He'll be providing live footage for us as well. And of course, we'll be providing live radar coverage here to try and get information out to people who could potentially need it. So please be sure to share this live stream. Once again, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, please be sure to share it with them as well. And then hit the like button down below to help me get onto YouTube's algorithm. Help me share it with as many people as possible on YouTube, so that if people lose power, if people don't have cable and they try to go onto social media, we may be able to provide that service. So that's the reason why I say, share it all over the place, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, stuff like that, so we can continue to try and get the information out to as many people as possible. Let's take a look at the radar now. Let's try and see if we can get some radar sites out here. Full screen that, and then we'll get this out here. Someone asked if we do have any radar holes for this environment, and we do. It's actually a part of the a portion of the actual 15% chance for severe weather and tornadoes and stuff like that. Over here, you see the portions over here near College Station and Crockett, as well as Madisonville. If we go over to the radar once again in Central Texas, you can see we have a radar right here, a radar right here. We have a weak radar right here. Whenever you see a T radar, it's a little bit weaker. We have a strong radar right there, a strong radar up here, and then another strong radar over here. And then we even have a strong radar up here above my screen. And so you can see right in this area over here near the Lufkin general vicinity, and just a bit further towards the west of Lufkin near the I-45 areas, there is a little bit of a radar hole, so it's going to be a little hard to see what's happening over there. But we'll have a good general idea as to what those storms are doing with the KGRK radar as this moves on through. But the only thing about this, though, that I gotta say, the KGRK radar has been malfunctioning today. It has been having difficulties in regards to its transmitter, and so we could have a little bit of an issue with that if this thing continues to malfunction. It's done it twice already, so we're hoping the National Weather Service and their IT directors over there have fixed that, especially for the type of day that is today. So we're just going to continue to hope that we continue to get good coverage from KGRK, which is the radar over out of Killeen and Austin. As I said, I really do appreciate everyone who's helped me share the information with as many people as possible. You guys really do make it a lot easier for me to get information out, so thank you so much. If you see anybody new that comes in, they're asking about stuff, please be sure to, you know, just nudge people and say, hey, help spread this information, share this information, hit the like button, yada yada. You guys know the drill. But yeah, I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I want to get one more radar, and I want to take a look at that cell that's just to the east of Abilene. And if I can get that, we can start doing a little bit of a dissection in regards to what's happening with these storms. So let's pull that over there. Let's start pulling data. And let's see what this thing is doing over here that is approaching the Breckenridge area. Is Indiana safe? Yeah, Indiana should be safe here for the most part. So here's the severe thunderstorm. And once again, this is for the general vicinity of Breckenridge, Caddo, and Cisco. So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Eastland and Stevens counties until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. All right, that's the big thing here. If you stay away from windows, you will more than likely be a lot safer than you being closer to windows, because I've seen it before. I've seen videos. I've seen all sorts of actual, you know, pictures of hail moving through, and you have these larger amounts of hail that break the window. It actually enters the house. You can see the hail all over the floor, and it's starting to melt and stuff like that. And, you know, if you get that type of hail that breaks windows and stuff like that, if you're right next to those windows, you're not only dealing with the large hail that's moving through the window, all those glass shards that are spraying all over the place. That's just a big hassle right there for you to get injured because you weren't being prepared. So just please be sure to stay away from windows if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. That would be greatly appreciated. I'm not saying you know, to get into a basement or closet, you know, to stay away from it. If you want to, you can. You know, it would probably be a lot safer than anything else. But at the same time, you know, stay away from windows if you guys can. That's probably the best thing to do if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, we're starting to get a lot of storms over here in the severe thunderstorm watch, producing a lot of large hail here within some of these areas. We actually have some decent amounts of CAPE. For people who pay attention to my videos and stuff like that and get notifications about my videos, you guys have been hearing me talk about the convective available potential energy in the atmosphere, and the CAPE, which you would typically need about 1,800 of which in order for you to get severe weather, now is over 2,200. So now you have quite a lot of energy here in this general environment, and you can anticipate that energy to continue to move up all the way up until storms actually start to form. So definitely something to watch out for with that. Let's see. Tony with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That means a lot to my channel, so thank you. It says, hey Nate, hi from Italy. I always follow you. You are a top weather guy. I learn a lot with your videos. Hope everyone stays safe today and tomorrow. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Tony if you haven't already, because you know, it takes a lot to support a channel, even if it's as, you know, as much or as little as it is. It's still support, and you know, especially with a 10, that's a lot. So thank you so much for the support. I really do appreciate it. I really do. So people are asking the timings of this event and when it will start to move on through. It is a good question. Let's take a look at the simulated radar here. And before we actually get into the simulated radar here with the models, we got to go over what the actual risk here for today is. So you can see here is our convective outlook here for today, March 21st, 2022, just so people know that this is what's currently ongoing right now. And we have our categorical outlook that goes like this. We have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in the red. And so if you guys live within the yellows, the oranges, or the reds here today, you need to go ahead and really monitor this event. Of course, I'll be live all the way throughout this event, and we'll have a chaser to show us as to what's happening there too. So please be sure to stick around if you guys would like to continue to monitor this event here with me. But yeah, the big time event here for severe weather. We'll go on to the probabilities. We have a high chance, or not really a high chance, but a relatively moderate chance for some large hail. 5% in brown, 15 in yellow, 30 in red, and then 45% chance for 1-inch size hail or larger within this general area right here. So in the pink, 45% chance, red 30, yellow 15, brown 5. So you can see how this basically envelops much of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro all the way down to San Antonio, goes all the way towards Houston into the Lufkin area, and then back up towards Dallas as well. Big time risk for large hail. And then the significant risk for hail is in this silver area, I should say. You can see how areas over here from Childress and Wichita Falls and all the way down towards San Antonio, Houston, Lufkin, once again, all the way back around towards the Red River. That is your significant risk for hail, which could include 2-inch size hail or larger. So big time hail risk. If you have any pets or valuables outside and you are in this area, all right, pets, valuables, whatever, or if you're outside, bring them inside, all right? Even cars, get them into a garage or get them into some form of, shelter. Parking garage would be good too. If you live near a parking garage, you can put that in there. And just that would be the best way to protect your guys' belongings from damage from stuff like hail and even strong damaging winds, which we will talk about here in a second. But a big time risk for some large hail within this general vicinity. We'll talk about the wind here now. Once again, 5 in brown, 15 in yellow, 30 in red, 45 in pink. So whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts or larger within a 25-mile radius. And you can see how this is mainly localized a little bit further towards the east of I-35. So basically, if you're along I-35 down towards I-10 and then back over towards the I-45 general vicinity, even further along towards the border of Texas and Louisiana up towards Shreveport, you guys are probably going to see some strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. There is a risk for some significant strong damaging winds. You can see the actual significant risk here in the silver once again. A very small risk, but still a risk for hurricane force winds regardless here towards the College Station, the Palestine, the Crockett, the Huntsville general vicinity, as well as areas near Buffalo and Madisonville. So if you live over there, you guys definitely need to monitor for some strong damaging winds. Throughout this entire event, you probably shouldn't be near windows if you're encountering a storm. If you're not encountering a storm, then, you should be fine. But if you're under some sort of warning, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, you really need to watch out for the potential of some very active conditions ongoing within your area. So please be sure to monitor that as closely as possible. And then, of course, last but not least, the tornado risk here, all right? We got a 2% in green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow, and 15% in red. So whatever probability you are in, that is your chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. And you can see how this is mainly localized in towards areas to where that actual hail risk actually was with the 30% and 45%. If we go back to the hail risk here, you can see how it's very similar to the outlines of the 30% risk, similar to what the 10% chance for tornadoes actually would be, except it's just a little bit further off towards the north and east. But still, the areas that are expected to get some significant hail could also potentially get some tornadoes as well. And we do have a risk for significant tornadoes. As I've mentioned, you can see a big risk in this silver indicating the 10% chance of seeing EF2 to EF5 style tornadoes here today. That is the reason why we are expecting to see a tornado outbreak here today, and that is the reason why we are live streaming and trying to provide this analysis and this coverage here for the people who live over here. So once again, that's the reason why I say please share this with as many people as possible. If you know anyone that lives within these areas, tell them that this stuff is going to happen, and feel free to spread my link to the actual live stream with them as well, as I will be covering this all the way through until the end of the event. And if you guys could, once again, please be sure to hit that like button down below, because that actually helps me get onto more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information onto this platform. So thank you guys so much, as I appreciate you guys helping me get information out. Now, in regards to the timings of this event as this moves on through, we went over the actual probabilities. Let's go over the actual timings of the radar and stuff like that. So let's go on through here with the HRRR, and you'll see here as we go back, let's actually go over to this radar here, this style of radar, and this will kind of help us a little bit more with the timings and stuff like that. Of course, if you want the timings, it is above me in Eastern Daylight Time, so you're going to have to subtract an hour in order for you to actually get it into Central Daylight Time. But you can see, as this continues to move on through, we have a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms that end up starting to develop until about the general time frame of the 4 or 5 o'clock time frame in Central Daylight Time. You see how storms kind of form right along there in the I-35 corridor. And this is expected to be the main risk here for severe weather. This line right here that extends from Wichita Falls down the I-35 corridor, that is expected to be the big risk for our severe weather today, and that will continue to move on through further and further towards the north and east. If we actually zoom in here towards the state of Texas, there we go, and we turn this back, you can see how discrete some of these showers and thunderstorms actually are. These showers and thunderstorms that are out by itself, those are the ones that are the most favorable in producing your tornadoes, and even your strong tornadoes as well. So that's the reason why we really have to watch out for this environment as this continues to move on through. Because if those storms end up, being isolated, being discrete, they are more than likely going to be producing, your tornadoes across the board, and we're going to try and cover that as closely as possible. But the good news is that as you get closer and closer towards the overnight hours, all right, once it starts to go in towards the dusk time frame, towards midnight, that's when the thunderstorms actually aren't as discrete. They start to become a lot more congealed into a more of a blob type line. And then this is going to basically try and congeal and move on through into our next event, which would be tomorrow. And you can see how that line starts to move on through and towards portions of Arkansas, Louisiana, and even Mississippi. And then these storms here, all right, the storms along the line and the storms out in front over here, these could potentially produce significant tornadoes as well. We'll talk about the risk for tomorrow here in a second. But this line is expected to continue to move on through, and this could create some significant weather as well, all the way through into the late evening hours of Tuesday, and then by overnight into Wednesday and Wednesday morning, it'll be more of a strong damaging wind risk for these guys as well. But still can't rule out a chance for tornadoes even overnight on Tuesday into Wednesday, and even towards the Wednesday afternoon general time frame as well. Now, I mentioned tomorrow has the risk for severe weather. We will be live streaming tomorrow as well, but there is your risk for severe weather as well. You can see very similar to what we have today in regards to the outlook. However, the actual shape of the outlook is not the same. So we do have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in place, with the dark red right within there in portions of central to southern Mississippi, as well as central to eastern Louisiana. We also have a very expansive 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in this orange as well. And so if you guys live within this orange, this red, even the yellows too, and towards portions of extreme eastern Texas, much of Louisiana, central to southern Mississippi, as well as central to southern Alabama, and the extreme western portions of the Florida Panhandle, you guys really need to monitor tomorrow for the potential of some significant weather. And of course, I will be live streaming, so if you want to come back, feel free to do so, as we will also have our chaser here tomorrow as well. The probabilities are as follows: 30% chance for hail as a maximum over there, specifically across the areas to where the moderate risk was actually at, which was the 4 out of 5 in the sphere with a scale. 30% chance for the strong damaging winds. You can see it's a lot more expansive, as this includes much of the area to where the enhanced risk actually was. If you go back, you can actually see that is the reason why the enhanced risk is there. And then, of course, the tornado risk, which is the most significant parameter out of all of these here. You can see that we have a 2% in the green, with also a little bit of a 2% over here in Missouri. Don't sleep on that if you live over there. Could potentially see 1 or 2 tornadoes over there based off of the enhanced amounts of vorticity from the low pressure system moving on through. 5% in brown, 10% in yellow, and a 15% in red. You also see these dotted lines in this, and that indicates a hatched risk, a significant risk for tornadoes as well within that area. So there is the potential of seeing EF2 to EF5 tornadoes within that general area as well. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. So I hope that answers some of your guys' questions. I'm gonna talk to Matt here real quickly, so if you give me 20 seconds, I'll be able to get back to the coverage here. So yeah, that's really interesting. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery here real quickly to get a general perspective as to what's happening with our general cloud cover. And the reason why this is so important here, the reason why this is so important is because what typically happens with convective available potential energy, and for people who are new, that's just basically the energy levels in the atmosphere for thunderstorms to either form or sustain. So if you have more CAPE, if you have more energy, then you typically have a higher chance of thunderstorms, forming or sustaining. Now, the thing of it is that in order for you to get CAPE, you need to have a displacement between warm air rising and cold air sinking. So if you have cold air in the upper portions of the atmosphere and warm air in the lower portions of the atmosphere, that warm air towards the bottom wants to rise and the cold air wants to sink. And the way you can get more warm air to form is if the sun is out. The sun will gradually heat up the day more than if you have clouds out and it's blocking that sun. And so within some of these areas over here, you can see how some of these areas are now starting to have less and less cloud cover. This is going to amplify the amounts of energy within some of these areas, and we're going to have quite a bit of activity over here that'll form off of the dry line. So that's what we're watching here. How much of this clearing will actually create a lot of energy within some of these areas, and it's just going to have to be something to watch out for as this moves on through. Let's see. Tony, once again, with a 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And Jeffrey with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. So just keep up the great work, Nate. You're doing incredible work. Thank you guys so much for helping support the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. It really does. So everyone thank Jeffrey. Once again, really do appreciate it. So let's go over to the radar here. Let's go over to the radar, and let's see what's happening over here with our 2 severe storms. Start out simple, and then as the event continues to progress, of course, then we're going to obviously get a lot more complex with our analysis. But we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings as of right now. We have, I believe, both of them are actually either right on the border or in the actual severe thunderstorm watch. Wow. Okay, so new day 1 outlook just got issued. New day 1 outlook just got issued. It doesn't look like it updated a whole lot. Yeah, it looks like the outlook, no, actually, it looks like the 45% chance for hail expanded a bit further to the west. So Austin and Round Rock as well as Temple are now in the 45. I believe that's what happened here. But the regardless, we still have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. That is certain, that is relatively consistent, and it's yeah, it's quite the cell there. So we'll continue to watch out for this, but let's go back to our severe thunderstorm warnings here, see what's going on with them. Let's start out with the cell over here near Duster, Gorman, as well as De Leon. This severe thunderstorm warning is for Eruff, Eastland, and Comanche counties, and that'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Sheesh. I'm losing my mind already. I need to take a sip of water, or else I'm going to keep stuttering. There we go. But yeah, that will be in effect until 3:30. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-size hail with that one. That storm's also moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, so it's moving pretty quickly. The cell in itself, if we do a little bit of a dissection, if you will, trying to figure out what the cell is actually doing, it does have a little bit of hail. I just took a look at the correlation coefficient. What this parameter tells me is if it's not red, it's not rain, okay? So if it's red, it's rain. If it's not, it can be an abundance of things. And in this instance, because the yellow and green is inside the red here, this is telling me that we have quite a bit of hail within this general vicinity. And so we do indeed have a bit of hail over here near the Rucker, as well as the Duster area. That's going to head off towards the Desdemona area. And it also has just a teeny smidge of rotation as well. We take a look at the base velocities. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar, so that would be over here. Reds would be moving away. And so we do have just a little bit of convergence within some of those areas. Not really a lot of rotation. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of a meh. It's in a meh environment right now, so that's kind of the reason why it's not really doing a whole lot. But we do have some general rotation that is trying to develop with this cell, especially in the upper levels. As I look up, there definitely is a little bit of rotation over there, but still not really too much with the cell besides some large hail. And if we take a look at the ZDR, which just basically tells us as to whether or not there's updrafts or not, all these yellows and reds indicate that there's a lot of rising emotion in the atmosphere, meaning that all that rain is being carried up towards the tops of the storms. That rain freezes into hail, and then that hail comes back down, and we have a lot of that rising across practically the majority of the storm. So that's the reason why the storm has been warned for large hail. Let's go off to the north here. Let's go off to the north and west. See our severe thunderstorm warning over here for Eastland and Stevens counties. That'll be in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail as well with that one. This one's a bit more of an elongated line. You can see how from the Ivan general vicinity all the way down towards Caddo, and then paralleling the U.S. Highway 183 general vicinity towards Eastland and Cisco. That is just basically a giant elongated line, so definitely something to watch out for with that. There is quite a bit of hail over here near the Caddo cell as well. Areas north of Caddo as well as the areas near Caddo could potentially see some large hail in that general vicinity. As a matter of fact, if you take a look at the maximum expected hail size here, you can see we have a lot of these greens, and then we even have an orange here, which indicate just about 1-inch size hail or larger until you get in towards the orange, into which you actually have over 2-inch size hail possible within that general storm as well. So definitely something to watch out for with that, especially if you live towards the Grafford as well as the State Highway 16 general vicinity. There could be some large hail moving off and towards your area. That's a new tornado warning. That's a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Young County in north-central Texas, southwestern Jack County in north-central Texas, northeastern Stevens County in north-central Texas, northwestern Palo Pinto County in north-central Texas.
So we do have a tornado warning there for the following counties, or those following counties that were just issued. And that is for the cell that's over here in Caddo. All right, the Caddo cell over here near Ivan has a little bit of an embedded supercell within this. And so this has been tornado warned here for the most part. You can see now the red box is now shown up across your screen. And luckily, it doesn't seem to be heading off in towards a very populated area. So that is, of course, a very good sign. But for the most part, we do have a tornadic cell. Just to refresh, this is for Young, Jack, Stevens, and Palo Pinto counties, and that'll be in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Here's the storm in question. You can see that we do have a little bit of a hooking characteristic right within here, and then it kind of arches kind of back like this. So you have your outflow that's stretching about. Strong damaging winds on the southern side of this tornadic rotation is very likely, in my honest opinion. So even if you're not directly being impacted by the tornado, you're probably going to get some strong damaging winds that could be similar to it being like a tornado. So please be sure to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's take a look at the velocities here. You can see your greens are moving. Let's actually take storm relative here to make this a little bit easier. Because you can see it. It's just not super noticeable. There you go. Greens moving towards the radar. Reds moving away. Right in the middle, you see your counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. That's where the tornadic rotation. And it's actually moving north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So once again, areas out in front of it, although there isn't really a whole lot for a whole lot of people being impacted, I should say. If you live along the South Bend and State Highway 16 general vicinity, it'll be moving off in your area at about 15 to 20 minutes. All right, 15 to 20 minutes is your general time frame. And then all the way up towards the U.S. Highway 380 general vicinity, that's your time frame here in about a half an hour, or your time frame is about a half an hour towards the Bryson general vicinity. So if you live near Graham, Jacksboro, you guys definitely need to watch out for this tornadic storm as this moves on through. And then once again, you know, despite all the strong damaging winds and the tornadic conditions that is possible, that large hail, once again, all right, we see that orange, we see that a little darker orange, actually, about 2.5-inch size hail possible within this cell. So, you know, just all sorts of parameters, all sorts of conditions that are coming together to create one giant storm that is creating some sort of issues, more or less, for people who live over there. So it's all the more reason for you guys, once again, to get into a sturdy structure and to get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Um, sheesh. I want to actually mention something here real quickly because we've got an abundance of new viewers here. Once again, all right, there's going to be more tornado warnings throughout the day. All right, it's gonna happen. We're gonna get a lot more activity as this continues to reach the peak of the event here today, which would be within the next few hours. And there's more than likely going to be a tornado watch issued here. I'd say within the next half an hour, maybe even less than that if the parameters continue to move on through. But just by taking a look at the convective outlook here, you can see this is your way of understanding what type of or what magnitude your severe weather could actually be within some of these areas. So you have a 1 out of 5 in dark green on the severe weather scale, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in...
The date is March 21st, 2022. Please take note of the date.
What the heck was that? I don't even know what that was. But yeah, 4 out of 5 on the red. Tornado watch has been issued. Tornado watch has been issued. You can see the giant red box that just came across the general area. The primary threats include a couple intense tornadoes possible, scattered damaging winds likely, with isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles per hour possible. That's hurricane force. And scattered large hail likely, with isolated very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter possible. So quite a lot of activity over there. Probabilities 70-50 for tornadoes. All right, I can't say I predicted that. I'm just kidding. I can say because I did. Yeah, 70-50 tornado probabilities for this event here today. If you don't know what that means, you have a 70% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes within this tornado watch, and then a 50% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes within that tornado watch as well. This does include the Dallas-Fort Worth metro areas, as well as the I-35 and I-45 corridors stretching down towards the San Antonio general vicinity and College Station, as well as the I-10 corridor from San Antonio all the way through near the general vicinity of Sealy in the outskirts of Houston. So we do have quite a lot of activity that is anticipated here, and this tornado watch is only the beginning, unfortunately. So we're going to have to just continue to really watch out for this as this continues to really materialize, because this event is expected to be rather gnarly. But yeah, let's go back to the tornado warning here. Let's go back to the tornado warning here for the cell over near Cadu. And the rotation still is kind of evident a little bit over here, but it's not exactly as strong as it once was. So that's the good news. All right, the good news is that the storm really is not as, strong as, say, some of the other storms that we are forecasting here for later on today. But still, regardless, there is the potential for a storm to form here, and could even potentially produce a tornado. So if you're near Graham, Bryson, areas near State Highway 16, near the Grafford areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm going to now get in contact with Matt here. I'm going to get in contact with Matt. And hopefully we're going to start talking to him here soon. But yeah, quite the day that we are anticipating here. Once again, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, it's all the more reason for you to try and get information out. to some of these people. So please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. And let's go ahead and call Matt. Afternoon. Hopefully he'll be able to respond to us in a little bit. But yeah, we got him on standby in the background. He'll be talking to us. Oh, geez, that scared the crap out of me a little bit.
Sorry. Okay.
No, it's all good. All good.
It's unfortunate. I didn't even get to watch. Okay.
Yeah, did you see the probs for your tornado watch?
I did not, sir.
It's 70-50.
I guess that's not horrible.
Which is kind of what I expected, to be completely honest with you. I kind of figured that that was going to be the case.
70-50 watts probabilities, so.
So, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions before go on your merry way. First off, remember, all right, if you need to get my attention, Zillow's the way to go, okay? Without a doubt, if there is something that I need to know, that's the way to go, okay?
Okay.
Because there's going to be some instances to where I'm going to deafen myself, and it's just going to be how it is, to where I'm going to want to talk to chat and stuff like that. But I'll come back to you frequently so that I can continue to try and get an idea as to what you're doing, where, what we're trying to find and stuff like that. And hopefully we'll go from there. Yeah, stream is really good. Stream is really good here. As a matter of fact,
got enough viewers. Do you want me to try to raise it up more so that you can see like higher, or is it fine where it's at?
No, it's perfect. It's perfect where it's at.
Okay.
Here's the watch room.
So where are you currently staged at, Matt?
We are sitting in the Buc-ee's parking lot on I-35 in Temple. Is where we're sitting. Right at the Highway 36 and I-35 intersection at the Buc-ee's, facing north.
All right, so you're currently in the Temple general vicinity, which would be right on the, which would be on the northern side, or kind of the northern side of the moderate risk. So he's, if you guys are looking in the chat on the top right-hand part of your screen, he's right there at the top part of the moderate. Now, for you guys here, what do you expect to see from your guys' department here today while you guys are chasing?
What do you mean? What are we expecting? I mean, I'm expecting to see some pretty. My bad. I was talking to him. My bad. I drew a blank. Anyways, yeah. So I mean, parameters are really starting to build up. Honestly, I mean, we're getting rises in Cape. Right, Cape is. I can't even talk right. Steadily rising. We've got, the cloud cover right above us is starting to clear out. The sun's coming out a little bit more, and that's kind of adding to destabilization. So, we've got the parameters there. Tons of Cape, good amount of shear. All the parameters are there. Possibly for a few strong tornadoes. Big hail is going to be a big issue. You get up to 3-inch hail, I think is what I was calling for in the watch. Upwards of 3 inches and maybe even a little bit bigger in some pockets. So you may end up seeing a few softballs, stuff like that. So it's definitely one of those days where if you're in the area, you got to be paying attention to it because, the potential's there. The parameters are there. Everything's in place for a pretty significant severe weather event. Matter of fact, the SPC said there's a possibility for a couple of intense tornadoes, and that's wording that isn't frequently used. So that's definitely something to be mindful of.
Yeah, for sure. Now, what time are you expecting the dry line to start firing off here so that you guys can really start getting into the action?
I think it's starting to right now, just about. I think it's pretty much getting ready to. I can actually take a look here in just a second, but I think it's getting ready to out a little bit west of 35, kind of. I think it's out
actually, there is. Yeah, you're right. There actually is a little bit of activity, elongating from the storms that are over near the Breckenridge all the way down south towards Brownwood and the Brady general vicinity. So yeah, that'll probably start moving on through. You might actually start seeing stuff here probably at about 45 minutes to an hour from now to when things will really start to fire off, and you'll probably be right in the middle of that risk by then.
We've actually got some cumulus clusters going up right about where my finger's at right here. So there's some cumulus clusters up there,
probably these right here.
which are probably these storms out to the west of us. So.
Here.
Well, there's a little shower, very small little shower going up to the west.
Hopefully those aren't going to be the action. I was hoping so.
Yeah. All right.
Because they're
yeah.
Oh, there. This. Yeah, I was like, that's too close. Like,
Yeah.
we only
No,
about
these
figure
aren't.
out what
No, it's further out west. Yeah. So
there we go.
Yep.
That's probably like the.
Well, I appreciate
Yeah,
the
it's
time,
just-
Matt. I'll be back here in a bit. I want to talk to chat here a little bit, just give an update on what the tornado warning is up north, and I'll be back here in a sec.
Okay.
All right, so just like what some people have been saying here in the chat, yeah, there is a tornado warning once again north of Caddo in Texas, actually north of Brad now, towards the south of Graham in Texas, and it does have a little bit better organized activity. It's a lot more organized here as this is continuing to try and develop here. You can see there's a bit more of a hooking characteristic within this supercell now, and the rotation is starting to kind of develop a little bit more with this storm. You can see your greens and blues now, actually not really blues more or less, it's now kind of just light greens that are moving towards the radar, and then you have your reds, or geez, actually this is a really weird rotation now that I think about it. Oh, that's probably because I'm looking at the wrong radar, so that would make a lot more sense, but it actually kind of says the same thing. So green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Right now, my computer is kind of acting up a little bit, so that's not exactly the best thing in the world. But yeah, that is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if you guys live in those areas near Grafford, as well as into South Bend, Graham, you guys really need to monitor this activity as this moves on through, because there could definitely be something tornadic right within this area. All right, I'm pretty certain that this thing could potentially produce a tornado. Might be even short-lived for a little bit, but it does have some really interesting vorticity within that general area. I want to go over to the other radar to see what we got instead of that. Let me pull that up here real quickly. And there you go. Here's the closer radar. And yeah, there's the velocity signature right within there. You can see greens moving towards the radar, red's moving away. We might be seeing a tornado on the ground potentially. We might see, yeah, there could potentially be a tornado on the ground. Debris signature from this cell, but it's a little hard to tell. But yeah, probably, or at least could be a tornado on the ground over there with that storm. So definitely something to monitor as this continues to move on through further off to the north and east. Let me see if I can pull up here on the National Weather Service tour site. Let me see if I can pull that up. How many people actually live within this area? National Weather Service tornado. Luckily, not too much. There's about, you know, of course, 14,000 people, you would typically say, hey, that's a lot of people. But most of that population is located over here near Graham, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, that is the case. You can see how there is a lot of housing over here in the city of Graham. So this is not expected to really move off into that area. You know, the tornado warning might actually be shrunk a little bit further as it moves on through. But yeah, definitely a tornadic storm here that is really trying to develop and move on through, potentially even produce a tornado as it moves off further off towards the north and east. But yeah, once again, we're going to continue to cover this here. I can't really get any live cameras, unfortunately. We don't really have that out here in the middle of Texas. You know, don't have too much stuff. We don't have too much stuff here to show you all, but we do have some cameras. We do have some chasers, so we can't really get too much of an idea as to what's going on there. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Young County in north central Texas, southwestern Jack County in north central Texas, northwestern Palo Pinto County in north central Texas.
So you guys heard that tornado warning there. This is a new warning for the same cell that originally had the tornado warning. All right, so this right here is basically now starting to move the storm a little bit further towards the north and east, all right? It's not moving north and east anymore. It's now moving more east-northeast, per se. All right, so you can see here, if I take storm motion from warning, you can see there is the actual track. Instead of it moving more northerly, it's now moving northeasterly, and it's kind of taking its track a little bit closer towards the Jacksboro general vicinity. So a bit further on, later on towards Jacksboro, people over there may need to really watch out for the cell as this continues to move on through. But areas near State Highways 16, 337, and 254 near the general vicinity of Grafford need to watch out for this cell because this thing could potentially be even producing a tornado here as this moves on through. I don't see anything with the correlation coefficient. Don't see any debris at this time. Could have been a brief tornado before, but can't really say for certain. So that's the one thing about some of the radar activity. It's not exactly completely accurate because there could be some form of contamination within some of these areas, but there definitely is some rotation. All right, that is within the utmost certainty. There is something tornadic right here. You can see the reds and the bright reds almost into the yellows in some of these areas, moving away from the radar. And then you see the greens moving towards the radar. This counterclockwise rotation is what we are definitely watching out for in regards to something potentially being a tornado. And so because of that, that's the reason why a tornado warning has been issued within some of these areas, and we really need to monitor this very closely. Once again, here's the reflectivity. You can see the big hook that wraps around here just like this. Big hook. And right at the bottom of that hook, right down here, is where the potential tornado could be. And that's the reason why the track has been placed on that portion of the hook. That will track off further towards the Jacksboro general area. So that's the reason why we are trying to tell people, hey, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Spread it with friends and family and on social media. If you copy the link to the stream and then just start spreading it to more and more people on YouTube. If people don't have power or if people don't have cable, they'll go onto social media. And that's where we come in. If they see that live stream right there, this information could be greatly beneficial, especially for what could be happening later on today. Remember, we have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale with the chance of significant tornadoes, a couple of significant tornadoes possible. And so, this information that I'm providing here could definitely be helpful to people who live over there. So please be sure to spread this live stream with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and then also by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So just a reminder, once again, this is an ongoing tornado warning here. This is for portions of Young, Jack, and Palo Pinto counties here in Texas. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour here, until 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And I mentioned that we are at a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. I might as well show you as to, in regards to what I'm talking about here. I'll zoom out, I'll turn off the radar, and you can see all these different colors here. And this is the categorical outlook for severe weather here, all right? So we have our 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and then 4 out of 5 in the red. If you guys are in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, specifically the orange and the red, you need to monitor this event very closely. Once again, I'll be live streaming all the way throughout this entire event. So that way, no tornado warning is left behind. That way I don't miss anything. We don't want to miss any tornadoes so that if we were offline and there was a tornado ongoing, that would really defeat the purpose of the channel. So we're going to be on all the way through this entire event as this continues to move on through. And if you guys want to stick around, or if you know anyone who wants information, you can find that here on this channel and stay tuned to that. And then the tornado probabilities here. This is the big thing here too. The areas here in the yellow and the red really need to watch out. The yellow is a 10% chance for tornadoes, and the red area right here is a 15% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. relatively high probabilities for a tornado risk. So the threat for tornadoes do exist here today, and then you can see the silver risk here. This is your threat for significant tornadoes on top of all of that, and you can see how expansive that is here too as well. So definitely something to really monitor, especially as this is from Dallas all the way down I-35 to San Antonio, from I-10 in San Antonio to Houston, all the way up towards the border of Texas and Louisiana, up towards Shreveport, and then back over along I-20 towards the Dallas metro area. So we got a lot of activity here that we're expected here today, and we're going to continue to monitor that very closely. We're also, once again, you know, as I said, we're going to have our storm chaser here with us.
Give me a few minutes. I got to take a quick break. I'm going to go inside. I'll be back. There's nothing really going on right now, so give me a few minutes. I'll be back.
Speaking of the devil, there's Matt. Sounds good, boss. Take your time. Yeah, we do have our chaser. That was our chaser. He's gonna go take a little bit of a break before storms really start to fire off. They're trying to get all their preparations done right now, so that way when stuff really does fire off, they don't get caught red-handed and they don't forget any stuff. So good on them for trying to get prepared and stuff like that. So let's go back to this tornado warning here. All right, we don't want to, you know, kind of, you know, just sit around, not really do a whole lot. Gonna want to try and continue to see what this storm is doing. And based off of what has happened from what we saw the last time to now, it looks like it has lost a lot of its, you know, character. Usually with your tornadic rotation, you want a relatively, you know, strong velocity signature, pixel to pixel right next to each other. We call that gate to gate shear. And if we get some relatively strong gate to gate shear where we have some very bright reds and even yellows or oranges in some spots, next to bright greens, even blues in some, you know, something like that, that's when you know you probably have a tornado in progress. And, you know, we could have had a brief tornado that was in progress throughout this, the beginning of this storm, or the beginning of this tornado warning. But then as this continued to move off towards the north and east, let's go to the spectrum, or not the spectrum, let's go storm relative velocity. You can see how that velocity signature kind of just deteriorated, all right? You have a lot of the bright, you know, pinks on the bottom, but you don't have any big greens up at the top, and that's the reason why the storm kind of has lost its character a little bit more. Still has a little bit of a hook here. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can still draw the hook right within here, and the new scan just came in. You can still kind of draw the hook kind of right within here, but it's just not really in a good environment or in a good setup, more or less, for this thing to really kind of just continue to produce. So that's kind of what's expected to happen here at the beginning of this event. And until the storms down south really start to materialize, that's probably what we're going to continue to see here until this thing really starts to fire off. Which is kind of the good news here. We don't really want the tornadoes to form at all. You know, we already kind of know that there probably will be at least a tornado to form throughout the event here today and tomorrow. But, you know, as minimal as possible would be the best case scenario here. So let's get timings out here for the cell once again. We'll go back to the reflectivity. You can see the hook right there at the bottom. And this storm is expected to continue to move off towards the north and east, all right? It is expected to move a little bit further to the east of Bryson. So Bryson's probably going to get a lot of large hail across their area. And then eventually towards the Jacksboro general vicinity, U.S. Highway 380, as well as the U.S. Highway 281 general vicinity near Jacksboro, all right? That's where the storm is expected to move on through. And you guys are probably going to see some tornadic conditions, as well as some large hail. Look at the maximum expected hail size, and you guys can see a lot of these bright greens indicating on the higher end of the 1-inch size hail department, probably 1 3/4 inches with your hail over there. And that's a lot of hail. That's a lot of large hail. That's golf ball sized hail, actually. And those do a lot of damage. Those do a lot of damage. So pretty crazy there in regards to that storm. Patty McNeil with the 20. Thank you so much. I know it's a late shout out, but thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Patty if you haven't already. That really does mean a lot to me. you're in the Houston area and you're not liking it at all, well, as I said, I'll be able to cover this system all the way through until I feel like it's probably not going to do as much anymore. So if you want to stick around, probably would be a little bit later on in the day that you'll get your activity. But if you want to come back, feel free to do so. I'll be able to get your information out to you all. Where is Matt right now? He is on the northern end of the moderate risk right now. He is over near the Temple area, and a new tornado warning has been issued. We've been looking at this cell a little bit, so let's listen.
Tornado warning for North Central Erath County in North Central Texas, Northwestern Parker County in North Central Texas, Southeastern Palo Pinto County in North Central Texas.
Yeah, so there's the new tornado warning. We've been looking at this cell. We've been kind of peeking in on it every now and then. Haven't really said a whole lot of it, but there's a new tornado warning. There it is. And it's right along I-20, near the Santo areas, near the Brazos areas. So if you live over here near Brazos, Santo, near the U.S. Highway 281 general vicinity, near Mineral Wells, Millsap, and Cool, and just to the west of Weatherford, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you look at the reflectivity, it's going to be really hard for you to see as to where the rotation is because it looks like a giant blob. All right, it looks like a giant blob. But if we look at the velocities here, more or less, let me take a look at storm relative velocities. You can see here we have some bright reds moving away from the radar, and then we have some greens moving towards. So we have some pretty broad rotation here for the most part. Not exactly super consolidated. All right, so we can't say that it's on the ground right now. It's not really super consolidated, but it does have some tornadic rotation right within here to the point to where in the future, if it does try and consolidate, it could potentially produce a tornado. So they did issue the tornado warning here. Just as a recap, this is for Erath, Parker, and Palo Pinto counties, and that'll be in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is moving off towards the north and east at 55 miles per hour. Very fast moving storm. Not exactly highway speeds per se, but still a very fast moving storm over there. So definitely something to consider, especially if you live over into these general areas. Let's take some timings out here for some of these people. And Brazos, you guys are going to be impacted more than likely within the next 10 minutes. So you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Santo, safe space right now. I would go ahead and get there now. You guys are probably going to be impacted here within the next 5 minutes. So please be sure to go ahead and get there. And then Millsap, more than likely within the next 20 to 25 minutes. Cool in about 25 minutes. Same thing with Mineral Wells. They're going to get actually a lot of hail. So if you're in Mineral Wells, there's a lot of people who live near the Mineral Wells general area and even towards the Garner general vicinity. You guys are going to get a lot of hail. So start bringing your valuables indoors. Large hail can definitely do dents to cars, break your windshields and stuff like that. So bring them indoors or put them in some sort of parking garage. You'll be able to keep your car safe for the most part. And pets, big thing there is your pets. All right, you don't want your pets to be pelted with large hail. Okay, so please be sure to bring them indoors as well. And, on top of the tornadic conditions with the strong damaging winds, there could even be an abundance of hail to fall, just to fall as well. So please be sure to heed these warnings as much as possible. Let's go off towards the north here, towards this northern tornado warning. And you can see here that similar situation to down towards the south. You look at this reflectivity, you don't really see a whole lot. You might be able to see a little bit of a hooking characteristic right within here. You can kind of see how these hail shafts are kind of being congealed into lines here. And yeah, right within there's a little bit of some tornadic rotation. You can actually see how it actually streams right into the storm. And so there is your tornadic rotation, all right? You have your reds moving away, and then you have your greens moving towards. So right in the middle is where your tornadic rotation would be. Just to the north of Grafford, moving to the north and east towards Jacksboro. All right, so we mentioned Jacksboro before. We said they could potentially be impacted by the storm, and that is indeed the case. So please be sure to start taking your proper precautions now, Jacksboro. All right, they're going to probably start to get, I'd say, the activity here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes is how long you have until you need to start getting into a sturdy structure. Let's actually see, what is the population for Jacksboro? It's about 4,400 people. So there is a decent sized amount of people here who live in Jacksboro. And if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to go ahead and take their proper precautions. The velocities are starting to uptick quite a bit. The spectrum with the turbulence in the atmosphere here, that's the best way to call it here, is really starting to uptick. And that might be a debris signature. That might be a debris signature. That could be a tornado on the ground. I'm more leaning towards, yes, it being a tornado on the ground. And if that's the case, then there could potentially be a strong tornado heading towards the Jacksboro vicinity. Now, what will be making this very hard to actually see, more or less, if you're in Jacksboro, first off, you shouldn't be trying to, find if, where the tornado is. You shouldn't be trying to look for the tornado in general. Big reason here in this case is because you won't be able to see it until it's literally on top of you. Notice as to where the rotation is right here. You see this kind of, these arrows that are rotating in a counterclockwise fashion. That's where the rotation is. And notice all the rain out in front of it. All the rain out in front of it over here. Which is telling me that there is an abundance of rain and hail that is obscuring this tornado so that if you're out in front of it, you won't be able to see it until it is right on top of you. So you guys need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure now.
Hey, Nate, most likely I'm probably going to switch chase partners. The guy that I've been with, he wants to chase the northern mode. I want to do the southern, so I'm probably about to switch partners, and I'll get back to you here in a minute.
10-4. Keep me updated. Yeah, that is definitely a tornado on the ground right now. Matt just updated us here. Jeez. That right there is, quite the activity. That's probably a tornado on the ground. That is probably a tornado on the ground.
I don't know about you, but to me, what I'm looking at, it looks like my storms are starting to go up to the northwest of Austin, so you might want to look into those.
Northwest of Austin. Yeah, I see cells that are starting to fire off north of San Antonio. That probably could move into the Austin area, so I would just continue to monitor that. If you'd want to, you can potentially move south of Austin and then move across that way. But then remember, your options are either State Highway 21, or if you wanted to go north of Austin through all the traffic, it would be US Highway 79. So just watch out for that. But yeah, that's probably on the ground. Going back to that there, we were talking to our chaser here, just talking about what he sees, what I see, and stuff like that. Yeah, that's definitely a tornado on the ground. That is pretty evident to me. Really evident to me, actually. I want to see if I can get a...
Hey, it looks like they're starting to move a little bit more north of northeast, kind of northeast-ish, so I'm not really too sure. I mean, they may end up rooting and turning right here soon, but as of right now, it looks like they're moving more north-northeast. So I may end up going a little bit south on 35 and sitting near Gerald and kind of watching them. Because as of right now, like I said, I mean, they may end up turning right soon, but it looks like right now they're just north-northeast sort of motion.
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of the area that I wanted you to sit to begin with. So I would just continue to look at it from that general perspective there. But yeah, this storm right here is heading straight for Jacksboro. Straight for Jacksboro. And this thing has quite the activity. Yeah, that is a tornado on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground. The National Weather Service just confirmed this, so this is indeed a tornado in progress. And once again, the big thing here for Jacksboro, all right? First off, if you know anyone who lives in Jacksboro, you need to tell them to go ahead and take the proper precautions now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, okay? Please be sure, once again, copy the link to the live stream. Spread it with people on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram so we can try and get the information out to the people who are over there. And hit the like button down below to get me out to more and more people on YouTube's algorithm to try and spread this information. Because this is a situation here to where we got a pretty strong tornado in progress. I would say strong tornado. New tornado warning just got issued, actually.
Tornado warning for Central Jack County in north central Texas.
So that's actually the extension here, and this is for Jacksboro. So yeah, new tornado warning here for Jack County here in Texas. And the big thing here, guys, if you're out in front of this, you're not going to be able to see this tornado until it's literally on top of you. You got so much rain out in front, so much rain out in front of the storm that this is basically going to obscure it until it is literally right on top of you. And that's all the more reason for you to get into a sturdy structure now. Heed our warnings, because this is a serious situation, especially for the city of Jacksboro. There's the new warning that just got updated. Let's see here. Yeah, it's a damaging tornado with quarter-sized hail, and this will be around Jacksboro at about 4:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I think it might actually be there a little bit sooner. I think about the top of the hour at 4 Central Daylight Time is when it could actually be around your area. And then Newport at 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. You guys need to watch out for that. Even the Condiff area. All right, let's take our own timings here to try and see when this could actually move on through. Latest scan just came in. And yeah, still pretty significant rotation that's heading straight for Jacksboro. Yeah, Jacksboro within the next 5 to 10 minutes, it'll be right on top of you. So I'm thinking at the top of the hour, 4 Central Daylight Time, that is the maximum amount of time you have left until you can expect the tornado to be right on top of you. And then after that, the general area of Condiff, it'll be at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, or 20, not miles per hour, but 25 to 30 minutes from now is to when you guys can actually get your activity. So probably around, I'd say 4:15, 4:20 when the tornado will start to be knocking on your door. So please be sure to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you take a look at the velocities here, I mean, this speaks for itself for the most part. Your reds and oranges are moving away from the radar, and your greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. I mean, my goodness. My internet's kind of failing me, so if you guys bear with me here for a little bit, I'll try and talk you guys through this. But yeah, you can clearly see your reds and oranges moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. There is quite a lot of that activity for sure. So all the more reason for us to really watch out for that. Let's see if I can... Yeah, my internet's kind of just failing me right now. That's the one thing that I really need to do. If I can, like, save up to try and get, you know, better internet, stuff like that, be golden for this channel. Let's see if I can go to number 3. here. I'm not sure if it'll be able to switch, because I really don't know. But yeah, man, that storm looks like it could potentially be a significant tornado. Would not be surprised if that was the case. I'm looking on the side here. I'm trying to see if there's anything updated with the National Weather Service. I don't see it. Appears to be almost done. Appears to be almost done. Let me pull up my task manager and see what's going on with this. But yeah, Jacksboro, Texas. You know, as long as I can talk, Jacksboro, Texas needs to get into a sturdy structure right now. All right. They are more than likely going to be hit by this tornadic storm. It's more than likely going to happen. So you need to go ahead, get underground or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Looks like my internet is starting to kind of revive itself a little bit. Gabe, thank you so much for becoming a member and putting in a $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that, man. It helps me a lot, especially the membership. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That's a new scan for radar. I wish I was able to look at... Oh, there we go. That's a lot better. There you go. I told you. Take a little bit of time. My internet would kind of be a little bit wonky, but we got back to it. Let's take a look here. Tornado not in progress right now, so I don't see a debris signature. That means tornado is more than likely not on the ground at this time. That's the good news there. That is indeed the good news. I want to see... Yeah, Streamlabs, of course, taking its time. Turn that off. I'm going to turn this off and turn it back on, because sometimes I have issues with that. And it's just like, you know, what are you doing? And I definitely need a new mouse. That's one thing. All right, so there we go. Got that up for us. But yeah, velocities still indicate that there is potentially something tornadic that's moving on through near Jacksboro. And that's a bit of concern here. That is definitely a bit of a concern here as this moves on through. So if you know anyone that lives near Jacksboro, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if you haven't already. Because this is, you know, approaching a town, a city with about 4,400 people in it. Yeah, sheesh, there it is. So you can see the hook now. I'll pull my my thing here in a second, but you can clearly see the hook wrapping around, all the rain obscuring the storm. Rain is really obscuring the storm on its approach to Jacksboro. Yeah, man, oh man, this thing is really really trying to fire off and continues to sustain. And there it is. There's the velocities right over Jacksboro. Yep. So this is now on the northern, or at least the eastern side of Jacksboro. This is now moving towards the northeastern or northwestern side of Jacksboro. I want to see Um, Jeez. Yeah, I don't see anything over there. Trying to find something here for you guys to watch, but I don't see a whole lot there. Ashi with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Well, that's nice. The Texas Department of Transportation doesn't really have a very good map to show us as to what exactly is happening here. So that's nice. Can't really see a whole lot, but still, I mean, I think this is practically the only thing we need to see here. I mean, let's just pray and hope that Jacksboro is not getting hit significantly by the storm, because this is a very concerning situation. Not a PDS tornado warning, surprisingly. Let's go over to let's go over to the Dallas-Fort Worth radar here. And Jacksboro still has quite a lot of rotation over there. Mineral Wells, quite a lot of rotation there too. But like not as much. It's pretty disorganized in the lower levels. In the upper levels, still has something. All right, what's up, Matt?
Yeah, sorry about that, Nate. I was just getting ready to switch chase partners and stuff. I actually have a much better view. I'm with my buddy Mason. He's got like a big, tall truck, so I have a better view. I mean, I know that the little stand is in the way, kind of, but
It's
I
fine.
got a much better. So I'm trying to switch it right now so that I can. Who's this? It's my buddy Nate. You might want to make sure that's really in there. Yeah, I'm trying to. As long as we get rocking and rolling, we're going.
There we go.
Trying to see if maybe I can. It's better right here. I think, yeah, put it right there. Hold on one second. I'm gonna turn my stream off. I'll put it back on in a second. I'm gonna move my camera. 1 second.
Yep. So let's go back over here to the cell that's over in Jacksboro, and yeah, it doesn't look like there is a TDS with it anymore. There's just brief tornadoes, but very strong, or at least decently strong signatures over here with this. And now it is. Let's see here. Yep, PDS tornado warning here. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Jacksboro, as well as areas near Cundiff and Newport. So if you know anyone that lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or even tornado, as possible. Because we do have some significant rotation here. Look at this. Very bright reds and pinks moving away from the radar. Bright greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation actually is at. Go back to the other. Let's go to Fort Worth and see. Ooh. Yeah, that's back on the ground. That is indeed back on the ground. A debris signature is now noted from radar. There is a debris signature with this storm. It is back on the ground. It seems as if this tornado has been cycling over and over again. We've had the tornado that forms, and then it's dissipating, and then it forms again, and it dissipates. So the one thing here that I can take away from this storm so far, first off, we've had 3 tornadoes from this singular storm that have all been rain-wrapped, all right? So if you were trying to find the tornado in general, it would not be visible because you have so much rain that is wrapped around the actual tornado in general, to the point to where you won't be able to see the tornado until it is literally on top of you. On the other hand here, guys, on the other hand, because of the nature of this tornado, right? Because of the nature of this tornado, this thing spawns a tornado and then it dissipates, and then it spawns and dissipates and does this over and over and over again. So the unpredictability, more or less, of whether or not a tornado actually forms right here or not, all right, in some spot or not, is a big concern here with this system. And it's just going to continue to do that over and over again. So that's one thing that we really have to watch out for, especially as this continues to move on through. So it looks like the storm is starting to dissipate a little bit with its tornado. That's the good news. The storm, well, I mean, I shouldn't say the storm entirely is going to dissipate. The storm is still going to be there. Don't get me wrong. But the actual tornado is starting to dissipate, and it might start to kind of reinvigorate itself as it moves off further towards the north and east. So Newport, Cundiff, Bowie, Texas. A lot of people live over there near Bowie, Texas. Need to go ahead and tell people to go ahead and start getting into their safe spaces or start preparing accordingly for a potential tornado to move on through. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And I said it from the beginning of the stream here, guys. I said, hey, we need to go ahead and start spreading information to as many people as possible, all right? You got to start copying the link to the live stream, and you really need to just, you know, get it onto Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, because if these people don't have cable or if these people don't have power, they're going to flock to those areas. They're going to go onto the internet, try and find some place to get their information. And if they stumble upon this live stream could definitely be beneficial to them in making the correct decision when or if they are in a warning. So please be sure to spread this with as many people as possible. And also, by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information with as many people as possible here. And this is, as I said, you know, if people live in these areas, this information could be definitely beneficial to them. So please be sure to help me get this out, because this storm is really unpredictable, very unpredictable. But the good news is it looks like the tornado has kind of dissipated a little bit here now. I'm going to go on Twitter, see if you guys have been sending me here, sending me anything. Once again, if you have anything, that you want to send to me, whether it's like a picture or a video or something like that, you took a picture or a video of the storms outside, please be sure to share that, share those pictures with me if you guys can. We just got reports here, and I'll actually pull this up here from the scanner. Geez. There's been reports of damage. Reports of damage in Jacksboro. Jack County, Bryson Volunteer Fire. Let's listen to this here live. There is an ad that plays, so we gotta wait for the ad to play on through. But yeah, there is reports of damage from what I've heard. Looks like this thing could potentially still be on the ground too. You see there's a little bit of a lowering on the correlation coefficient here. Would not be surprised if, you know, tornado could potentially still be on the ground right about there. See that right there? That is definitely something to watch out for. All right, let's listen. You guys might not be able to hear it. I can definitely hear it though. I can hear it loud and clear. Turn that down here to about this. There we go. Now I got it up for you all. Now you guys can hear that.
42, 4100.
Perfect. So yeah, we do have reports in Jacksboro of damage.
Hey, I might make a suggestion to get Graham and Bridgeport and their EMS units headed this way also to get some staging set up. I've got 16 right now. They're on traffic to 303. A couple of lanes over there, triaging right now, just checking. Where do we hold the door?
Jeez. And all I gotta say, guys, here is that if this is the beginning of the event and this isn't even in the moderate risk, just, wait until we get into the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. All right, we're not even in the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. That's where the tornado warning is over here. It just crossed into the 3 out of 5. It was in the 2 out of 5. Now it's just barely in the 3 out of 5. So all I'm saying is, this stuff over here in the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, that's really concerning. Because if that's what's happening in the 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5, what's going to happen a little bit further down south? Man, oh man. That's just really unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Ogle, be advised, it should pass south of your location.
Handful. We'll be get the crews together to come down.
Ogle, just be advised, about 4 or 5 minutes, it should be out of our county completely.
Handful.
Jeez.
I'm going to need your personnel with saws.
4107, command.
If you're just tuning in right now, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground here in northern Texas. We are covering a live tornado outbreak here. And we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here for Jax County in Texas. This is just off to the north and west of Fort Worth, north and east of Jacksboro. Jacksboro just took a direct hit from the actual tornado in itself. And there's reports of damage, some even significant damage and injuries from debris from the tornado being slung into some people. And there is quite a lot of damage here in towards the general vicinity of Jacksboro, Texas. So, once again, this isn't even the beginning of the event and this stuff is happening here. So we need to continue to try and get information out. If you see new people come in, please be sure to tell them to, share the information, share the live stream with as many people as possible. Like the live stream to help me get on to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. Because we got to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. I mean, this is just one tornado. We're expected to see more later on here.
Receive, thank you.
4107, station 1.
And by the way, I was mentioning earlier, guys, alright, I was saying that you won't be able to see the storm until it has literally passed you. I was mentioning that earlier because it was so rain-wrapped. It had all the rain that was wrapping around it. Just for perspective, alright? Here is the velocities right. Here's the rotation. You can see the pinks and reds moving away from the radar, and then the greens, of course, moving towards, alright? So that's your general rotation. We'll circle the rotation again right here. My pen is malfunctioning. That is amazing. There we go. Alright, so there is the rotation right there. Let's go to the reflectivity, okay? You see all this red and yellow out in front of all that rotation. That all is rain, okay? So what I'm basically saying here is that as the storm moves off towards the north and east, you won't be able to see the actual tornado until it is literally on top of you. And by then, it'll be too late. So you need to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service, myself, other people. Please be sure to get into your safe space, all right? A mobile home will not do it. A sturdy structure and get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And the thing of it is here, here's a picture of that same cell, all right? This is a good example of what you will see out in front of the storm. You see all these clouds, you see a low-hanging cloud right here, you see all this stuff, and then you see a wall of rain. You see this wall of rain right here? Back behind that somewhere is where the tornado is, okay? So that's the reason why I'm saying, if you are out in front of this cell right here, if you are out in front of it, you won't be able to see it until the tornado is literally right on top of you. So when we call your county, call your city for a tornado warning, this is what you could probably expect. You won't be able to see it until it is literally right on top of you, and that is the concern here, especially for people who are trying to spot as well. So please get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. I'm also retweeting all the stuff that people send me on Twitter, so if you want to follow me on Twitter, feel free to do so. Nate Snyder is how you can find me. Heavy debris is being reported. An animal shelter has been hit, unfortunately, and then roof collapse on a house about a mile west of downtown in Jacksboro. This is really unfortunate.
That's no medic 2.
But this thing is expected to continue to move on through, and now it's heading off. We said before, Newport, you guys should already be in your safe space now, because that's where the tornado is ongoing right now. All right, this thing is still on the ground right now, guys. It's still going. And there's the debris signature once again. Down here.
Hey, Nate, give me a copy.
I got you 5x5.
Hey man, I was trying to get a hold of you. I couldn't for some reason for a while. I don't know what was going on, but these cells to the southwest, like northwest of San Antonio, they're starting to develop inflow already. So I got a better stream view up whenever you're ready for it.
Appreciate it. I'll get to you here in a second. I'm not sure if you heard, but during the time period, Jacksboro just got hit, and it got backed by a lot of the surface vorticity that just shot up over near the surface low. So they got hit by a SIGI. And it's still ongoing right now, guys. Yeah, that was our chaser, Matt. He's down playing the storms in the 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, but here you go. There's your debris signature once again. Your circle of green and blue right within there. That is where the tornadic debris signature is currently located at. And so we have a tornado. There's our feed that just kind of shot out a little bit, so that's nice. But yeah, there's where the tornadic debris signature is. If we go back over here, you can see it's right under the velocities. So a tornado is still in progress, guys. All right, we still have a tornado ongoing with this cell, rain wrapped, so no one will be able to see it as it continues to move off towards the north and east. So that's all the more reason for places near Newport, Bowie, Fruitland, and Sunset to just get into a sturdy structure and heed our warnings, because this is going to be a very concerning situation for the people over there who are not in, you know, a proper structure. If they're in a mobile home, all right, if you're in a mobile home here, guys, and even if you're not in the path of this tornado, you need to go ahead and start forming some sort of plan to get into a sturdy structure, all right? Because mobile homes are not sturdy structures. They are very frail, and tornadoes will easily rip them apart. Trust me, I have seen it numerous times. The weakest tornadoes and the strongest tornadoes always end up with the same thing in regards to mobile homes, and that is destruction to the point to where you'd have to rebuild the entire thing. So you need to go ahead and start formulating a plan to get into a sturdy structure now. Whether it's going to a friend's house, whether it's going to a gas station, whether it's going to a supermarket, something like that, you need to go ahead, start formulating a plan if you haven't already. All right. So we do indeed have a tornadic storm that now just crossed over State Highway 59 that is now moving off towards the north and east. Newport once again, and then Bowie and Fruitland here along US Highway 81. All right, US Highway 81 and State Highway 101. That is where the tornadic storm, where the actual tornado in itself is now heading off towards. And look at that. There's the debris signature once again. You can see the debris being kicked up here with all these blues. All these reds here, guys, by the way. All those reds, that is all rain. Okay, that is all rain that is being kicked up around. And then this blue down here, that's all contamination. And a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Clay County in northern Texas.
So it's in northern Texas here. I'm assuming it's the extension for this cell, and it is. It's a weird looking tornado warning, but this is for Clay County, and that'll be in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Not a PDS, not a particularly dangerous situation, but Clay County, including the city of Newport, you have a tornado warning issued for your area. So please monitor this very, very closely. Get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already, because this is definitely a very concerning storm that is approaching your area. It's already done damage before, too. That's the big thing there. All right, it's already done damage. So you need to just go ahead and look at what it's done in the past. You know, listen to what it's done in the past, and use that information to garner as to what potentially you could see in the future if you're in the path of this cell. Because if you're in the path of this cell, this thing has, you know, has a reputation for producing numerous tornadoes and doing significant damage. If that doesn't tell you what you need to do, I don't know what will. There's only so much I can say in regards to, you know, you and your safety, okay? The big thing here is that we value your safety. We tell you where the tornado warnings are. We tell you what you should do. It's up to you guys to actually, you know, take matters into your own hands. Because if you wait until the tornado is literally on top of you to try and see as to where it is by looking out your window, you're not safe. You're not safe, especially if the tornado is literally right on top of you. It will rip up your house, it'll rip up your mobile home, it will do damage, and you will not be safe. So you need to go ahead and start taking proper precautions if and when your area is in a tornado warning, all right? So to repeat, this is a tornado warning. This is for Jax and Clay County here in northern Texas. And there is a confirmed tornado warning and then a new tornado warning that just got issued for Bowie. So if you live in Bowie, Texas, all right, a lot more people live over here in Bowie. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Here's the new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Montague County in north central Texas.
Getting reports here now of the high school, and some people even verified that in the chat. The high school now has been hit, the Jacksboro High School, and so damage has been done over there. Very unfortunate for the people who live over there. Very unfortunate. But yeah, this is a quite the activity here that is really starting to fire off here in Texas. All right, this is in Texas for the most part. Let's actually, I might have an idea here. Boom. All right, we put that at the top right-hand corner. There we go. This is in Texas. There we go. So everyone now knows the state. There we go. But yeah, this is a This is a concerning storm. Very concerning storm. A little bit of a debris signature there. Tiny bit of debris there. So could potentially still have a tornado in progress over there. Still could potentially have a tornado in progress. But right now,
Jack County's command, can you get law enforcement?
definitely something to watch out for.
If you have anyone available.
What does the pink warning mean? Yeah, so we all know what the red warning means. That's the tornado warning. The pink warning is a confirmed tornado warning. All right, so if it's a tornado in progress, it will be pink. If it's a yellow warning, that's a severe thunderstorm warning and not to be confused with a tornado warning. It looks like these are the only 3 tornado warnings active at this moment. 3 tornado warnings for 1 cell. The reason why they are 3 tornado warnings is because you have this area right here. This is another National Weather Service jurisdiction, so they issue the warning over there. You have this warning down here, which is a jurisdiction, and then you have another one up here, the red tornado warning. That's another jurisdiction there. So we have all sorts of warnings that are issued, all sorts of different offices that are cooperating to try and get the information out about this tornado that has produced numerous tornadoes, done damage to multiple areas. And just for reference here, guys, you know, just a reminder, this is not in the main area to where we can expect tornadoes, all right? This is on the edge of the 2 and the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. I'll take off the radar here. And you remember, the pink warnings are where the confirmed tornado warnings are. We have our 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and 4 out of 5 in this red, all right? If this is what's happening right along the border of the 2 out of 5 and the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, what's going to happen when we go a little bit further south of Dallas, near the Austin and College Station areas in Texas? We do have a chaser out there, all right? We do have a chaser that is going to be chasing this general vicinity. We'll talk to him here in a bit, but we do have a chaser that is out and about here with us. He'll be getting us more information, especially as this gets closer and closer. I want to actually go ahead and start getting that up here. See if we can get that up here with us.
Yo, Nate, cells firing east of San Antonio. Those are going to be our main cells for the day, probably. I'm in perfect position right now. I'm about 10 miles northwest of Brenham. So I'll touch in with you later, dude.
Brush 61, Brush 63 are headed to Jacksboro Fire.
10-4, stay safe out there, my friend. It's going to be a real active one, especially with what just happened a bit further north. So please stay safe if you can, and happy trails. Never stop chasing. All right, so let's see if we can get this and move this over here. There's our live feed of what's happening with our chaser. All right, there's Matt. He is, if I were to try and figure out where he is, I'd probably have to ask him here relatively soon, but he is chasing this event. All right, he is out and about along the I-35 corridor near Killeen, Austin. Let's actually go ahead real quickly and let's take a look at some of the cells that are over into that general vicinity. What radar should we use for this? Let's use KGRK. Probably a little bit easier. Once again, the internet. Internet's going to be a little bit of an issue with us here right now, guys. So if it's a little bit buggy, just know it's because of that. Real quickly here. Give me 2 seconds.
4102. SO2 4102.
Command, go ahead.
All right, so hopefully that's a little bit better.
We have gas and electric. They're gonna come to
There we go.
the fire station.
But these storms over here that are now approaching the Austin areas, they are now starting to blow up. They are now starting to really congeal. And this is something to really monitor as this moves on through. I'll pull this up here on our radar, and you can see across the board we do have numerous amounts of activity here across the board. All right, numerous amounts. All these storms are really firing off, and they're really discrete in nature too. You notice how these storms have a little bit of a gap in between each of them. All right, they have a little bit of room for it to take in energy, not really fight with each other for all sorts of moisture and stuff like that. So we do have quite a lot of activity here for the most part, and we're just really gonna have to monitor this very closely. Same thing with Matt as well.
303 to command.
So let's go back to the confirmed tornado warning up top.
Have you been advised that we've got an acid tank that is smoking? Possibly need to get a hold of hazmat.
And I don't see a tornado in progress right now with the cell. It's approaching Bowie right now, but still a tornado warning for the areas over near Bowie. If you live near Bowie and Montague over here, I believe this is in Montague County, and it is Montague County. You have a tornado warning in effect until 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. All right. This is in Texas, and if you live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Just got this picture in. Someone sent this in on Twitter, so thank you so much. Once again, if you find any pictures or videos on Twitter, or if you have any pictures or videos on Twitter, please be sure to send them in to me on Twitter, at Nate_Snyder. Here's a picture of some trees down here, just north of Jacksboro. Now, this does look a bit like a bit of a dead tree, but it's a large tree regardless. You can see that. And yeah, that is definitely down, covering half of the roadway there. So we do have a lot of activity here with this. Really starting to fire off as well, so definitely something to... Definitely something to monitor as this moves about. Now, one thing I want to say here is that with this cell here, all right, it's really consistent with what's been happening in the past. If you're trying to find this tornado, okay, I gotta inform you first off. Let's go to the velocities. Here's the rotation right here. You can see the greens moving towards the radar, reds and pinks moving away. So right in the middle in that circle is where the rotation would be. Now let's change this to reflectivity, which shows us rain. And let's say you're over here in Montague, all right? You're trying to find the tornado. Well, you got to travel through all of this rain, and then even through all that rain, somewhere in that is where the tornado is. If that's not as dangerous as you can possibly get, I don't know what is. All right, you have a tornado that is completely obscured in rain, and you won't really be able to see it until it's literally on top of you. And that might even be a stretch. You might not even see it at all as it pushes on through. So it's just one of those things where you need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions, especially if you live in Bowie, in Fruitland, in Montague, in Stoneburg here in Texas. You need to go ahead and take your proper precautions because there is a tornado warning that is in effect for your area. So please be sure to get into that sturdy structure if you haven't already. One thing that I do want to say here real quickly, all right? So We've talked about this area here. We talked about all these thunderstorms. Everyone wants to know what's going to happen here in the future. All right, we'll come back to this tornado warning here in a second. Let's actually see if we can pull it up here on the side view. Let's actually do that, and let's do radar. There we go. Okay, perfect. We'll play this on loop so that people may be able to get an idea as to what this storm has been doing. And let's get an idea as to what the timings are for this event is, as this is expected to move on through. So let's take a look over here at the radar. Or actually, it might be easier for us to do this. And actually, it might be a little easier. Let's go to radar scope and put that over there. There we go. And once again, timings are above me. It is in Eastern, however. So if you guys, you know, live in Central, which most of you, I'm assuming, do, you guys are going to have to subtract an hour. You guys are going to have to subtract an hour in order for you to get an idea as to what could potentially be moving on through your area. So let's play this out through. You can see by the 4 or 5 o'clock hours, which is about right now. All right, so it's 4:30 right now, about to be 5. You can see those storms that are really starting to fire off along the I-35 corridor. That is going to continue to move on through, and then the line that is pushed off through that created the tornado along Jacksboro, that is also going to push on through towards portions of the Red River and even towards the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. These storms are expected to continue to move on through and potentially become significant in nature as this moves off towards the north and east. And then you can see the massive lines of storms here that really start to consolidate. This is your strong damaging wind risk after the fact. So this is around midnight. That'll push on through. And this is where you can get your hurricane force winds that'll push on through your general area. Now, even then after this is expected to continue to move on through into tomorrow. All right, tomorrow we have a significant event as well. We have a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale indicated in that red right within there. All right, so if you live within that red, that orange, or in that yellow, you need to definitely watch out for this event as this continues to move on through too. But if we go back to the radar here, and if we go back to the general areas, here are the lines of storms that are expected to move on through. Now, the big concern here, for the most part, is these storms out in front of the line. If these storms can form and intensify, this thing can potentially produce a tornado, and it could be even a significant tornado as well. So really something to kind of watch out for, especially as this moves on through. You can see the line also continues to push out all the way through until the latter stages of the evening hours on Tuesday. So very something that we need to continue to pay attention to very closely. And now this tornado warning here that is approaching Bowie now has a confirmed tornado warning. Now emergency management has confirmed that there is a tornado that is kind of approaching the Bowie general vicinity. Now, if I was thinking as to where the tornado would actually be, well, the original rotation in my mind has now started to deteriorate. This is where the original rotation was. You'll see it move off and towards the general vicinity of Bowie and how it weakens, all right? So you'll see those colors start to kind of fan out a little bit more, but then you have a new area of rotation here on the southern side of Bowie that really starts to kind of get a lot of traction, more or less. All right, let's go with storm motion from warning. And there it is. There you can see the actual rotation as it moves on through. It looks like it just passed Bowie by about a mile and a half, I'd say. Let's see if we can get a marker here.
Right next to the shelter, 998, Highway 380 West.
And yeah, it's about a mile to a mile and a half. It just passed Bowie. And you can zoom in here. You can see it crossed over the intersections of 287 and 81. All right, so that area did not get spared. There probably could have been a tornado that moved on through that general vicinity. But in regards to the actual residential areas, like, the central portions of downtown Bowie, it missed it by about a mile. by about a mile, more or less. So really something to watch out for, especially as this passes buoy towards the Montague and St. Joe area. All right, if you live over there, now it's your turn to start to take this very seriously, because this storm has had a history of producing numerous tornadoes. If this is correct, this is probably tornado number 4 from this very same storm. Either that or it's all been one long track tornado that has moved on through. And so it's all the more reason for you guys to really monitor this very, very closely. And man, oh man, here's a picture of the tornado that moved on through near Jacksboro. My goodness, there's a picture. And that's what the tornado looked like. That's what the tornado looked like right there. There it was. And my goodness.
Head back out 380 to assist animal control and medic 1.
And what unit are you?
Francis 43.
Copy that.
Whew. That, I mean, that right there is large. And it's rain wrapped too. Notice how close he was in order for him to actually see the tornado. Notice how close he was in order for him to actually see the tornado. Like that right there in itself is just absolutely insane. So,
You need any more help or bring another truck, Timmy?
my goodness.
Engine 10 command. 8 command, yo.
Here's some of the damage in Jacksboro. This is a part of the high school. Look at that. It's from Brian Curtis. I'll retweet that on Twitter if you want to take a look at it a little bit more in depth, but my goodness, that's a part of the gym right there in the high school. And that entire wall got blown out. Blown out. That right there, my friends, is, that's crazy.
And, rescue, y'all stay off the street there. We got them trying to get these buses of kids out.
10-4. Medic 3 to Moffett.
It looks like the buoy cell has indeed recycled. It looks like it has recycled. And if that's the case, if that is the case, we probably could be considering another tornado here relatively soon. Here in the near future. So we gotta really watch out for this very closely.
Medic 1 will be on at 380.
But my goodness. I mean, man, oh man. Yeah, this is definitely starting to recycle. Definitely could be trying to produce a new tornado over here near State Highway 59. And that's going to head off towards the Montague areas. So if you live near Montague here in Texas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your buildings. And if you're new to the channel here, please share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, try and copy the link to the live stream. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram as a post. Tell people if they live in these areas or if they know anyone who lives within these areas, they need to really watch out for the system as this moves on through. Here's another picture of the, here's another picture of the tornado here. This is near the Bowie, Texas area. My goodness. Look at that. That's the pictures that we saw from the news thing. Man. That right there, guys. That's just insane.
Copy that.
This thing's just recycling over and over and over again. As I said, I appreciate every single one of you guys for helping me get all this stuff out. Yeah, there's the picture. Wow. There's some damage over in Jacksboro. Look at that damage over there. My goodness. And this is what we can expect here today, guys. This is what we can expect here today. All right, these are the storms that can probably do more of this. We can expect more of these later on today. There it is, another tornado in progress. There's the debris signature, all right? If it's not red, it's not rain. And in this case, right there, it's debris. The tornado is lofting up trees, buildings, cars, whatever that it can pick up. And in this instance, it's telling us that it's on the ground right now. So there is a... Sheesh. Yeah, that's a tornado in progress right now.
SO to command.
My goodness.
Go ahead.
Spectrum width shows a lot of vorticity. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for eastern Wise County in north central Texas, northwestern Denton County in north central Texas.
So it's a new tornado warning south and west of the other cell over here near Paradise and Boyd. And yeah, there is definitely some rotation over here too. Look at that. Embedded supercell here along the line. You can see the hook right within there. So there is definitely something tornadic right within that storm. 100%.
Y'all give us a update. We just got on at the elementary. We're still trying to assess. It's going to be a minute.
But yeah, now this is heading towards the Decatur area and the Slidell general vicinity here in Texas. All right, so this is now starting to move off more and more. It's starting to give off more and more tornadic rotations here. The vorticity is just cranking. We're starting to get a lot of signatures here, a lot of supercells that are becoming tornadic. And this right here, north of Dallas-Fort Worth, is really starting to kind of become a bit of the beginning of a tornadic threat.
You'll have to go back to the south, maybe find Live Oak Street, and then come back west or east.
Here's an additional picture. It's like a half and half picture of the high school. We showed the one view of it looking out, but what about it looking in? Well, there you go. You can see some of the cinder blocks and the walls that have caved in here. Looking at the damage a little bit more, man, that is definitely some really upsetting footage, and I just hope that people were not hurt. As I said, I'm retweeting all this on Twitter, so if you want to send stuff to me on Twitter, please be sure to do so, all right? At me, at Nate_Snyder. It's better that way, so that way we can try and get more perspectives as to what is ongoing, especially with these storms.
EMS command to Medic 3.
Because if we can try and get that out to more and more people, we can then try and get, as many perspectives. So there's my Twitter account in the chat. If you want to send stuff to me, feel free to do that. Even if it's pictures and videos that you took yourself. If you see a storm that's approaching your area, you want to send it to me, right there is a good place to do so as well.
44 command.
So we have 2 tornado warnings ongoing right now. One of which has a confirmed tornado on it. Still has a bit of debris that is being slung around here near U.S. or actually not U.S. State Highway 59 over here in Texas. It's approaching the Monteague areas. It looks like the debris signature is kind of fanned out a little bit more, so maybe it was another one of those brief tornadoes that cycled very quickly. Supercells typically undergo this process to where it produces a tornado, and then it doesn't produce a tornado, and then really quickly it produces another one, and it just kind of goes on that cycle over and over and over again, where it produces and then it doesn't produce, and then it produces and then it doesn't produce. Now there's some instances to where you have a storm that produces just one tornado for a very long time. It doesn't appear to be like that here for today. The environment isn't exactly set up for it to be like that. However, there is the potential for multiple tornadoes, some of which could even be significant possible, and we, saw that earlier in Jacksboro. We actually have quite a few reports here that are coming in. A report here of heavy debris per firefighters, damaged buildings, mobile homes, and trees just to the south and west of Jacksboro, and then in the western portion of Jacksboro, roof collapse about a mile west of downtown Jacksboro, and then fire department reports extensive damage at the high school, which is what we did see there with our pictures on Twitter. Let's check up on the rotation with this cell over here near Decatur. Looks like the pixels are starting to tighten up a little bit over here. Could potentially be seeing a tornado with this cell as well. So definitely something to watch out with this. Maybe a brief tornado that could potentially be forming on here. You can clearly see the hook. All right, you can clearly see the classic supercellular structure and how the rain wraps around just like this. And right in the middle of that ball is where the tornado could potentially be. And if you take a look at the velocities here, the velocity scan is not updated with the updated reflectivity scan. So I have a feeling here within this next update, you'll see it start to move up here off towards the north and east. Let me see what that last ping was. And there it is. There's the update. A new mesoscale discussion concerning the thunderstorm watch. All right. So yeah, there's the rotation there. You can see reds and oranges moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if we were to signify right there as to where the rotation would be, go over to the reflectivity. It's right in the middle of that ball. And so it is definitely, shrouded in rain. No one will be able to see this. All right, this is one of those situations very similar to what happened further north. If you're out in front of this system and you're trying to figure out where the tornado is, you're trying to see it, you're trying to spot it, trying to watch it or whatnot, if it's heading right for you, you won't be able to see it until it's literally right on top of you because it is surrounded in rain. There was a picture that someone sent in earlier. I'd have to pull it up here in a second. I think actually I can pull it up here now. But it was an actual picture to where you could not see anything. He was trying to look and see as to where the where he can try and get a view of it. Let's see. Is this it? Yeah, here it is. Here's the picture right here. All right, this is what I'm talking about here, guys. You see a lot of dark clouds out in front. You see, some low-hanging clouds, and then you see nothing but rain. All right? Your depth perception, your visibility is gone once you get in there.
Stop. Use the restroom.
10-4, Matt. 10-4. As I said, just stay safe out there. Stuff could potentially get a little crazy later on. But yeah, you won't be able to see anything if you're trying to find where the tornado is with this system. All right, if you can imagine trying to spot this thing, it's literally impossible unless if you're right next to it. And even then, that's too dangerous. All right, so you need to heed the warnings of the National Weather Service and myself, some other people who may be on YouTube. All right, this is a really concerning situation. Very concerning situation, so... Trying to look through here, see if I can find anything. Oh yeah, my goodness. Here's a video. Here's a video of your tornado. And I mean, look at that, guys. How could cars be driving right into this thing? You know what? I know why. Because they don't think that's the tornado. But, I mean, you clearly see the power flash. It clearly is the tornado. They're driving unsuspectingly into the tornado itself. They don't know that that's the tornado. And they're unfortunately driving right into it. That's the sad thing about that. But my goodness. And you can clearly see all this move from left to right right here. You can see the tornado, the edge of it right there, change shape. I mean, that right there, that's an ugly tornado. And unfortunately, people got caught in the path of this. But my goodness.
Medic 1, command. Are you transporting? Yeah, 10-4, we're going to be transporting one to CHER.
The head injury that
That's unfortunate. Oh my goodness.
Our CT scanner's down at the hospital. Anything else can come to the hospital here.
Wyatt, it'll be at like 6 or 7 central.
4303 to command.
But my goodness, that's absolutely insane. Once again, if you want to see it, I'm retweeting everything that that you guys send me here on Twitter, so you guys may be able to see what's going on and stuff like that. But man, oh man. So that's the type of environment we're dealing with today. That's one tornado, or at least that's one large tornado. We've probably had more than that here with just one thunderstorm, one supercell. And so, you know, when we say that this event could potentially be dangerous, we actually mean it here, guys. All right, this is a concerning situation for people across the board. And all we ask is that people have a plan of action so that if they are in a warning of some sort, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning, whether it's a tornado warning, or whatnot, we ask that they have a plan of action so that they know where to go if situation does go awry. So, please, all right? Especially if you know anyone who lives within these areas here in Texas. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, please share this information with them. Copy the link to the live stream and share it with them so that they may be able to know that this stuff is happening. And also, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below to help me get out to more and more people on YouTube. Because that's how that works. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. If you hit that thumbs up button more and more and more, that's how we get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Essentially helping me spread the information. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. And while we're zoomed out here, we can go ahead and give you an idea as to what our risk is here for today. You can see that we have all sorts of colors here, all sorts of blobs. And a big thing here to look at is the dark green here. That is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. The yellow is a 2 out of 5. Orange is a 3 out of 5. And then the red is a 4 out of 5. All right. So if you're in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, you need to pay attention to the severe weather event today. All right. There's no doubt in my mind that you're going to get some sort of severe weather. And there's no doubt in my mind, you know, we've already had one city that got hit by a tornado. There's no doubt in my mind more cities could potentially be hit by potential tornadoes, or even, you know, large hail, strong damaging winds. Someone, somewhere within this could be impacted significantly. And so if we can continue to get this information out to as many people as possible, then hopefully more people can be prepared ahead of time for what could happen.
The block from 7th to Timber Lane on 380, and then a couple blocks deep inside each one of them. Yes, sir.
People are saying check south of Decatur. So it's the tornado warning cell over here. So we have 2 tornado warnings. All right, we have 2 tornado warnings right now. I've heard that someone is trying to figure out where this all is. All right, first off, this is in Texas. All right, but second off, this is north and west of Dallas-Fort Worth and due north of Mineral Wells in Texas. All right, so we have 1 tornado warning over here in Decatur. You can see our supercell right within here. Very nice looking supercell that probably could potentially produce a tornado here. Velocities are not exactly the best at this time, so that is the good news. But it could potentially recycle, so that is always something to monitor as this moves on through.
That everybody's out and okay, and we can put a certain color flagging out so we know them houses have been checked.
Now, after this passes through Decatur, this is eventually going to head off towards Slidell, all right? This is not going to hit Denton, all right? This specific storm right here is not going to hit Denton, okay? It is too far to the west. It is also not going to hit the Sanger areas, or at least it's more than likely not going to hit the Sanger areas. You guys could get some strong damaging winds in Sanger, but the actual tornadic rotation is more than likely not going to head off and towards your area. However, the area that it could hit is Slidell, Leo, and Era. Alright, so if you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions and getting into a sturdy structure. People are asking for Dallas-Fort Worth. That's a good question. Dallas-Fort Worth is more than likely going to get these storms, all right? No doubt about it. You can see if I play the loop here, that's just how it is. These storms are moving off in your general vicinity, okay? When this will actually start to move on through is a bit more of a harder question to answer, but still an answerable question. I would say within the next hour. Within the next hour, you guys, could probably start to see these storms start to approach your area. And in regards to what you guys can get, I would say large hail, strong damaging winds are a given. And the threat for tornadoes, there is still a possibility. So I can't say for certain that, you guys are going to get a tornado or something like that. But I still think you guys could get some activity there.
Go ahead.
Chocolate Labs, my radar is not bad. That's free of charge. So you can probably go that route if you want to. But if you want good quality radars, Radar Scope or Radar Omega.
Trying to get up there. Hey, what's going on, Nate?
Nothing much. I was just trying to finish off the last bit of the tornado warnings up north. Yeah, now's a good time to start talking to Matt here, guys. Good transition, Matt. Good transition.
Yep. Yep. So, hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get you a location of where I am. Nate, don't be mad at me. We're going a little bit further south. Kind of west of I-35. We're gonna follow stuff back, but we're gonna drop south on Ronald Reagan Boulevard towards kind of to market 1431. Kind of towards 1431. We're north of 1431. Gonna drop south on Ronald Reagan Boulevard, east of Leander, and then we're gonna get in position to kind of intercept this storm, this severe warning storm, the one that looks like right now it has the best chance to produce anything. It's got a pretty decent hook to it. Looks like it may be starting to develop a mezzo. We're trying to get in position for it. So we're gonna come out here and watch it. Maybe intercept it. We'll see, but that's kind of where we are right now. I think this is actually facing the direction I'm facing is
warning for
I believe. Yeah, we're facing due west right now.
County in north central Texas.
Yeah. I definitely do agree with you. At least those storms, all of them, in my honest opinion, they're rotating. They are all rotating. Don't get me wrong with that. So you're gonna, if you pick one storm, I don't think you can go all too wrong unless if things start to really go south in regards to, how well the updrafts hold on to each other in regards to, well, with the actual thunderstorms being right next to each other. But I think that cell, there's a cell like in Lakeway that has some good rotation, especially in the upper portions of the atmosphere with that. So I would watch out for that, probably in the best environment too, to do something. The cell down near Wimberley as well, that also has some pretty decent rotation. So I would watch out for that storm as well. But those are the two storms to really watch out for. The cell that's off near Dripping Springs, I wouldn't really get into a whole lot. It does have rotation, but it's kind of suffering a little bit because the other two storms are really choking it out. So if you were trying to figure out as to which storm would be the storm to really watch out for, those two, And then if you really wanted to drop super far south, this one would probably be the storm that's heading off towards College Station later on. So, if you wanted to drop south for this storm later on, much later on, this storm would be the one to do so. And it's the one that's right along I-10 near Seguin, so.
Seguin. Yeah, he's talking about the one down here by Seguin.
Seguin, yeah.
Or Seguin.
That one's. Yeah, that one's the one that's real far. That's real far south. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
That's a venture.
By the time we get there, that thing's already close to.
The end of its life cycle.
Yeah,
recycle.
probably something like that.
Yeah, so.
Because that's about 2 hours from where we are. So
Right,
that's a
right.
bit of a trek.
So, but, so you're saying you're going to go to the cell that's near Lakeway, correct?
I'm trying to see which one is that.
That's the one that's.
Lakeway's up here. Lakeway's
Is it
right
the north?
here.
Is it the north one?
No, it's the one that's heading towards Cedar Park. It's this one right here. Because here's Lakeway. Here's
Yeah,
that cell.
okay, yeah, okay, yeah. I think we're heading towards the Lakeway zone right now.
We are. We're going to be, because 1431 comes out into Cedar Park, so we're going to intercept that right where that rotation would.
Yeah,
it
we're
stays
gonna
on
end
its
up pretty
current
much.
path. We're going to be right underneath it.
Yeah, we'll be on the northern cell, kind of just southwest of Lakeway, south of Briarcliff. That area. That's the one we're going after right now. Everything
Yeah.
else is kind of too far. We'll let it come up to the north, but if we try to go down too far south and we miss out, then we miss out. That's the issue, because those cells down towards like San Marcos and whatnot, those are another hour and a half, 2 hours away. So I think really right now the play for us is going to be this northern cell. It's kind of starting. Looks like it may be trying to separate itself from the others. It's kind of got a little bit of a mezzo. So we'll kind of.
Because I think you're right. Because I think these are starting to.
Yeah, I think it's.
They're getting walled off by whatever's preventing it from moving forward, and our cell is beginning to dominate out in the clean air.
Yeah. So I think this looks like it animating the radar scope right now. We've got a tablet up here watching radar scope. I've got it animated. It looks like this northern cell may be starting to seclude itself from the other storms. It may be trying to break off. It actually does look like that right now.
It's just like in
From the
that.
animations.
I really hate to use this reference, but it's just like a NASCAR. When a car is trying to go from second to first to get out in front of clean air, what it does is it slipstreams past, and then it's going to jet right out in front of the clean air.
Exactly.
And then once it's caught in the clean air, it's
gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
exactly what's happening here.
I think that's the play for now. I think because right now this is Ronald Reagan Boulevard that we're on right now. It's kind of leading up towards 1431. This is called 2243. Farm to Market Road 2243 is where we are officially.
Yeah.
Dropping south towards 1431. So
one thing I will say, if that cell does end up rooting, because right now it's still, it's still maturing as a supercell. If it does root, it probably will follow along the U.S. Highway 79 general vicinity. So you will have a northeast option the entire time to parallel this cell as it continues to mature.
Thing is that we're going to have to. I think what we're going to have to do is when we hit 1431, we're going to have to take a left, double back down 1431, and then
turn around and just
no, head south down. Down
35?
I almost said 75. This is not Ohio. Head south down 35 to 79, and then bound
79 over. Yeah.
towards Hutto and Taylor.
That may be the play, honestly. The issue that I'm worried about is that these other storms may block off our view, but
I don't think they will.
I think that's what we're gonna do, Nate. We're gonna end up coming up here to oh, look at that. Look at that new scan.
Yeah.
Look at that new scan.
I'm telling you right now, like, here's what's going to happen. Round 1, block off. Round 2, out the gate later.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's going
jeez.
on.
Yeah, those storms are definitely rotating a lot. All right, keep me updated, Matt. Remember, Zillow, get my attention. I'm going to talk about the other tornado warnings a bit further north.
Okay. 10-4.
All right, so that was Matt. And he's currently over here, right? So for people who are trying to understand as to what we were just talking about, okay? He's over here in this general vicinity, and they're going to be chasing this supercell right over here that's over near Lakeway, okay? This storm is moving off towards the north and east, but eventually it'll start to curl off towards the kind of east-northeast general vicinity. And so they're going to try and get into position here to see this storm. I mean, just by looking at presentation, this thing looks so good right now. So, I have no doubt that this thing is probably going to try and, amplify a little bit more. No doubt in my mind, actually, that actually could be the case here. So we're just going to have to really watch out for how this thing continues to move on through. Let's see if we can get our other radar up on this. And it's actually not bad. Velocities are intensifying, though. The inflow is pretty strong. I will say the inflow is pretty strong. So, we'll just have to see as this continues to move on through. We'll just have to see how this thing continues to materialize as this moves off towards the north and east. All right, let's go back to the tornado warnings up to the north. I remember we are still dealing with tornado warnings across the board, or at least 2 tornado warnings here in some of these areas. We have one that just passed north of the Bonita areas, heading off towards the Red River general vicinity into Oklahoma near the Courtney, the Orr, the Wilson, and the Leon general areas. If you live over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. You can clearly see the rotation. Bright reds and pinks moving away from the radar, and of course greens are moving towards right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would actually be. So Courtney or Wilson, even Ardmore, that general vicinity near I-35 could potentially see some tornadic rotation. So we're really going to have to watch out for how this thing continues to move off further, and it'll be approaching that that US Highway 70 general time frame in about 40, I'd say 35-40 minutes. So if you guys live over there, definitely something to watch out for. Could still potentially be something tornadic that could exist within that storm. Moving off a bit further down to the south, the cell that is approaching Slidell is now starting to look a little bit more interesting in character. The actual rotation is not as good as it once was. This one actually has been battling a lot of rotation here for the most part, and so it's not too organized at the moment. That is the good news. It is not too organized, but still it is approaching areas that do have populace: Slidell, Leo, Era, and Valley View, as well as Interstate 35. Interstate 35 is going to be in the general pathway of this. So if you know anyone who lives over here, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So once again, as I said, I'll be continuing to cover this live all the way throughout the entirety of the event. Please be sure to share this with as many people as possible, because to try and continue to get the information out, because we've seen, all sorts of tornadoes here. All right, all sorts of stuff here that have came across. Let's see. Man, oh man, that was some substantial damage. Yeah, look at this damage here, guys. Look at this damage here in Bowie, Texas. You can see walls blown out side of it. That was probably from the edge of the tornado too. You can even see damage, the debris on other sides of the parts of the yard here. So we got stuff from that. We've got earlier the video of the tornado here. Let me go down and try and find it here. Gotta scan on through. I'll show that here in a second when we are in a good time. There it is. Here's the video. Here's the video that I want to show you all. For the people who are new, this is the tornado that went near Jacksboro and Bowie. And you can see the outline of the tornado right here. You can see the power flashes. And you can even see cars going into the tornado. They didn't even know that this was the tornado. And unfortunately, they went right into it. So we're just going to have to hope that, this stuff doesn't happen later on. But unfortunately, the potential for it is possible. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Jefferson County in southern Oklahoma, northwestern Love County in southern Oklahoma.
All right, so there you go. There's your new tornado warning, and it is in Oklahoma now. So the storm has officially crossed into another state in Oklahoma. Pull this up here real quickly. And there we go. Pull up KTLX radar so that we may be able to see something. Hopefully, we are in a good viewing point to see what exactly this rotation is.
Medical on command.
So we'll pull it up here. Give it a second. There it is. Looks like we're looking up pretty high in the sky. So let's see if Frederick is a little bit better. See if Frederick is a little bit better. And it is. It is a little bit better, so let's see. Yeah, there is some pretty decent rotation with that cell. There's actually some pretty strong rotation with that cell. So, something to really watch out for. Maybe could potentially be a little bit of a debris signature, but I can't say for certain. But if there is a tornado, it would be approaching the Courtney and Leon areas. So if you live near Courtney, if you live near Leon in Oklahoma, and along the border of Oklahoma and Texas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Geez, we have a severe destructive warning. Oof. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and tennis ball sized hail. That was over down there near I-10. That's pretty crazy. Wow. But yeah, velocities are looking really nice. There's a new tornado warning. And it's another
Tornado
extension.
warning for Cook County in north central Texas.
Cook County in north central Texas, you are under a tornado warning. And that includes Gainesville. Gainesville, Texas here. It's that same cell that was over near Slidell. All right, the same cell is moving off towards the north and east, moving off into towards your general area. So you guys really need to watch out for this. Still looking tornadic. This one hasn't really produced a tornado, but that could easily change, especially with, what has happened here today. So many tornadoes have formed. It's been rotating. It's been cycling so that we've had, multiple tornadic rotations at the same time. We just got all sorts of stuff here that is, likely going to continue to exist, and we need to continue to, get the word out. So if you guys live in Slidell, Leo, Era, Valley View, Gainesville here in Texas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This one does actually have quite a bit of rotation though here, at least according to the radar from Fort Worth. So something that we're really going to have to monitor as this moves on through. But the good news is right now is that it's over a relatively rural area here in Texas. So that is really good news. But still, quite a few tornado warnings at this time has been issued. And guys got to continue to get into a proper structure, sturdy structure. Big thing there. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I want to go over to... Let's go to Central Texas's radar here. And this cell over here that's over near Lakeway is starting to rotate in the upper portions of the atmosphere. This thing might actually try and produce a tornado here on its approach to Round Rock and Austin. Alright, so we could be seeing a supercell here that is approaching a major populous area. A major populous area here. That is, that's pretty concerning. We have quite the supercell here that is really trying to develop. So we just gotta hope that,
It's about to come into a pretty major metro, too. It's coming into Round Rock and Georgetown. There's a lot of people here, so we may need to take priority on this one.
that was Matt. Yeah, this one is looking really nice in the upper levels. This thing is probably going to start rotating more and more. Good call on trying to chase this one. Be safe out there. Try and dodge the traffic if you can.
Command for medic 2.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is...
Yes, sir, you got an assignment.
That is definitely some rotation. 100% some tornadic rotation that is approaching the Austin and Round Rock general vicinity. Is there a... do any of you guys know if there is a sky cam in Austin at all? If there is a sky camera in Austin, we might be able to... get an idea as to what's happening down there from not just Matt, because we do have his feed here. I'll pull that up here for everyone to see. Here's Matt. All right, he's currently chasing. He's currently near the general vicinity of Round Rock. We'll pull this up here. But if there is a sky camera over there, pull up Texas dot. Yeah, I might be able to see it here in a bit. Yeah, there is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas. Yeah, over 3,000 joules per kilogram of most unstable CAPE. 121 meters squared per second squared of 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity.
Nate, we may need to go priority on this cell. The mesocyclone is starting to develop really intensely. You may get warned soon, just so you know.
Yeah, go for it. Just try and avoid, if you can, try and figure out a way so that you might be able to get through all the traffic, because you're in an area right now that is probably going to get infested here soon. And this is exactly what we talked about last night, so just take care, all right? So yeah, he's heading directly towards the storm now. And we have a supercell that is approaching the Austin, Round Rock, Texas Metro. And he's heading straight for it. He's heading straight for it. I have a sky cam south of Austin. If you can send that to me on Twitter or on Discord, either or. Here's some more damage over in Bowie, Texas. And I mean, look at this. Look at this damage over here. The top right-hand part of your screen.
Nobody's injured. You're okay. Right. And how did you hear about the tornado? Did you know it was coming, or?
Yeah, look, some of the damage to the farm. Look at that. That right there is the big thing. That's really crazy. Sheesh. Yeah, as I said, I'm retweeting everything that I see on Twitter. All right, everything that I see on Twitter.
Thanks, sir.
I'm
Command to Liceville 7444.
I'm retweeting and I'm showing you guys. So
Command, go ahead, Liceville.
new tornado warning. Oh, it's the cell south of Austin.
Tornado warning for Central Hays County in south central Texas.
Ooh. I'm actually wondering why they issued a warning on that cell of all cells. Because that cell, in my opinion, probably wasn't the cell they needed to warn. I'm going to be completely honest. So that's a new tornado warning here for the cell that is near the San Marcos area and the Wimberley areas.
Yo, Nate, I'm definitely targeting that most southern cell that's northeast of San Antonio. Looks like it's going to stay completely discreet, and it's moving into a very favorable environment right in my direction. I'll update you in a bit.
Yeah, 10-4, that's going to be heading towards College Station. And of course, right around when you get towards the 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock hours, it's going to be in a peak environment. It's probably going to produce one over there as well. So stay on that one. Matt's going to be a little bit further north, and then he might drop a little bit further south if he can catch something. So just keep that in mind.
Went Thor's fire to Jack County Command. Go ahead. Just gonna advise y'all, we spoke with one of y'all's firemen here north of town on 281, and we are...
So let's see. We got some sky cameras over here in Austin. Let's see if I can pull it up here.
we're gonna be putting this up
There we go. All right, so here's some of the sky cams. I'm gonna actually favorite this in my camera collection. Yeah, there we go. And as I said, we do have a new tornado warning. We do have a new tornado warning out. So that is something to watch out for.
I got contacted by a gentleman in Tarrant that
Austin eye camera. All right, so that's moving from south.
and advised that he has...
Looks like motion is moving general directions. I don't think we'll be able to see a whole lot from that camera, but still, these are really interesting for me to watch out for and notice. And yeah, I think I could possibly even use some of these cameras, so I'll watch out for that very closely. I'll watch out for it and see what's going on. So we have a chaser that's on the cell that is over there. Oh, we just got a reported. Wow, so tornado now in progress. It went observed, and they said a radar confirmed tornado. It's probably better if we use San Antonio's radar here. So that's probably the reason why they issued it. And yeah, there it is. There's the little brief tornado. It was a little brief one. There it is. That was indeed a tornado. Little small one right there. So yeah. Definitely a good reason as to why they issued the tornado warning in general. And yeah, this is now heading towards the Wimberley areas, the San Leanne areas, as well as the Bear Creek and Dripping Springs general vicinity. And this is right near the general area of Austin. All right, this is north and east of San Antonio. It's heading towards the Austin general area. This is a big-time storm here that's really going to start to try and develop here soon. That cell that is near the Seguin areas in Kingsbury, oh boy, that's some really strong rotation in the upper portions of the atmosphere. And there's the new tornado warning for it. There's a tornado warning for it.
Tornado warning for southwestern Caldwell County in south central Texas, Guadalupe County in south central Texas.
Jeez. So yeah, there's the new tornado warning for it. Caldwell and Guadalupe counties here in Texas. I mean, there's just going to be more and more tornado warnings, guys. This is expected to be the case here. All right, we're expecting to get more and more activity as this continues to move on through. And that's the reason why we're trying to tell you guys, hey, please spread this information with as many people as possible. All right. We were talking about earlier on in the stream with how the stuff over in Jacksboro, that was in the 2 out of 5 and the 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. And how, if that's what happened over there, what could potentially happen here in the 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale when stuff actually gets into the best environment out of this entire event. And here we are now. They're sounding the alarms because there are now 2 new tornado warnings that have been issued across this entire area. So please, all right, if you guys live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, man, oh man.
Go ahead. Jason, the Charlie side is going to be working off attack 2 because none of my units have any other channels.
Seguin. So it's Seguin or Seguin. That's how it's pronounced, Seguin. So if you live near Seguin in Kingsbury, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now because this storm is rotating. This thing could potentially produce a tornado here. If not now, then a little bit later. All right, that is the big thing here. And look at that, man. You know, I kind of want to try something here. We just got a new update from IEMBot, though. Severe Thunderstorm Watch 55 has been issued. Where is that? I have no clue where that got issued. So we'll come back to that in a... Oh, Oklahoma. It just popped up now. Just popped up. So yeah, Oklahoma's now in a severe thunderstorm watch. I want to do a 3D of the cell. I want to do a 3D of it, and then we'll go back to the tornado warning that is off near the border of Oklahoma and Texas here. But I want to do a 3D of the cell. I want to do a 3D of it.
Medic 1 County.
And I want to do ISO surface. And man, oh man, look at that inflow notch right there. It's not fully formed quite yet. But man, you can see that inflow notch all right. Look at that. The cave characteristic where all that warm, moist air gets channeled right into the inflow notch. Oh yeah. There it is. You can clearly see that. Clearly see where the supercell is channeling all that energy in the atmosphere. So yep, that is that's a bona fide supercell, all right. And then the storm off to the north that produced the brief tornado doesn't seem to be rotating as much anymore. But the cell that's over there near Bee Cave and Westlake Hills, approaching the Austin general vicinity, that thing is really starting to rotate. I mean, my goodness. So we'll continue to watch out for that very closely whenever we can. Let me go a bit further south. Whew. Yeah, there are so many people on this cell right now. There's a chaser convoy that's going towards Round Rock right now. Huge chaser convoy. Trying to see if I can find Matt in any of this. I cannot. But my goodness. I mean, there's just so many areas of rotation that is starting to develop. There's so many tornado warnings. We have 5 tornado warnings right now. 5 tornado warnings ongoing at this time. And, you know, I told you guys, I said, this event probably can, you know, could potentially produce some strong tornadoes. And they'd probably start, you know, they would allow thunderstorms to form at its peak, at its strongest. That's when it would allow it to start to form, okay? That's what it's doing right now. All right. If you guys paid attention to my video last night, that's exactly what I said. And this is exactly what's happening right now. All right. The storms in Austin are now forming. They are now relatively significant, for the most part at least. The storms that are off towards the north, that was near Jacksboro and Bowie, those were significant. And so we're just going to have to continue to monitor this event very, very closely as this moves on through. The cell that is off near Orr and Wilson, that has started to deteriorate. So that is the good news. The cell that's in Oklahoma is now kind of gone for the most part. It's still, you know, it's still alive, but the rotation is not. So that's the good news. The cell near Era, however, all right, the cell near Era, this is, you know, really starting to ramp up, really starting to do so. So, gotta watch out very closely for this as this moves on through. And it's rain wrapped too, all right? This entire rotation here, look at this. Reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, big time rotation over here near Era. And this thing might be producing a tornado here soon. This thing probably could be producing a tornado. But notice how the rotation was right in here, and notice all the reds all around it. What this basically means here, guys, what this basically means is that this entire tornado is rain wrapped. All right, so if you are in, like, say, Gainesville, all right, where the tornadic rotation is heading right towards, okay? If you're in Gainesville, Lindsay, Oak Ridge, listen up. If you're trying to find the tornado, you're not going to find it unless it's literally right on top of you. That's the best way for me to break it to you guys. You won't be able to see this tornado if it's on the ground, or if it ever does go on the ground, unless if it's literally right on top of you, because it is surrounded in so much rain. There is so much rain around it, you will not be able to see it until it is literally on top of you. So it's all the more reason for you now to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. And this thing could potentially be producing a tornado here too, guys. So I would not be surprised. I'll come back to the storm here in a second. But Lindsay, Gainesville, Oak Ridge, Callisburg, as well as areas near Thackerville and Dexter. There it is. Just got confirmed. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. There it is. So we just said that it probably could produce a tornado. The report just came in that a tornado is in progress. Just came in that a tornado is in progress. And as I said, this thing is rain wrapped. You won't be able to see it coming. So because this tornado is in progress right now and it is rain wrapped, if you are out in front of this cell near Gainesville and Lindsay, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And that's the reason, guys, why I keep saying, hey, we need to spread this information with as many people as possible. You know, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, because if they run out of power, if they don't have cable, they can go onto the internet, they can go onto social media and try and find sources that are helpful to them. So if we can get our live stream out to them, it'd be so much more beneficial to them, especially if they're trying to make decisions. If they're in a tornado warning. So please be sure to do that. And by hitting the like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to help me get this out to more and more people. All right. Dallas-Fort Worth radar did not go down. People are saying tornado on the ground on the Oklahoma cell. I'm not exactly too sure. The rotation is non-existent, so it probably is the Gainesville cell that they're on. Let's go over back towards Central Texas. See what these storms are doing over here. And once again, all right, we do have quite a bit of rotation here. with most of these storms. This second storm right here is really rotating rather fast. In the upper portions of the atmosphere, it's rapidly rotating. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for north central Love County in southern Oklahoma.
Oh, so it's a different cell. It's a different cell that they issued the tornado warning for in Oklahoma. It's the cell over here near Marietta. So this right here, this is the one that's confirmed from weather spotters. There it is, and that's heading off towards the Overbrook area. So if you're near Overbrook and Ardmore, Overbrook and Ardmore, you need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions if you haven't already. Because that storm is definitely gonna really start ramping up here soon, especially since it's already produced a tornado. So if you guys live over here near Overbrook, Ardmore, Marietta, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Remember, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Let's turn this off now. And is there anything that we can see from any of the sky cams here? Austin Tower camera doesn't show a whole lot because the rain is kind of enveloping it. So don't really have too much to look at. Santa Rita Ranch, Signer Ranch Steakhouse camera, and then, of course, the traffic camera. But we don't have a whole lot with that. Let's go over to San Antonio here. And that cell, yeah, the cells that are over there near Round Rock could be potentially trying to form here soon. But that cell over there near Kingsbury and Seguin, or Seguin. Oh boy. That thing is rotating all over the place. That thing is rather significant. Jeez.
Yo Nate, I'm intercepting the cell near Seguin. I'm going, let's see, I'm about 15 miles from Smithville right now, and I'm attacking this cell hard. And yeah, the Seguin cell should be pretty nice, and it honestly has that chance of producing that long track torrent.
All right, so where is Smithville? That's the real question. Smithville, Texas. That is... All right, so that's right there on 71. Oh, and he's going that way. Okay, so yeah, he's pretty close. He's over here. And he's heading this way. So he's the closest out of everyone that I know, professional storm chasers or not, that is heading to this storm. So yeah, he's probably going to get that. He's probably going to get this storm. Yeah, 10-4, man. You probably are going to be one of the only ones on this thing, so you'll be able to have not a whole lot of convergence. Stay safe out there. This thing, as you said, is probably going to do it. So just be safe out there if you can. But yeah, man, that cell is going off. That cell over in Seguin is really going. And yeah, he's on the approach over there. He's going to try and see if he can get it. Because everyone else over here, all right, this is what we're looking at right now. All of these red dots, these are all storm spotters and chasers. And they're all up here near the Austin and Round Rock area. They're looking at this supercell right here that is now starting to become a little bit more rain-wrapped. And so... yeah. Yeah, this thing could definitely be getting it. All right, let's go back up to Dallas-Fort Worth. As we said, we had our chaser that's moving up into that area. We'll come back with him in a bit. But this over here, Gainesville. All right, this thing, has had a reported tornado on the ground. It's had a reported tornado on the ground as that continued to move on through. So if you're in Gainesville and Lindsay, all right, we've already said that you guys are probably going to get hit by the cell. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Hays County in South Central Texas,
Austin.
South Central Travis County in South Central Texas.
So now a new tornado warning for Austin. Wow. So we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, Gainesville, Lindsay, if you're up there, you need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions if you haven't already. All right. You have no time whatsoever to fool around. So you need to get into a sturdy structure. All right. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right. Let's go back to the Austin cell. San Antonio. And yeah, tornado warning for Austin itself. And it looks like there is some rotation in the upper portions of the atmosphere. So yeah, this thing could potentially try and do it eventually. So really something to say the least. Let's go over to Matt. Let's go over to Matt, see what he is doing over there. Our good old pal Matt. And let's say hi. How do, Matt?
Well, we're kind of sitting here just on the same cell, kind of the one it's literally coming into Round Rock right now. It looks like maybe the meso could be trying to ramp up again. We're
20 minutes from Bergstrom. So if we go south, we could get to Austin Bergstrom from here.
Well, we could drop south on that tornado warning storm, but there's our meso site. Matter of fact, hold on, because I can actually see a lot of you can actually see the wall cloud from it. Do you see the wall cloud right here?
Yeah, barely.
Barely. You can barely see it. It's like way off in the distance, Nate.
Yeah,
You can barely see it. There's actually a wall cloud way off in the distance. This is a bunch of scud and whatnot feeding into the storm. Here, matter of fact, here.
All right, let's go. Yeah, it is.
So yeah, that's what they see right now, right in front of the storm. Yeah, I do see maybe a potentially some lowering in the base there. Right now, they're north of Austin.
Hey,
yeah.
hey, here. So what I'm looking at right now, Nate, I'm looking out right out here, out this way. There looks to either be maybe a wall cloud with some scud rising into it, or maybe possibly like a funnel cloud. I'm looking at radar right now. That mesocyclone is actually redeveloping pretty intensely, pretty quickly. So we're looking off right here. This is probably our wall cloud. It's off in the distance. It's hard to see, but it's moving right towards us, and we're going to start to have a better view of it here pretty soon.
If we're going to get it, we're going to have to get on 45. We're going to have to get out on the toll road and get up to 45.
Yeah, I mean, right now that's what we're sitting on State Highway 130 toll road. There's the ramp right here to get on the toll road. What we're thinking about doing is getting a little bit further down the toll road, dropping back south, and we can get in position to kind of get a better view.
Go south and then west.
We'll go south and a little bit west and kind of get a better view of it. But that's definitely a wall cloud back here. That's what we're looking at right up back here in this area where this rain-free base is. You've got your rain over here. You got your rain-free base. There's a wall cloud in there as well. That's kind of what we're watching right now. I'm looking at radar right now. You can definitely see the
tornado warning
definitely intensifying on radar.
Tarrant County in north central Texas.
The city limits of Round Rock. So I would go ahead and say, even though there's no warning, if anybody in stream right now is in Round Rock, I would go ahead and take your precautions. I really would. That's not something you want to play with today. Parameters are in place for strong tornadoes, and they can develop really quickly. I would say if you're in the city limits of Round Rock or even just outside of Round Rock, I would start getting ready to get to your safety places.
Yep. Yep, and that's all those storms down along that line. All of them are tornadic. Sam actually is heading towards the cell that is along I-10, so he's gonna actually catch on to the big supercell down there. He'll tell me what's going on, and I'll relay that message to you. Right now, we do have a tornado warning here along basically just the giant line of storms, if you will, the giant QLCS that is now starting to develop and approach Dallas-Fort Worth. New tornado warning for Tarrant County in Texas. That will be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I'll catch back up with you here in a bit, Matt. I'm going to go Of course, my audio had to bug out there for you, but as I said, I'll catch back up with you here in a second, Matt. I'm going to talk about these other tornado warnings here.
All right, give me 1 second.
So yeah, we got a tornado warning over here for the general area of the Dallas-Fort Worth general vicinity. And look at this. We got big line of storm, but we do have quite a bit of rotation here. If we go back a scan here, and you can see, look at this. There could have been a brief tornado right along over there near the Interstate 820 general vicinity, near the Haltom City general area, and the Richland Hills heading off towards Melody Hill. So could potentially be a brief tornado that existed right along that general area. If you guys live over there, as well as the Watauga, the Colleyville, the Grapevine general vicinity, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go over to the cell that is near San Antonio. The cell near Kingsbury. And yeah, this thing is probably on the ground right now. Yeah. That might be a tornado debris signature. Might be a tornado debris signature right there near Kingsbury. And yeah, that might be a tornado in progress right now. Right along I-10. Right along I-10. So if you're along I-10 right now and you're driving east on I-10 from Seguin, all right? If you're driving east from Seguin, stop what you're doing right now, all right? Stop what you're doing right now. If you have rain in front of you, do not drive into it. Do not drive into it right now. There is a tornado in progress inside that rain. Inside all of that rain. And it is continuing to move on through and more than likely produce something. So do not drive into that rain. Yeah, velocities right there are looking very strong.
Hey Nate, I got a pretty nice wall cloud on that cell going into Round Rock right now.
Alright, so Matt's got a wall cloud with that cell over heading off towards this is the general vicinity of Round Rock. Round Rock has a little bit of rotation over there as well. We've got all sorts of activity here that is really starting to fire off. Traffic cameras. If anyone can get like a picture of the traffic camera or like a link of the traffic camera for me to click, probably would be a little bit easier. Traffic cameras over here. Looking through Paris, San Angelo, San Antonio. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for North Central Williamson County in South Central Texas.
The cell north of Matt. So the cell north of them got tornado warned, but the cell that they're on did not get tornado warned. Jeez. They are really trying to find...
Nate, we're going to be inbound on the storm within the next 20 minutes or so. It has every characteristic of it's about to drop a significant tornado.
Oh my...
Screaming Eagle.
Tornado warning.
Nate, take my stream real quick if you can, please.
County in South
I got a beefy wall cloud.
Northeastern Guadalupe County in South Central Texas. northeastern Gonzales County in south
Guys.
central Texas.
Everything is firing off right now. Everything. All right, this storm right here near Gerald, that's probably going to produce a significant tornado. This might be on the ground right now. All right, sounds good. Keep me updated. There might be a tornado on the ground near Gerald, so I'll watch out for that as well. Where's Matt? Your feed's kind of cutting in and out just a little bit. But if anything, the storm that's north of you, that's approaching Gerald, might have a tornado on it, and it might be a significant one as well. Jeez, there are, like, it's all over the place right now, guys. There are so many tornado warnings. There's 6 tornado warnings at this time right now here. And, you know, all of these are firing off now. Let's go to the cell that's over here along Kingsbury. This thing has significant rotation. Probably could be producing a tornado here soon. So we're going to watch out for that really closely, very closely. Massive hook here. You can see the supercell wrapping around just like this, right inside the ball right here. That's where the tornado could potentially be. It's heading towards the Luling and Harwood general area, all right? If you live over in that general area, you need to really watch out, all right? Let's go to Matt here. Let's undeafen myself.
Hey, Nate. All right,
Yep.
look, we're looking off the cell coming into Round Rock right now. It's about to cross the interstate right here. We've got a beefy wall cloud right here. It's starting to. It's crossing the interstate back here. Yeah, it's back this. Look at that. You can see the rotation right here above me. This rotation, it's all feeding into the storm. You've got your wall cloud right back here behind this Walmart way off in the distance. It's starting to become a rain rat wall cloud, but that's where your inflow. It's all feeding into this. It's all starting to rotate. So I'm actually about to have to put in a report. But that's a rotating wall cloud crossing the interstate right now. I-35. If you're in Round Rock, I'd go ahead and get in your safe place. Like I've already said. Look at this temper. Look at yeah. You've got these this inflow and stuff feeding around. You've got this rotation. I can see it feeding in right here. I don't know if you can tell on stream, but it's definitely very obvious in person. It's very obvious in person. Way back off here in the distance behind this Walmart, you've got a rain rat wall cloud. It's definitely rotating. I'm watching it right now. It's got a ton of scud feeding into it. Here's your rain band right here off to the side. You've got it's definitely starting to try. So this one, it's about to cross the interstate right now, and it's getting ready to try. So anybody in, like I said, if you're east of Round Rock, I would get ready.
Yeah, Matt. Okay, so from now on, there's so many tornado warnings going on right now. First off, the Gerald cell now is PDS. Second off, the cell down near Luling, that's starting to go. And then your cell's probably going to go tornado warned here soon. We have 7 tornado warnings ongoing right now. So let's try and do a lightning round with reports and just give me updates as to where you're at. So where are you at right now?
Right now, I'm sitting on State Highway 130 toll road, dropping south. We're going to end up getting to State Highway 45.
No. We will not make 45 in time.
We're not going to 45?
No, because look at that. That thing is going to scuttle 45 hard.
Okay.
If we go into that, we're going to punch right at it. So we're either going to have to keep it 130 and head down to like 70.
We might have just cut them off, or they might have just been cut off there. So that's
Just
that was Matt over there. Once again, we got so many tornado warnings in progress right now. We have 7 tornado warnings, one of which in Gerald, which is probably a significant tornado ongoing at this time. You can see the significant rotation here as this gets closer and closer. Your reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. You know, once again, this cell right here is heading straight for the I-35 corridor, right here near Gerald, north of the Georgetown general vicinity. So if you live near Gerald, if you live near the Salado area, Holland, Bartlett, as well as the Little River Academy along State Highway 95. You need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And look at that. Look at that. That right there tells me everything I need to know. This is probably on the ground right now. And if it's not, it's going to get a lot more significant. This is some significant rotation. Very significant rotation. All right? There are so many tornado warnings right now. So many tornado warnings across the board. So if you're in a tornado warning right now, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's head off to the south here, towards the general vicinity of Seguin, I believe that's how it's pronounced. And that has a confirmed tornado on it now. All right, so that is a, oh boy. Yeah, that is a, that's a confirmed tornado, all right. That is a, that's a debris ball. There's the debris ball. And this is a PDS as well. So we have 2 PDS tornado warnings now. 2 PDS tornado warnings. But yeah, there's the debris ball right within there. You can see the debris being lofted up by the tornado. If we go to the velocities, yeah, you can see it. The velocities are right on top. Green's moving towards the radar, which is to the left. Red's moving away, which is to the right. The counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornadic rotation would be. And yeah, this thing is on the ground. This thing is producing a tornado. And this thing is a significant tornado right now. That is the reason why they have issued a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Luling, Stairtown, Harwood, and Delhi. If you live in those areas along Interstate 10, U.S. Highway 183.
Nate, I got a big tornado on the ground, large tornado on the ground.
Who is that? Matt just said large tornado. Where's this at? Where's this at? Matt says he's got a large tornado on the ground. Matt says he's got a large tornado on the ground. I'm trying to see. He doesn't have his camera up at the moment. But he says he's reporting a large tornado on the ground right now. And it might be that round rock cell. Might be the round rock. So we have a chaser who is saying that there is more than likely a large tornado in progress. We're trying to see if we can get him here. Let's go to the Central Texas. Yeah, that might be a tornado on the ground. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground. So Matt's got a tornado on the ground right now. Let's see if we can catch it.
Tornado warning for northeastern Cook County in north central Texas, northwestern Grayson County in north central Texas.
I got a large tornado on the ground.
We're southbound.
Hold on.
Southbound 130 toll road heading on to 45.
Southeastern Travis County in south central Texas.
Yep, there it is. There it is. There's the tornado. Yep, there it is. That's on the ground. Holy, big time tornado.
I'd like to report a large 35. Crossing I-35.
Crossing I-35.
There it is. Big time tornado. That's crossing I-35 right now, approaching the Round Rock area. If you live along U.S. Highway 79 near Hutto, you have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in progress moving through your area, and we see it live right on the feed right there. All right, our chaser is currently catching that tornado right in front of you. That's a large tornado that is heading straight for Hutto. That's in Texas, north of Austin. This is near the Round Rock areas here in Texas.
My God, this is large, dude. Jesus Christ. That's a massive tornado on the ground, guys. Anybody in the city limits of Round Rock, east of Round Rock, Hutto, you guys need to be underground right now.
I know.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
That is a...
Yep. That is a large tornado right there. And And it looks like it's getting rain wrapped too.
Tornado, guys, right here. Massive tornado.
Tornado warning for southeastern Williamson County in
We're
South
losing him a
Central
little
Texas,
bit, but you guys get the
northeastern
drift. You
Travis
saw how
County in
large the
South
tornado
Central
was.
Texas.
You saw how significant it was, and you saw how it's starting to become rain wrapped too. That's the big thing here, is that if you guys are trying to find the tornado, it's going to start to become more and more rain wrapped. You won't be able to see this thing coming. All right, so we got a confirmed tornado that we just saw here live on screen. That was a large tornado too.
Large, massive tornado. Massive tornado. Across I-35. You can see the rising scud into it. That is a large tornado on the ground. It's starting to get rain wrapped. You can't see it anymore. It's starting to get too rain wrapped. It's right here. It's somewhere in this area. You can't really see it anymore, but it's somewhere over in this area. You got a large tornado in there. Very large, very extremely dangerous. It's in heavy population areas. It has a large tornado in there, guys. I see it. Here's the back edge. The back edge right here of it. Kind of a secondary right there. You gotta watch that. You gotta watch that for sure.
Tornado warning for Central
This is a
Bell
large
County,
tornado, guys.
Central
Massive
Texas.
CC drop on radar. This is very dangerous. Very dangerous. You can see it across the interstate somewhere around here. So you can barely see it anymore.
Let's see if I can pull it up here. Put it at the top right-hand part of my screen. But yeah, man, that was a large tornado. That was a large tornado that moved on through. And my goodness.
That's not updating. We haven't got. Oh my gosh, that was a large tornado. Oh, that was huge. I'm getting off at AW Grimes. That was a massive tornado.
Yeah.
It's still on the ground. Look, it's still on the ground. It's still on the ground, Nate. It's a massive CC drop. I can barely see it. We've lost visibility, but it's off back here to where I'm pointing the stream at. It's off back that way somewhere. It's still on the ground. It's massive.
Yeah. I'm trying to see.
We got fire. We got fire. Debris falling out of the sky. Debris falling. Dude. Debris falling out of the sky. Fucking honk my horn. I'm about to lose my mind.
We got some cameras. I'm seeing some people. Yeah, there's a tornado that's going right in front of the camera right now. There's a camera. I don't have a camera on me. But yeah, there's like a large tornado that's moving on through. Yeah, it's right there. So it's still going, and it's on US Highway 79 right now. I don't know where that camera is, but
we got to try to get north somehow. It's still on the ground. I got it. There's no sirens or anything going off right now at all. Nothing at all.
That's not a good sign. What are you doing?
Just go.
What are you doing?
It's fine. Just go. It's fine.
Yeah, let's go back. There's the radar. I'll be back in a second, Matt. I'm going to talk about the other tornadoes. Yeah, I mean, my goodness. This is absolutely insane. And this isn't the only tornado that is, spawned here. There's the debris. You can see the debris from that tornado. Go up to the Gerald storm. Yeah, that has a debris signature now. That is producing a tornado right now. We have multiple storms right now that are potentially producing tornadoes. And we saw it just live with our chaser here. This thing is more than likely going to produce or keep producing a tornado here. Our chaser's going to still be on it here, so we'll be watching that in a bit. Let's go down to some of the other tornado warnings here. So tornado warning down here along I-10 near the Luling general area, as well as Stairtown. This thing has been intermittently producing tornadoes, and it actually ended up producing a tornado that was heading towards Stairtown now. It is now in the process of kind of recycling. Okay, so it is recycling again, and it is trying to regenerate more or less. Or at least that's what I'm kind of getting from this. But my goodness, yeah, that was a large tornado that went through there. there's just so many storms now that are starting to surge on through. Guys, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, continue to share the information. All right? We got to continue to try and share this with as many people as possible, because this is absolutely insane. All right? Got to copy the link to the live stream. You got to share this with as many people as possible. If you're just tuning in, we just saw a tornado live from our chaser off near the Austin area. Yep, there's the confirmed tornado warning up top. Yeah, confirmed tornado near the Hutto area, the Taylor area. Yep, this is what we expected today. This is what we expected today. We kind of knew that this was going to be the case. We kind of knew that this was going to be the type of environment that would really set this off. And Felicity, that was the tornado that we just caught with our storm chaser. Thank you for the 9 months, though. I really do appreciate it. Let's see if we can find another radar here. Yeah, that's all debris right there. Tornado looks to be still in progress. Let's go back with Matt here. Let's try and see what we got with Matt.
We got damage. We got major damage.
Go, Matt.
Hold on, we got damage. I gotta go. Hold on, give me a second.
They got damage reported. They're search and rescue. There's some of the damage there. Oh, you can see at the end of the street there, too. Look at that. There is damage. There is damage in Round Rock. They're gonna try and help the people who are impacted by these, by this tornado here. But yeah, there is damage. There it is. Looks like the storm that is in Hutto is starting to kind of weaken a little bit, but still has a debris signature that's moving on through. Still has a debris signature. Man, oh man. Let's go back. Let's go back to the radar. While they're doing search and rescue, let's go back over here. Gerald. All right, let's talk about the Gerald tornado. This thing is still more than likely attempting to go onto the ground. It has a very strong rotation here. It's about to cross the I-35 corridor over here, and it's heading towards the Salado area. All right, if you know anyone who lives near Salado, that is where the storm... that's where the tornado is heading off towards right now, okay? So if you know anyone who lives near Salado in Texas, near Belton in Texas, and eventually off towards the Temple general vicinity in Texas, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions, get underground, or get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or even tornado at this point, as possible, all right? So Gerald, Salado, Belton, Temple, Little River Academy, that is where this tornado is heading off towards. This is a confirmed tornado. This is a confirmed tornado here from the National Weather Service. You need to go ahead and get into your safe space. Moving down towards the south, the tornado that the chaser just caught, that Matt just caught with the live cam here. This thing still is producing damage here along US Highway 79. You can see there's the debris signature. We go back to the reflectivity, and yep, that is indeed the case. We go to the velocities and see, yep, there is still rotation there, but it is relatively weak, or it is at least a little bit weaker, and so it's probably not as significant as it once was, but still potentially producing a tornado. If you live along US Highway 79, near Hutto, near Taylor, north, near Circleville, as well as Jonah, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you're just tuning in, all right, if you're just tuning in to the stream here, if you're just tuning in, this is what we caught here a moment ago live on stream. All right, there was the tornado right there. You can clearly see the tornado as it moved on through, and our chasers were beginning to intercept. There was the tornado that surged on with the cell that we were talking about that was moving on through near Hutto, and there is damage in those areas. Search and rescue from our chaser is now underway. They are now trying to figure out if there is anyone who is injured. And so they'll report to us when they come back here. But, you know, this event is really firing off now.
Wow, that's some bad damage. Oh, that's not nearly as bad as it could have been, but that's some bad damage. Oh, man. Everybody's okay where we are, Nate. Right now we're sitting at the corner of A.W. Grimes Boulevard and Thompson Road. Right here on the south side of Round Rock.
Yeah.
There's pretty significant damage down this way. Down this road, everybody's accounted for. Everybody's okay down this road. But there's pretty significant damage. Lots of trees down. There's even damage back in there. Yeah, there's even damage back in the softball fields.
If you guys are planning on going 79, the tornado just ran over that area and it's still on the ground. So if you want to do search and rescue over there, you guys can. So they're gonna now head off towards the tornado now. You know, once again.
Okay.
You know,
oh man,
we have multiple storms.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know, the cell is heading off across U.S. Highway 79. If you're trying to go down that way, the tornado's already ran over it, and you might have to do more search and rescue.
Yeah. That's tornado.
And he just broke off. He cut off with us for a little bit. His service is kind of a little bit half and half. But it looks like the tornado in Hutto has now regenerated itself. It is now back and a little bit stronger than it once was. And this thing is now heading towards the Circleville areas. All right, if you know anyone who lives near Circleville, Taylor, all right, Jonah, once again, and even eventually towards the Sharp areas.
Yo, Nate, I got a visual on the base. I am a few miles northeast of Welder. That's Waelder. I have a view of the base. I'm going towards Welder, and I'm going to move north. There's trees in this area. So once I get to Welder, the visual should be a lot easier, but I do see a base. Can't confirm any rotation from my area.
Yeah, Sam, it looks like it's trying to recycle a little bit, so you might not see a little until it actually really starts to kind of go a little bit further off towards your north and east. So just keep your eyes on the storm. Let me know if you see anything. As I said, you know, multiple tornadoes across the board now. We have multiple tornado warning storms. And if you live in any of these areas here, all right, Luling, here in Texas, near I-10. All right, this is due east of San Antonio. If you live near the Luling, the Lockhart, the Hardwood areas, the Whaler area, or the Waelder areas, there is a tornado that has been reported with this storm. All right, there's been a reported tornado with this storm. If you live in those areas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions.
It's also, but I think, I don't know for sure, but I think I can kind of see it off to the left-hand side, because that would be crossing 79. It'd be off on the left.
The power's out through here, so we should be watching for down power lines, because there's definitely going to be down power lines somewhere along this stretch of highway.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Nate, we're going to continue chasing for now, but we may end up heading to Gerald here in a little while and try to help with them, because I think that tornado that went right through.
Tornado warning for Southern Caldwell County in south central Texas.
Right on the left.
Southern
Yeah,
Baton
there
you can
County
see the
in
wall
south
cloud, so it's right here on the
central
left-hand
Texas.
side.
North
Wall
central
cloud is
Gonzales
debris.
County in south
Here's
central
like you see the
Texas.
debris on the side of the road. That's like
Southwestern
chunks of people's
Fayette County in
houses. Like
south
there's
central Texas.
Insulation and stuff.
Yeah, insulation and shit.
All right, I'll be
That
back
may
in a
be the wall
second.
cloud over here on the left-hand side. Okay.
Yeah, so that was Matt. He's still chasing. He's gonna try and see if there's any more issues. Yeah, he's still got the tornadoes going on through out and about. So remember, we gotta continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible, right? We gotta continue to try and get the information out. All right, you gotta hit that like button to help me get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube. You gotta hit You got to copy the link to the live stream and share it with as many people as possible. You can even show them the tornado that we found on stream here. All right, we caught the tornado on stream before anyone else did. So, gotta try and continue to get information out, because these storms are going to continue to move on through, and they're expected to get into a more volatile environment. Oh boy. This right here, guys, is a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. This is a 4 out of 5. All right. And we're not even in the main part of the actual event yet. We're not even in the main part of the 4 out of 5. So we got to continue to monitor this. This is expected to continue to move on through towards the north and east. It looks like the cell that Matt was chasing, Circleville, it's still on the ground. Still on the ground at this time. Big correlation coefficient drop. Very big debris signature here. You can see there's the tornado right within there. If you go over to the reflectivity, you've got it right there. Let's see if we can take a 3D and see if we can catch the tornado in 3D. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for southeastern Denton County in north-central Texas, northeastern Tarrant County in north-central Texas, southwestern Collin County in north-central Texas, northwestern Dallas County in north-central Texas.
So that's wow. So they issued a tornado warning for Dallas. Dallas, Fort Worth. Jeez. Yeah, I was trying to see if I can find the tornado in there. Could not find it. Might be able to find it if I look at it again in the future. Let's take a look at the new tornado warning that's off in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. What happened in Gainesville? We'll check that as soon as we're done with this here in a bit. It looks like the Gainesville cell has officially moved off towards the north and east, still rotating, so it probably will continue to create some strong damaging winds near the Medill, Kingston, and Powell areas. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please tell them to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Down here towards the south, all right, here's the tornado warning here for Grapevine and Carrollton, Hebron, the Colony, Allen, Plano, Richardson. All right, here's the tornadic storm in question. And there's just some embedded rotations along this entire cell here. There's so many little embedded rotations. Might be able to see something from the sky camera. If I pull it up, I need to find the Dallas sky camera system set up over there. Dallas sky camera. Dallas. No, not what I wanted. Dallas skyline. LBJ freeway. Nope. Dallas Fort Worth Airport. There we go. Here's a sky. Here's a good view of what's happening over there. And yeah, maybe a little bit of rotation here on the international airport, Dallas Fort Worth International. They're trying to see if we can find any sort of dust clouds here at the bottom. But my goodness. Look at that. Look at this, guys, here. This was the tornado that we just caught here, but it wasn't on. This is from a different perspective. Look at this.
Tornado on the ground right now.
Look at that.
And 45. 35 meets 45. Tornado on the ground right now.
Moving over I-35.
And 45.
Look at that tornado right there. My goodness.
And 45. 35 meets 45. Tornado on the ground right now.
Absolutely insane. That's a significant, that's a violent tornado. Violent tornado. This is the Round Rock tornado as well. Look at this. Look at that right there.
Debris flying around.
Even the person in the chat notes that there's the debris right there.
Alright, we might need to get closer. Nate, it's still on the ground. It's large. It's still on the ground. It's a big wedge. It's on the ground, so I can see it from right where I'm at.
Matt still says that he has got a large tornado on the ground. Matt still says he's got a large tornado. All right, we'll look at that here in a second. Here's the tornado again. This is from Round Rock. Look at the camera right there, guys.
There's the confirmation. There is the active tornado. There is no tornado warning.
Look at that.
Yes.
Is that our Kalahari resort? That is our Kalahari.
There's the large tornado. My goodness.
There is the active tornado. There is no tornado warning, but there is a
Yes.
tornado.
Is that our Kalahari?
Jeez. All right, let's go to Matt.
Tornado still on the ground, approaching the radar site, just east of Granger, Texas.
Yeah.
6:21 p.m. Got a large tornado on the ground going through Huddle, Texas, right now.
Yeah, where are you at specifically, Matt?
Right now, I'm sitting on Highway 79 in the city limits of Hutto, trying to get eastbound. I can still see it. It's off to the left over here. You can still see it. It's still. Hold on. Let me get it off the thing. You can't see it. We're in the city limits, but looking out this way, it's a large wedge. It's still on the ground. It's very visible. It's violent. You can see the debris cloud. You can see the debris clouds off back here behind this building that's right in front of us. But whenever we get past this, we get outside the city limits. It's a violent tornado. I can still see the debris cloud circling on the ground. It's violent. Anybody in the path of this needs to be in shelter right now. Like, if you can get underground, get underground. I don't know many places out here that have underground shelters, but if you do, get there now. If you're in the path of this thing, get underground.
Yeah.
If you don't have a way to get underground, you need to get in a bathroom, a closet, a hallway, something like that.
Interior room of your house.
Interior room of your house on the lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. Do not be in a mobile home. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get out of it right now. Do not stay in a mobile home.
Get as low to the ground as you possibly can.
If you're in a vehicle driving right now, on Highway 79 East, that's not 79, I'm sorry.
That's going to be like,
If you're-
79, I think, or 74.
If you're driving south of Granger, you need to get out of your car. North of Taylor, south of Granger, north of Taylor. If you're driving along that highway, you need to be out of a vehicle in a safe place right now. Do not be out there driving. You will not see this tornado. It's heavily rain wrapped. If you are not trained, you will not see this tornado. It is large. It's violent. It's got heavy winds in it. It's got a lot of debris. Do not be driving near this tornado if you don't know what you're doing. Don't do it.
It's already done damage
Tornado
in
warning
Round
for
Rock and
northeastern Williamson County in
for
south
sure,
central Texas.
whatever's north of Hutto.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and yeah, so Circleville, if you live in Circleville, all right, that's where the tornado is right now. You should be in your safe space right now already, okay? It's going right over Circleville. Now, it is starting to head towards the Davila and Sharp general vicinity, and then eventually off towards the U.S. Highway 190 general area towards Cameron, Minerva, as well as Buckholtz. If you live over in those areas, you need to get into a sturdy structure now, all right? Now is the time for you to get into your safe space, all right? This is one of numerous significant tornadoes that have occurred today, and this is a significant tornado right here, guys. I mean, my oh my, this is probably one of the strongest tornadoes we've seen here today, and there's been a lot of them here. There's been a lot of tornadoes here today so far, and it was just you guys
maybe catch up, get to Taylor and then cut north. Let's still try to do possible catch up.
It's too far north of Taylor. You might need to continue on 79 and then curl north on 77. That might be the best.
That's what we might do. We might just continue east and then try to catch up to it like eastbound 79. I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Because it's gonna if we don't take a north option soon, we're never gonna catch it.
77 goes north. So if you go to Rockdale, you'll be able to catch it.
That was insulation. That was a piece of debris.
Oh man. We'll go half and half screen here. Once again, this is the tornado we're talking about, all right? This is right near Circleville. We've got a very strong supercell that is producing a tornado right within here. We've got our storm chasers right there chasing it right now, and they're trying to catch up to this as this continues to move on through. So if you live over here near Circleville, if you live near Sharp, Davila, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you go on further north towards the cell that passed through Gerald, now towards the Salado areas, that rotation has now diminished. It is now starting to become a lot more occluded, so the storm is probably going to start deteriorating here relatively soon, unless if it starts to get out of that rain pooling. So that is the good news there. There's a cell down to the south near Garfield and Weberville, due east of Austin. And this thing right here could also potentially produce a tornado here soon. So if you guys live over here near Weberville, Butler, McDade, Elgin, gotta get in your safe space because these tornadoes are more than likely going to spawn relatively quickly.
South in Granger, Texas, got a large tornado on the ground, heavily rain wrapped. You can barely see it off in the contrast, off in the distance. It's very heavily rain wrapped. You're not going to really see it. It's a large tornado on the ground.
Yeah.
Sorry, Nate. I was getting a video.
Yep, he's currently chasing it. He's where are you guys at right now? Where would you say?
On 79, US 79, headed eastbound towards Taylor. Trying to get out of the rain. Once we get out of the rain, we can probably try to catch up to this thing. Probably be able to get a better view of it to the north.
Okay, so all right.
We're pretty far away from it. We just got outside the city limits of Hutto.
Tornado
We had,
warning
like I
for
said, we had to stop back just
northwestern
east of
Millam
Round Rock
County
on the
Central
very
Texas,
east side of Round Rock. We had to stop
southeastern
and
Bell
check on a
County
couple
in
people. They
Central
took some
Texas.
damage on the east side of Round Rock. There was a large tornado. We had to stop, make sure everybody was okay, and that's what caused them to get behind this tornado. But we're getting back east. We're eastbound on 79. We're going to end up cutting north at some point, try to catch back up to this, but it's still on the ground. It's heavily rain wrapped. We don't have a visual of it right now, but it's off to the northeast, off in this distance, this general area back here. So
yeah, unsurprisingly, a new tornado warning has been issued for your storm, and it's a PDS. So
Little River. Heading for Temple.
yeah,
Excuse me? This? Yeah. Right
yeah,
here.
PDS for your cell.
For my cell?
Yeah, for your cell.
No. Okay. Said PDS for this. Okay, so there's one heading towards. See if you can confirm this. There's a tornado warning for the cell heading up towards Little River.
Little River.
Can you get me an update on like Little River Academy and like towards Temple?
Yeah. So that cell over there, that is now starting to became a little bit more occluded because of the outflow from the ventilation from your supercell. So that's starting to kind of deteriorate more and more. It has just a teeny smidge of rotation, but unless if it clears out, I don't really foresee it doing a whole lot in the near future.
All right. Well, we're trying to get east right now, Nate. If you want to deafen, you can. Feel free. We're trying to get east and then back north to catch up to this one. So I don't really have any updates for you at the moment. So if you want to, take a moment, do what you have to do, that's fine. And I'll sell you if I have any updates for you.
Yep, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so that was our chaser here. He's currently chasing the large and extremely dangerous tornado on this particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, or the PDS tornado warning here for Granger.
Large rotating wall cloud about 7 miles to my west, 2 miles northwest of Welder. He's getting could be reorganizing right now. As of now, it looks a little bit disorganized, but
all right, so that was our chaser over there. He's on the cell down here. He's down to the south near Delhi and Cistern, as well as String Prairie. Okay, so he's got this cell down here. He's trying to track this as this continues to move on through. We'll catch back up with him here in a second. All right, appreciate the information. Yeah, there's been so much activity. Matt got a Siggy right in front of him, and he's trying to catch back up to it. So, yeah, PDS tornado warning for that cell up there. That's for the Sharp, Cameron, Holland, Davila, as well as the Rogers and Buckholtz general vicinity. Now we're starting to get a lot of reports here coming in from Circleville. Pictures of a tornado on the ground received from Twitter. Ham radio reports of a tornado 5 miles west of Taylor, and then all sorts of damage and stuff like that near Hutto. Cell down here near Weberville and Littig. This now is a confirmed tornado heading towards the Elgin and Butler general vicinity. No debris signature here from correlation coefficient. Actually, there was a brief debris signature, possibly. But I have a feeling that, yeah, radar confirmed. So yeah, there probably was a brief tornado here with this cell as it moved towards Elgin and Butler. If you live near Elgin, Butler, McDade, as well as U.S. Highway Route 290, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. There is the hook right there. There's the tornado right here. And as this continues to move on through, this is expected to move off towards the Butler, Elgin, and McDade areas. Luckily, after that, it's in a relatively rural environment, until it gets towards the Lexington, Tanglewood general vicinity. So if you live over there, you probably should monitor the cell. But as of right now, all right, Littig, Weberville, Elgin, Butler, and McDade, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. The Delhi and String Prairie cell, that's where our other chaser is currently at right now, and he's given us information. This thing's starting to rotate. He said he's got a wall cloud, and it's, it's starting to kind of materialize. It's still a little bit, disorganized according to him, but there is a bit of a wall cloud over there, according to him, so we'll monitor that very closely. But if you're over near Togo, as well as Cistern, West Point, as well as the LaGrange and Warda areas, further off towards the east of Delhi and String Prairie, you guys need to go ahead and get into your proper precautions, underground or lowest innermost part of your building as well. So we have quite a lot of activity here that is really just continuously firing off here now. Let's go over to the Central Texas radar. I think this radar took a hit. So we won't really be able to see where this tornado is going. At least not that specific tornado. From the looks of it. And yeah, it looks like the tornado hit the radar head on. So I don't think we'll be able to. See close up what this thing can do. This radar actually was having malfunctions in the beginning of the day, and so as soon as they get it back up, the tornado then hits it. Not really doing a whole lot now, so now we got to use the San Antonio radar, and of course the velocities are still pretty strong with this thing. New tornado warning just got issued here.
Tornado warning for southeastern Johnston County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Bryan County in southeastern Oklahoma.
So that's the continuation.
Northeastern Marshall
Wow.
County in southeastern Oklahoma.
So the cell over that was near Gainesville now has went off towards Tishomingo, Milburn, and Cumberland. If you live over there in Oklahoma and Kingston, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well. There is a more than likely a tornadic storm that's going to surge on through there, and you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. So please be sure, to get into your safe space if you haven't already. So yeah, KGRK is now down. That radar has been hit by the tornadoes. And my goodness. There's now 8 tornado warnings. 6 of them are confirmed tornado warnings. I'll put that over there. And then I'll go back to the San Antonio radar. The one over here near Littig and Elgin, or Elgin, as people are saying, Elgin. This one over here is still rotating quite a lot. And then, of course, the cell near Granger and Davila. Don't see a debris signature with that one, but it does not mean that a tornado's not on the ground. So we're going to continue to monitor that very closely as this moves on through. But yeah, my goodness. As I said, guys, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. All right? Please be sure. Copy the live stream and share it with friends and family on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. The more we can get this live stream out to more people, the better. because
tornado warning for
my goodness,
southeastern Williamson
there's so many
County
tornadoes in
South
progress right
Central
now.
Texas, East Central Travis County in South Central Texas, North Central Bastrop County in South Central Texas, Northwestern Lee County in South Central Texas.
Someone asked for me to check Dallas-Fort Worth. That tornado warning currently is not doing a whole lot, so that's the good news. Seems to be a lot more linear up there, so they should be fine. Let's go back to San Antonio. Yeah, the cell over here near String Prairie and Delhi. I don't see any sort of organized rotation at the moment. It is trying to redevelop. It is trying to, you know, recycle more or less. So this is it's definitely something we're going to have to continue to watch out for very closely. Any recaps for you? Yeah, our storm chaser, who is currently chasing one of the large tornadoes, he's a little bit far away, but he caught the tornado earlier on in the live stream. Multiple tornadoes ongoing throughout portions of central and eastern Texas. This is eventually going to continue to move off towards extreme eastern Texas and even further off towards Louisiana and Mississippi tomorrow. So if you live in any of these areas here, all right, we're going to zoom out. You can see the entire convective outlook. If you live in this orange color or in the red color, or if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to have a plan of action for if a tornado actually does move on through, because this environment is very volatile to produce significant tornadoes across the board, large and extremely dangerous tornadoes. And that's just, my goodness. So let's go back to the cell over near Lexington, as well as Elgin. Actually, let's go to Granger. So Granger here, Granger, Circleville. It looks like the tornado has officially passed you guys. You guys are in the clear. You guys are officially okay. All right. I don't foresee you guys seeing a whole lot more activity for the rest of the night. The supercell has passed you all. All right. But if you're near Bartlett, if you're near Davila or Buckholtz, Rogers, if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to get in their safe space right now. All right, there is still a significant tornado ongoing right now in some of those areas. No, don't play. Yeah, there is a significant tornadoes ongoing right now in Texas. And it's not just one, it's multiple. So yeah, Granger is in the clear right now. The tornadoes officially passed you guys. But if you know anyone who lives near Bartlett and Davila, all right, they need to get into structure immediately. They need to get into a safe space immediately. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, or even tornado at this point. Trying to see. Yeah, I've got so many notifications here for Twitter. This was the tornado that moved on through. This wasn't from our chaser. But there's the tornado that they were chasing there in Round Rock, and you can see all the debris being kicked up by it. Ugly tornado too. Just like much of the entire event here today. So my goodness. I'm going to try and see if I can show off some more stuff so that people can get an idea as to what type of environment we're in right now, all right? How volatile this entire thing is. Let's see. Seguin, over just to the east of San Antonio, they're in the clear. All right, they are in the clear as of right now. They got some showers and thunderstorms, but nothing tornadic. All right, let's start down south here near Delhi. There is some tornadic rotation developing in and around near String Prairie and Togo, so that's something to watch out for as that continues to move on through. Smithville, Togo, Upton, you guys need to definitely get in your safe space. Look at this supercell right here. You can see the hook, and right at the bottom of that hook is where the tornado would be, heading off towards the Togo and Smithville areas, as well as West Point. If you live over there, you need to get in your safe space now. All right, you need to get there. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Moving off down to the, I should say, up to the north, Littig and Elgin. This thing is probably, this is a significant tornado as well. This is a tornado in progress right now, heading towards the Elgin areas, as well as Butler and McDade. We mentioned earlier that if you're over there, you need to get into your safe space now, because this thing is more than likely going to be a significant tornado that is going to continue to move on through. Here is the actual rotation right there. You can see the reds moving away from the radar and the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And so the actual tornado in itself would be heading off towards the Elgin, the Butler, and then eventually further off towards Tanglewood and Sando. So if you live over there, you need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Moving on further towards the north, the cell that's over near Davila and Bartlett, as well as Granger, Circleville, and little portions of Taylor. That storm does look like it still is trying to maintain its shape. It is trying to continue to intensify further on. So we're just going to have to continue to monitor how this thing continues to move on through. But this thing was the significant tornado that we were looking at earlier, and what we caught with the chaser. So we got to continue to monitor this thing. I'll continue to update you guys more and more as this continues to move on through. This was also that same storm, the same storm right here. Massive tornado, large tornado with a very, very unique wall cloud here that moved on through. And so, yeah, that is a absolutely insane storm that just went through near the town of Taylor and Circleville, Texas. My goodness. Very large tornado. Here's another one. This was from Aaron J. Jack. Look at this. Aaron J. Jack got this tornado here as the storm passed right in front of him. Look at this. You can see how close he is to the tornado and how large it actually was. My goodness. That is absolutely large tornado right now. And as I said, these are the type of tornadoes that we can see today. I said earlier on in the stream, right? I said earlier on about the tornadoes that hit Jacksboro. I said, if that's what's going to happen over there, we can only assume about what's going to happen down in the real prime environment. All right, in the actual environment for tornadoes to form down south. And we still have that. My goodness. The Elgin tornado, or the Elgin tornado actually, might actually be recycling, or there might be an attempt for two tornadoes at the same time. I'll still look out for that and see if we can find anything, but I mean, my goodness, you can still see a big debris signature here with that storm right in there heading off towards the Butler area, so please watch out for that. Let's move off towards the north, towards the general vicinity of Oklahoma. This is a reported tornado that went near the Marshall County area, Kingston, as well as into Tishomingo and Milburn. We said that this could potentially produce a tornado. We haven't really looked into it extensively, but here it is. You can see the rotation, the greens and blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this thing has had a history of producing a tornado. So if you live near Milburn, Coleman, as well as Tishomingo, you need to get in your safe space right now as well into a sturdy structure. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Going off to a tornado warning that is just to the north of Dallas. You can see this thing is now starting to kind of rotate as well. There is a little bit of a rotation here with this cell that is approaching the general vicinity of Allen, Plano, as well as the Fairview and McKinney general areas. Could potentially be some tornadic rotation here. You can see how the supercell is now wrapping around, and at the bottom of the ball is where the rotation would be. And so there could potentially be a tornado that heads off towards the Fairview, Princeton, as well as the Farmersville, Lucas, and Allen area. So please take your proper precautions there. And we have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern McLennan County in central Texas, northeastern Bell County in central Texas, northwestern Falls County in central Texas.
Jeez. So we're getting so many tornado warnings now. We're getting a lot of it, all right? As I said, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible, because these storms here, these tornadoes are very significant, very significant. All right, so if we can continue to try and get information.
It's still on the ground. It's still large on the ground. It's low visibility. We're catching up to it right now. It's heavily rain wrapped, but we can definitely make it out. We're on the southern side of it. It's still trekking northeast. It's still on the ground. It's still large and on the ground for sure.
What is your current position at this time?
I'm sitting on Highway 1331, about 5 miles west of San Gabriel, Texas, looking north. I can still see it. It's on the ground. It's low visibility, heavily rain wrapped, but there's definitely an opening in the ring, and the left side of it, you can definitely make out rotation in there. It's still large and on the ground, moving northeast. It's really hard. I wish I could get a stream for you, but you won't be able to see it.
Yeah. All right, keep me updated if you can. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so still apparently a tornado on the ground over here with the Davila cell and Bartlett. If you guys live over there.
If I get into a position where I get better visibility, I'll call you again.
All right, he'll call us again. Davila, Rogers, Buckholtz. If you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go down over here to the storm that's over here in Elgin. And, yep, there it is. Spotter confirms tornado on the ground 3 miles southwest of Elgin. And I mean, just look at that. That right there is that's a debris signature. So we do indeed have a tornado that is moving on through there. My goodness. Jeez. Yeah, look at this. Here's another view of that Round Rock, Texas cell, and then I'll show you another. I'll go back here in a second. Look at this. There's the camera that I was talking about. I saw the camera on the side, and I couldn't really find it, but look at that. Tornado right in front. Look at that. Clearly see the tornado right in front. My goodness. And this just occurred about 30 to 45 minutes ago. Garland's in the clear as of this time. Garland's in the clear as of this time. They should be fine. Jeez, my goodness. Yeah, that's a big time debris signature over there. That's a big time debris signature over there, heading towards Butler. Yep, it looks like the tornado is now starting to recycle, though. So I think the tornado is starting to kind of deteriorate. That is the good news here, from what I can tell. But this thing is probably going to recycle here in a second. This thing is probably going to recycle. So remember, all right, here's the hook. right within here, right next to the hook right in there, that is where the tornado is more than likely going to reside. So please be sure to try and continue to, heed the warnings of the National Weather Service, because these tornadoes here, they're going to continue to form over and over and over again. That's just been the type of day that we've had, to where we've had, a tornado form, and then they dissipate, and then they form again, dissipate, form, dissipate. They continue to do it over and over and over again. And we gotta continue to really monitor this very closely. But yeah, look at that rotation now, just to the north of Butler. This thing has officially recycled. I'd say this thing has recycled. And I would not be surprised if it's producing another tornado. This was the tornado before it recycled. Look at this. Look at this tornado right here. Clear as day. Clear as day for all to see. That is indeed where the tornado resided. Multiple tornadoes today. I mean, my goodness, it's just been such a crazy day here so far, and it's not even done. It's not even at the peak right now. The good news though right now, at least it wasn't as intense as it was before. All right, right now we're in a little bit of a break. It looks like the storms are recycling. They're kind of trying to, gain a lot more structure, more or less. So that's the good news. But my goodness. Let's go back to the cell up in Plano. See what this thing is doing. Rotation is starting to kind of diminish a little bit. That's the good news. There was a little bit of rotation there. There was a little bit of rotation before. Now it seems to be kind of just becoming a little bit more linear. So that is the good news. It looks like the tornado didn't form, and that'll be allowed to expire here relatively soon. So yeah, Plano should be in the clear. Richardson in the clear. McKinney and Fairview, stay in your sturdy structures if you can. All right. Stay in your sturdy structures if you can, if you're in McKinney and Fairview, because that's where the storm is going to continue to move on through. But if you are near the Plano areas, if you're near the Richardson areas, the Frisco areas, you should be fine. You should be in the clear. And the tornado warning even just dissipated now, so you should be fine. You should be fine over there. Let's go back to the Elgin cell. It looks like the rotation in itself is still present. Still looks like it is trying to rotate, but there isn't a tornado in progress as of right now, so that is really good news. Yeah, there's a lot of damage over in Taylor right now. My goodness. That's a new tornado warning, isn't it? What would be the closest radar? Let's go Fort Worth. Let's stay on this and let's finish this out. All right, so if you're along I-10 right now, okay? I-10 from Seguin all the way to Luling, Wilder. You guys are in the clear now.
Yo, Nate. Looks like this cell's dying on radar. Looks kind of linear in person. I'm not going to give up on it yet, but just let me know what you want me to do.
Yeah, it still looks like it has a little bit of rotation on it. If you want, you can try and book it up to the cell a little bit further north that's heading towards College Station, that came from Elgin. and you just book up US Highway 77 if you really wanted to, you'd be able to beat it out in front of the cell that you're currently on. But if you want to stay, you guys can. So the cell that's all the way down to the south near Togo, that seems to be a little bit more linear. Let's see what the significant tornado parameter is with this. And oh my goodness. Yeah, ow. Jeez. So the significant tornado parameter within this area over here near Rockdale, Giddings, and Bastrop, all the way down to the cell near LaGrange, the one that that Sam is on. That's a significant tornado parameter of a 7 or 8. 7 or 8. That is a that the environment is ripe for tornadoes, and this is no exception. That's what the environment is telling me right now. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Williamson County in south central Texas, northwestern Lee County in south central Texas.
Jeez. Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Milam County in central Texas.
So I'm assuming it's these ones over here that just got issued a tornado warning. And that does seem to be the case. New tornado warning out here for Williamson and Lee County. That'll be in effect until 7:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Confirmed tornado with this one still, according to that warning. And then the one, of course, new warning for Milam County. That'll be in effect until 7:45. We lost a little bit of connection with our chaser here. So we're going to try and get up back with him, try and figure out where he's currently at. But these storms are continuously still trying to go. And they're in a very good environment to continue to amplify. Another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Bastrop County in south central Texas, south central Lee County in south central Texas, northwestern Fayette County in south central Texas.
So they just issued a new tornado warning for the cell that one of our chasers was on. My goodness. I mean, I'm kind of speechless at this point, guys. I mean, there's so much damage reports coming in. Yeah, numerous reports that have at least already came in. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of stuff here coming in from Elgin. So that's kind of interesting here. It's an interesting thing. Yeah, Seguin, that's how it's pronounced. So Seguin. I kind of like bounced in between like 5 times, trying to figure out which one was best. Jeez. Yeah, let me check in with Matt to see where he's at. How do, Matt? What's your current location? What are you looking at?
Truthfully, I'm not sure on my location. Give me 1 second. I'll get you an accurate location.
All right. That's a good answer. But man, oh man.
Right now I'm eastbound on FM 487. We're heading east. We may end up dropping south to the Elgin tornado. That's still confirmed on the ground as of 2 minutes ago. It's confirmed large, still on the ground, heading towards Rockdale. So what we may end up doing is when we get closer to Cameron, we may end up dropping southbound towards Rockdale and trying to catch that cell. I don't think we're going to catch the one to the north anymore.
That's smart, to be completely honest with you. That one's in a better environment, and that one's also heading towards College Station. So he's gonna possibly try and head down further south to the cell that was over here near Elgin. Try and catch and see what could potentially happen over here. But yeah, I mean, this right here is a tornado outbreak, guys. All right, we knew day one. All right, we said on our video that this probably could be a severe weather outbreak, could be a tornadic outbreak here. Could be a tornado outbreak. Here we go. This is a tornado outbreak, and this could more than likely extend further off into tomorrow because we do have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale there tomorrow as well. My goodness. Parameters just amplified big time.
All right, Nate, just to confirm, we're going to go east on Highway 4, Farm to Market Road 487. Right at eastbound, it's going to take us right into Rockdale. We're going to go a little east and then dropping south on Highway 77. We should be in position on the Elgin storm here in about, I want to say about 20 minutes or so. We should be in position for it.
10-4, Matt. Go get it. Never stop chasing.
10-4, boss. I'll give you an update as soon as I have a location and a visual for you.
My goodness. Yeah, the parameters here, I just pulled up the significant tornado parameter again. Once you start getting into the reds, you know it's pretty bad. And we're past the reds at this point. We're in the, we've passed the purples, we've passed the pinks. We're now into the weirdest color I've ever seen. And it's weird for a reason. It's ugly. An ugly color of kind of this like reddish brown. And it's a good representation of what the environment is like right now and what these tornadoes have done so far. It's ugly, very ugly. And we can anticipate this to be, you know, more of the case here as this moves on through. So we're going to continue to try and cover this as much as possible. But our chaser's going to go back at it again. All right, that's another, that's another tornado that we caught on this channel. Another one here from our chaser. And we're going to continue to try and give you guys more information as this continues to move on through. There's been so much stuff that you guys have been sending in here on Twitter. Here's some major damage over here. My goodness. Major damage from some of these tornadoes. Here's some more damage. This is Kingston, Oklahoma. So this was the tornado that was in Oklahoma. Look at this. Look at this damage. Look at that house. Look at that house. You know, I had a gut feeling. I said 2 days ago in Discord. All right, 2 days ago in Discord. I said, you know what? I have a feeling that today could potentially be.
Yo, Nate. I'm calling off the chase. I'm going home. I got a little greedy with that southern cell, and it looks like all the other cells are starting to die out. So, sorry I couldn't get anything for you today.
It's fine, Sam, although I will say both of those cells, both the Elgin and your cell, is heading into a better environment with STP values from the wrap in upwards of 8. So however way you want to play it, it's up to you. But I'm just glad you're safe at the end of the day. Yeah, look at this cell that was over near Elgin. Looks like the rotation was right in front of him. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's the tornado. That's right in front of him.
Tornado directly in front of me right here.
Look at that.
Tornado on the ground right here in Elgin. Just crossed the road in front of me.
Look at that.
Holy shit. Rear inflow jet impacting the road. Passing directly in front of me.
Yeah, there's the tornado right there. You can see the debris.
Oh my goodness.
All the way through. Oh my goodness.
Tornado directly in front of me right here. Tornado on the ground right here in Elgin. Just crossed the road in front of me. Holy shit. Rear inflow jet impacting the road.
My goodness. It's one of the... Yeah, wow. There's just so much stuff that people are sending me in now. And I think we're caught back up with where we were. If I skipped over your thing, I apologize. I probably need to create a more organized way of seeing tweets now. Because I got so many people helping out. But my goodness.
Includes the Taylor area.
Let's go back to the actual radar here. As I said, that's the tornado values. That's the significant tornado values. The parameter right now, and you can see it's off the charts for the most part. Once you get in towards like the reddish brownish color, that's when you know it's kind of extraordinarily high. Let's take a look. San Antonio. Yeah, the cell near Elgin is starting to rotate again. This thing is trying to, it is trying to revamp itself. So we gotta really watch out for the cell. Once again, Rockdale. All right, Rockdale and Tanglewood. We said this about 5-10 minutes ago. Those were the areas that are probably going to be impacted here relatively soon. If you are in Tanglewood, Sando, Rockdale, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Matt, our chaser, is heading off in that general direction. He is, he's going to be heading off to this cell again. He's going to try and see if he can spot a tornado on this cell here. But yeah, there are quite a few tornado warnings going on at this time. Let's go up to Waco. Let's go up to Waco and see what's going on over here. What radar would probably be the best for this? And let's stick with San Antonio. The rotation in itself, we're looking up really high up in the sky, guys. Okay, so it's really hard for us to actually see as to what would be happening towards the ground. But there is a little bit of rotation over near Waco. So if you live near Galinda, Lorena, Hewitt, Hallsburg, and is the general Waco vicinity, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Let's move off to the next tornado warned storm here. This one's heading towards the Burlington and Rosebud areas. The rotation on this cell is starting to diminish. All right, the rotation on this cell is definitely starting to diminish. So that's kind of the good news here with this. We're not expected to see a whole lot with that, and it looks like this one might actually be starting to die. So that's one cell that is, starting to get out of the way. But if we go back down south here towards the Rockdale, Sando, Tanglewood, Butler areas, the rotation here is still pretty significant. It is still relatively significant, and we need to watch this very closely, especially as this continues to move on through. I don't see a debris signature at this time. Debris signature at this time, so I don't think the tornado's on the ground at this moment, but we could potentially see something here relatively soon. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this as this continues to progress. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northwestern Milam County in central Texas, east central Bell County in central Texas, Central Falls County in central Texas.
Yep. This is a new tornado warning for the cell that was over near Buckholz and Rosebud. So they just issued that just in the off chance that that thing does actually re-intensify. So there's the new warning. It does indeed still have a little bit of rotation, so we'll watch that very closely, especially as this continues to progress. Yeah. So Bells Falls and Milam County in Texas, you're under a tornado warning here. And that is in effect until the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Sent a video via direct message on Twitter. Take a look at that here in a second. Here's some damage over here near Elgin. Look at that. Big time damage over there along Highway 290. Oof. Big damage. It looks like we don't have any confirmed tornadoes at this time. That's the good news. Of course, we're still anticipating that there could potentially be more tornadoes later on. Here's some damage over here in Jacksboro. All right, this was the beginning of the day, the beginning of the stream in Jacksboro. All right, this was way off to the north, way off to the north. And look at all this damage here. Definitely EF2 damage at minimum, based off of from what I can tell. Could even make a stretch to say that's EF3 damage too. As I said, I really do appreciate everyone who's helped share these pictures and videos with me here on Twitter. I really do appreciate it. I retweet all the stuff that, gets sent to me. So if you want to help send stuff to me here on Twitter, this is my account at Nate_Snyder. I really do appreciate you guys helping me out here tonight. As I said, we're going to continue to try and get through this. We're not done yet. But I really do appreciate you guys. It looks like the cell near Tanglewood is starting to intensify further. So it looks like that supercell is probably going to start doing it here again. It's only a matter of time, in my honest opinion, before this thing does end up producing a tornado. So that's the unfortunate thing. So please, because we're not done, we got to still continue to share this information with as many people as possible out in front of this. I mentioned Milano and Rockdale. All right, those are the next two cities that could potentially be impacted by this supercell that has had a history of producing a tornado. So please go ahead, take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Get into a sturdy structure. Areas near College Station all the way up to Hearn. All right, College Station and Hearn. You got storms that are heading in your general vicinity, all right? So you guys really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. And it's starting to approach your doorstep. It is starting to approach your doorstep. We'll see. When does the storm start to get off and towards your area? In about an hour. In about an hour, you guys will be able to see this supercell. And you'll see the cell that's off to the north of you in about 45 minutes, too. So you got a wall of supercells that are moving out, that are all tornadic all across the board. Just got a picture from a viewer here. from Braden Stevenson. This is a shelf cloud over in Colleen. Look at that. So behind all this, you got some strong damaging winds. This is a good representation of what's happening even after the fact. So you have the tornadoes, and then you have the strong damaging winds after this too. So a lot of activity there. Indiana is in the clear. All of it is just Texas. All that we are talking about right now is Texas for the most part. So Indiana should be in the clear. But yeah, pretty gnarly shelf cloud over there from them. What about Houston? So it looks like some of the cells that are heading towards Houston. It's really interesting to say the least. I think they're going to start seeing their stuff overnight. All right, so they're going to see more of an overnight threat as this continues to move on through. So new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for North Central Lee County in South Central Texas.
Lee County. Oh, it's that. Oh, it's that. That makes sense. Hold up. So let's go San Antonio. And so that just got confirmed. Yeah, weather spotters confirmed tornado. So yeah, the cell near Tanglewood and Lexington's back on the ground again. Back on the ground again. So we have a tornado in progress right now. Matt said that he's going to be catching back up to that, to this supercell right here. So we'll get a good view from here, from him here in a bit.
It's still okay. It's still, it's not confirmed.
How do, Matt? How are you?
Oh, close.
How goes it, Matt?
It slowed down according to this. It slowed down apparently. That's a good sign. If it slowed down, it anchored, and it's going to turn right. And then if it turns right, it's really about to go. Because if it slowed down, then more than likely anchor. Oh god, it's 29.
No, so you can see. Look at that velocity coming right there. That's definitely anchoring.
Let's see.
That's coming out of Austin, San Antonio. That's how strong that is. Coming out of Austin, San Antonio. I got that.
Oh my god!
They are definitely having a whale of a time over there.
Very intense pressure. Rockdale, Craigdale, Texas time is 7:17 p.m.
We are southbound on US 77.
Southbound US 77, heading towards Lexington. Got a tornado warning in progress. You can see right here we've got a nice couplet. Now the thing is, we're looking at this couplet from a few thousand feet off the ground, but this is a very nice, very well defined signature going on right here. And we're getting ready. We're right here. This is our position right here. We're getting ready to intercept. South to try to intercept this. And now we're stuck behind the fire truck.
So he says he's going south on 77 towards Lexington. All right, so he's out in front of the cell here.
I can't hear you. Hold on 1 second, boss. I'm sorry. Go again.
Yeah, so you said you were going south on 77 towards Lexington, correct?
Yes, sir. Southbound US 77 towards Lexington. We're getting ready to get in position to intercept the storm. Not the tornado, obviously, but we're trying to get into position to get a visibility on it. Just to try to see if,
it's going to be rain wrapped. Look at that.
It's going to be rain wrapped heavily, yeah, for sure.
Well, spotters have confirmed that it's on the ground again, so.
On the ground again, so, okay. Well, there it is. It would be back there.
No, that's it. That's got to be it right there.
Yeah. Matter of fact, it's on the ground back here. Yep, we can see it. It's back here on the ground, back here.
Yeah.
So
that might be on the ground again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we're looking.
Well, once we clear these trees, Nate, you'll see it. It's very vague, but you'll see it. It's off to the right.
It looks like a rain shaft, but it's not. That's the tornado.
It's not a rain shaft.
You can see the debris cloud swirling. That's back on the ground. So
yeah,
it's back here. Once we clear the trees, you'll see it back here.
Yeah.
Give me just a second.
Well, I'll hold here then. So this is just to the west of Tanglewood here in Texas. All right, north of Lexington, south of Rockdale, and due east of Austin. Due east of Austin, there is a confirmed tornado with this cell here. Not just from the National Weather Service, but from our chasers here that is intercepting this system. If you live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. All right, now is the time, if you haven't already, to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or at this point, tornado, as possible.
Oh my god, that was major lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I get a video for you?
I got it.
Observe tornado near Tanglewood. Yep, it's confirmed on the ground.
It's confirmed on the ground.
Yep.
Confirmed on the ground. It's up here. That's a cop. That's a cop. That's a cop. That's a cop. Yep, it's confirmed on the ground back here. That was some intense lightning too. It's gonna be back here.
Yeah, somewhere in here.
Yeah.
Where's it at? Come on, talk to me. Where's it at? Where are you at, buddy? Talk to me.
We need to get a little bit farther south.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit. We're actually sitting in the hook right now. I think we're sitting in the hook.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think we're sitting. Yeah, we're sitting in the hook.
1 inch size tail with this.
That too. Yeah.
Quarter size tail.
I think we're past that though. I think that was.
All
That
right.
cop is.
The cops following you.
Mhm.
I'll catch back up with you here in a second.
Okay, Nate.
That cop's up.
So let's go back over here to the radar. You can see, here's the supercell in question. It is now confirmed. Now a confirmed tornado. Once again, you can see the pink polygons now with this cell. This is a confirmed tornado warning now. It's heading off towards the Rockdale, the Milano, and the Treesman. I believe it's pronounced Treesman. So if you live over there near Tanglewood, Treesman, Milano, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It looks like they're still going. They're still going here on my screen, so they're not pulled over. At least I don't think they are. But this is a quite the storm here. It's a significant tornado possibly in progress here, and it is going to be rain wrapped. As my chaser said, it is rain wrapped. If there is a tornado back there, which they did think that they saw a tornado, it is rain wrapped, shrouded in rain. So there is no way you're going to be able to see this thing unless if the tornado is literally right on top of you. So you need to go ahead and heed the warnings of the National Weather Service right now. Let us see. I want to real quickly, I haven't done this in a while, and there's been so much chaotic activity as of late that I have not been able to shout out the people who have supported the channel. Once again, Ashi with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And he also has become a member for 6 months. Best way to help support my channel. I really do appreciate that as well. Rose Johnson with the 20, thank you so much. I know it's been 3 hours. If you're still on here, I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Rose. Even if she's not here, I still want to say thank you anyways. And yeah, I'll get a new mouse. I'm going to get a new mouse because this mouse is kind of dead. Let's see. Sandra with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Rob with the 2. Landon with the 2. Thank you so much. Ambience and Devin, thank you so much for becoming a member. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. Felicity with the 9 months of becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Irish with the 5. The Wolfman with the 5. Jesus Loves Everyone with the 20. Everyone say thank you to Jesus Loves Everyone. Thank you so much.
Nate, I'm sitting here on the storm right now. I got a good visual of it. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. I could be wrong, but I've got a really good view of it right now. I got an open field and stuff, so if you want to take my stream, let me know.
Yeah, I'll bite. Just set it up for me. We'll go to his view over here. The view of the storm. Finish this out here. Yeah, Simon with the 10, thank you so much. Finisher with the 10, thank you so much. Jacob with the 6 months, thank you. Joy with the 10, thank you so much. And then Evelyn with the 9 months. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who's helped spread the information out to as many people as possible. We're almost at 1,000 likes. We're almost at 1,000 likes. If we just keep going, all right? This event's not done. If we keep liking the live stream, we can get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So, guys, gotta continue to try and spread the information to as many people as possible. Let's go with Matt. See what he sees. Go, Matt. He's in spotty coverage.
Now, looking southwest. Off the distance over here, I don't think it's on the ground anymore. Definitely doesn't seem like it. In a little bit of tree coverage, but I don't think it's on the ground anymore. It's back off in the distance, but here's what we're looking at. There's a wall cloud tucked in back there. As for a tornado, I don't believe it's on the ground anymore, but it is a very active storm, producing a lot of lightning. It definitely still has potential as we're coming into an atmosphere. There's actually a ton of inflow feeding into it up here that I'm watching right now. A ton of scud and whatnot feeding into this thing. So I don't think it's done. I think it's about to actually get ready for round two. I see a lot of.
See it wrapping?
Yeah, it's definitely wrapping. It's definitely wrapping right here. I see rapid motion right here. So it may be getting ready for round two. This might be the wall cloud right in front of us. Actually, I can't really tell, but it looks like it may be trying to lower. Or but yeah, there's definitely a lot of convergence feeding into it. It's starting to rotate again.
Right there.
I'm looking. I see it. I'm right here. That's what I'm looking at. There's definitely a lot of scud feeding into it, a lot of inflow, and it's getting ready to wrap again. Actually, it might put down pretty close to us, so we may need to actually get more south. But it's definitely rotating right here. I'm gonna get a video of this. Make a report. Make a report. Rotating, rapidly rotating wall cloud.
Yep, perfect, Matt. Thank you.
Northwestern limestone.
So as I
Make a
said,
report. Give me a minute.
Texas.
as I said, guys, there is a this event's not over. This event is not over. We got to continue to try and spread the information with as many people as possible. You know, our chasers just said that this thing is probably going to try and produce here relatively soon. We got so many tornado warnings. We got 2 new tornado warnings that just got issued.
Tornado warning for northern Burleson County in southeastern Texas.
And, you know, it's just going to continue to keep going all the way throughout from now all the way until the late evening into the overnight hours, probably until midnight. And we're going to continue to be covering this, all right? We're going to continue to be covering this live here for you guys. So if you know anyone who lives within these areas, you know, College Station is a big place, all right? College Station is a huge place. If you know anyone who lives in College Station, send them to this channel here. Send them to this live stream, and I'll be able to get them through this event because there's storms, significant storms that are moving on through into their area that could potentially produce tornadoes as well as large hail and hurricane force winds. So please be sure to continue to spread the information. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, send them through a text message. And by hitting the like button, you're actually helping me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do so. So the new warning, one of the new warnings is the extension for the cell that was over near Tanglewood. Not on the ground at the moment, so that's the reason why it's a red tornado warning at this time. A red tornado warning. So that is the good news here. But the bad news is that it's still tornadic, and that's the reason why the National Weather Service has decided to re-warn it. And then we have another storm that's off near Waco. Let's go up to another radar here. Is KGRK still down? Yeah, it looks like it is still down. So KGRK is still down. That radar, we can't use it, unfortunately. Let's use the Dallas Fort Worth radar here for this new tornado warning that's over here, just to the east of Waco. This is for McLennan, Hill, and Limestone counties. That'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you know anyone who lives over there near the Mart, the Prairie Hill, the Coolidge area, as well as Hubbard, just to the east of Waco, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions and get into your safe space because there is some tornadic activity that is about to move on through in towards your area. Here is, I think this is from a drone footage from Brian Empfinger. Look at this. Look at that. This was near Elgin at the time. No, I think, yeah, this is drone footage. Look at that. Holy, that was a mobile home. Hold up, go back. Look at this. So the tornado moves on through. I say mobile homes are not strong enough to withstand a tornado. There's a mobile home right there, and look at it. It just got flipped and destroyed. So if that's the reason why I say, if you live in a mobile home, you need to have a plan of action to go to a friend's house that lives in a sturdy structure, to go to a gas station, to go to, a supermarket so that you can stay indoors and stuff like that. So please be sure to have a plan of action, especially tomorrow. Tomorrow there's expected to be a significant weather event for Louisiana and Mississippi too, all right? Matt's going to chase that day as well. So, that's the main reason why you do not stay in a mobile home. I just retweeted that on Twitter for people who want to see it. Feel free to do so. But that's why you don't stay in a mobile home right there. Is because that tornado can just rip that apart very quickly. This was from Ben Williams here in Garfield, Texas. And this was about 45 minutes ago. And there you go. There was the tornado that was moving on through. And all these tornadoes, believe it or not, were predicted. All right. We all knew this was happening. If you were on the channel and you've watched my videos, okay, you would know this was going to happen. This was going to happen. It was pretty much set in stone to where we were going to have a tornado outbreak. We went through into all the details as to how it was going to happen, why it could be so significant, and we said the EML and the capping inversion was going to basically prevent these storms from forming unless if they were at their absolute peak. And when they did, they formed, they produced all sorts of tornadoes along I-35, and here we are right now. Let's go back to the storm down south here. Let's take a look at some of the cells here. We're going to look at the one over here near Tanglewood. That still has some rotation, but it is a little bit broad at this time. So that is the good news. It is a little broad. Yeah, and it looks like that cell over there near Tanglewood is heading off towards Cherrysman, as well as Caldwell, Mooring, Mumford, and then eventually off towards the northern College Station area. That's the reason why I said, if you know anyone who lives near College Station, you need to tell them go ahead and get prepared. Send them to this live stream so that we can try and get this information out to as many people as possible. But yeah, you can live in a mobile home, guys. You just need to have a plan of action during a tornado event to not stay in a mobile home during a tornado. Let's go down to the cell that's off near Giddings. See what this thing is doing. And the cell over here near Giddings does look like it has a little bit of rotation with it. Does look like it does have rotation. It's not exactly in the best shape in the world, though, which is the good news. That is indeed the good news. Update on storm chasers. Yeah, let's pick them up, try and see what we can find. Montgomery County and Conroe, are they in the path of this? Eventually, they will get some strong damaging winds and possibly even the threat for tornadoes later on tonight, more than likely near the midnight hours. I'll still be on during that time frame. However, I may not be on further past that. So if you want to come back and see if I'm online, feel free to do so. But yeah, you guys could probably get some of that activity. Sup, Matt? What's your plan right now? What you seeing? Robinette, thank you for the 10. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Do I think more tornadoes will form? Eventually, yes. I think we have gotten past like the extreme peak. Okay, so that's the one thing here.
Nate, come back to my stream. Come back to my stream. I got rapid rotation right above me. I'm sitting under the mezzo right now. Actually, I got limited connection, so it's gonna be hard to see. Nate, take my stream real quick if you can. I got a beefy wall cloud.
Your feed's kind of cutting in and... Stop it.
It might even be turning into a funnel right now.
So it is trying to... He's saying that he is trying to continue to get the coverage here. It looks like the environment is still very volatile.
Sorry, I've got limited connection right now. My connection's pretty bad, but we're still on US 77 heading northbound now towards Rockdale. Probably about 7 miles south of Rockdale. The storm we're watching was the one that was going into Rockdale, warned or not. I'm not sure if it's still warned or not. It's hard to tell. I don't really see any rotation or anything. It's also starting to get to nighttime, so it's hard to see. But I can try to get your stream. I don't know how good my connection is, but if you want to try to take a stream and see, we can go from there. Nate, I got a funnel cloud. It's rain wrap, but I got a funnel cloud.
Oh, he's got a funnel. Yeah, let's try and see it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But let's try and see what happens.
It just dropped the funnel. It actually might be on the ground now. Right there, it might be on the ground, right in the middle. You can barely low contrast as hell. There's a copper here, so you might want to get out the grass.
Yeah, there definitely could be something back there. I'm not gonna lie. I think I see maybe a little bit.
It's really hard to roll up the window. It's not so loud on the back end. When I roll up the window, it makes it. Hold on 1 second.
I can see a little contrast there.
It's hard to tell, but I do think that there's a funnel cloud in there, rain wrap, probably about right where my finger's at.
Yeah.
Somewhere in this area.
That's what I was looking at too. Sure.
I think there's a funnel cloud in there, rain wrap. It's hard to see. It could have just been like scud or something. I'm not too sure, but I think that was a funnel cloud. I do not believe that was anything scud related. So that's the sheriff. Just a second. Here's the sheriff. I actually think I see that it might.
Oh, Matt, you have
I can, sir.
We got good news. KGRK is back online. It's got rotation on it too, so you're probably right. It probably does have a funnel.
Looks like rotation southeast of Appraisal, southeast of Rockdale.
Yeah, southeast of Rockdale.
We're actually, yeah, that might be taking this road. Is it a dirt road? Yeah. No, it looks like gravel. There's going to be a lot of trees. Bear with me, Nate. I might lose service. I have to get back to you on Zello when I can.
Yep, bearing with you. For the time being, though, I'll have him on standby here so you can still hear him in the background. You might hear some robotic noises. But here's the cell in question, all right? So KGRK is the radar that got hit by the tornado earlier on. And You can see there's the supercell,
Tornado warning
still in
for
pristine condition
southwestern
too.
Burleson County in southeastern Texas, northwestern Washington County in southeastern Texas.
That is a prime supercell right there. You can clearly see the hook right within there, the inflow coming in unimpeded down from the south and east. Yeah, this is a prime supercell. Could potentially produce a tornado if this thing continues to try and strengthen.
It may have one on the ground, Nate. I don't know for sure, but it might have one on the ground right now. We'll see. We'll see here in just a second. I'm trying to get a good visual of it. We're taking some back roads right now. I'm trying to get a good visual on it. If it is on the ground, it's going to be somewhere where my camera's pointed, somewhere back here behind these trees.
Yeah.
It'll be somewhere over in this area.
All right, so we're gonna make a left and go north up on this county road, and
We're
then,
actually coming up to a good little spot. We may be able to see something if it's there. Yeah, that was a good lightning strike.
Let's go to the stream here.
If you have to definite, go ahead. Feel free to, and then I'll get back to you on Zello if I have to.
All right, sounds good.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is a live look here south of Rockdale, Texas. Rockdale, Texas is about, I would say, if I were to measure this out here, how far is it away from College Station? It is about 35 miles west of College Station and
Tornado
about
warning for
50 miles north and
southeastern
east
Milham
of
County in
Austin.
Central Texas.
All right, so that's where the cell is currently at. They're currently chasing the storm here, and they're trying to see if they can catch up with this supercell here. Maybe see if there is a tornado in progress with this storm. There definitely does seem to be a bit of rotation with this as this continues to move on through. And we'll actually go over to the reflectivity here once again. You can see here is the supercell in question that they are chasing. And this is heading right for the Gauss, the Milano, and the Cherisman general vicinity. So if you guys live over there near State Highway 36, US Highway 79, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. We've already caught a tornado here today. We've already caught a tornado with our chaser here already today. And we're going to see if our chaser can catch it again, or catch a tornado again, try and show off as to where this is, give us, positioning as to where this could potentially be heading off towards. But the big thing here, the main reason why we're doing this, guys, is because we're trying to get the information out to as many people as possible. And there's only so much, Matt and I can do. We can, he can chase all he wants. I can talk about radar all I want, but without you guys helping me get this information out to as many people as possible, we wouldn't be able to reach as many people as possible. We've reached about to 1,000 people here in this live stream right now. So once again, the big thing here is that if you could please help me share this live stream and share this information with as many people as possible who live out in front of these storms, we can try and hopefully save some lives. And if they watch the live stream and they're in a tornado warning, that we can hopefully help guide them to make a correct judgment call, correct decision as to what they could potentially do with, whatever type of situation they may be in. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream and spread it with as many people as possible. And please be sure to also hit that thumbs up down below. That helps me get this live stream onto more and more, recommended feeds on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. So please be sure to help me do that. But man, oh man. Yeah, I can't believe Matt got that tornado. I'm trying to see if you guys have sent me any more stuff here on Twitter. Very ominous skies outside of Waco right now. They've got a I believe they're right next to a tornado warning. And you can see the ominous skies that they're dealing with over there in Waco. Look at that. And so, you know, look at this here. Had to pull it up here. But yeah, very ominous skies in Waco. And I am not surprised at all that they are getting the activity that they are right now. So, hopefully they will continue to stay indoors, stay safe. Because they can continue to get that activity. Here's a recap of what we had earlier on in the day with our storm chaser. This was our tornado. Look at that. There was the tornado that our storm chaser caught. You can clearly see how large it was as it moved on through. And we caught that here live on stream with our chaser. And so Matt and I kind of now have a reputation, a pretty good tag team to try and find where tornadoes could be and try and get the word out. So hopefully we can continue our partnership because we have a really good partnership going on so far. Let's go, I want to actually take a look at the velocities here. It looks like the storm here near Treesman. Looks like this cell is kind of, a little bit on the weaker side right now. Not really doing too much at the moment, which is kind of the good news here. But still something that I kind of want to watch out for. And then this other cell over here near Giddings and Dime Box, this thing could potentially try and rotate more as this continues to progress. So we'll watch out for that relatively closely. But we have 6 tornado warnings at the moment. How's Boss here? Louisiana looking later on tonight. You guys are probably going to get a lot of strong damaging winds, honestly. You could potentially see some rotation, spin up tornadoes along your area. But it'll be like late tonight into tomorrow. Like overnight, extreme overnight hours. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Bryan County in southeastern Oklahoma. Southeastern Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Is it this cell right here? Yeah, Bryan and Atoka counties here. Yeah, Crystal. So there's a new tornado warning here for this cell. If you guys live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Yeah, you can see right there. There is a little bit of rotation if we go over to the velocities. Try and get storm motion from a warning here to try and get a better idea. And yeah, so big thing here to take away. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So right there is where I would watch out for if I were trying to look for a tornado. And if you're over near Crystal, Moyers, as well as areas near State Highway 3 in Oklahoma, got to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Brenham, Texas, should you stream with them? Perfect. Or how are you looking for the rest of the night? Or are they looking for the rest of the night? Let me take a look. Let me see what they are doing here. You're in Hewitt outside of Waco. It's pretty quiet. I think the storms might be starting to move out of your general vicinity, so that might be the good thing. So for the person who asked about Brenham, Brenham is expected to be in the general, or at least actually, they're a little bit further south of the ongoing tornado warning cell. All right, so there's a tornado warning cell that's approaching the Somerville area. So If they know anyone who lives near Somerville, Lyons, Quarry, Snook, Dime Box, and Deanville, as well as areas near College Station, I would highly recommend telling them to get their friends and tell them to get into a sturdy structure, because there could potentially be a tornadic storm that is heading off across that general area. It looks like KGRK has finally came back alive, so that's the good news. And yeah, the cell near Dimeville and Somerville definitely looks like it could be potentially trying to produce a tornado. So we'll definitely watch out for that, but these supercells are definitely looking very interesting. Ooh, Marcus. So it looks like the cell is trying to regenerate. The one that is approaching the Mumford and Gauze area. Here is College Station. All right, so College Station's at the top right-hand part of your screen. Top right-hand part of your screen. And you can see the storms as it continues to move on through. 2 supercells. All right, we have one large supercell down here to the south near Giddings. You have another supercell over here near Treesman. And these are moving off towards the north and east. One's going to head directly towards College Station. One's going to head directly towards College Station. I think we actually have a radar over here. College radar. So when we get close to College Station, we'll be using that radar. Oh, that's the source. Oh. Yeah, Ryan's fine. Ryan didn't chase today. But he says that a chaser died or perished, unfortunately. If that's true, then that's insane. I gotta pray for the chaser. College radar, velocity. All right, so yeah, we could potentially use this as we get closer to College Station, but let's keep going with KGRK here until this gets a little bit out of reach. Judith with the 50, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Judith. That really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much. With the 50 super chat, that's absolutely insane. So thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to me. Really does. New Convective Outlook has just been issued. There you go. Just got updated. Turn off Mezzo. And yeah, there's the tour probs. Yep, so Rockdale, Hearn, College Station, Caldwell, Bremond. All these areas are at a 10% chance for tornadoes. And this event is still expected to continue. So yep, new day 1 categorical outlook. And if you live anywhere over here, basically east of I-35 now. So if you're on I-45, further east of that, towards the border of Louisiana and Texas, you need to watch out for some severe weather that's going to occur later on today. It's going to happen. Mesoscale discussion for Tornado Watch 54. Severe threat continues. Supercells, the tornadoes should continue across central parts of the watch. QLCS is maturing across northern Texas. At least 4 supercells with history of producing tornadoes are ongoing. So yeah, those supercells are going to continue to do so. All right, let's go off towards Dallas. Let's go towards Dallas. Show off the entire area over there. So right now, if you live anywhere, well, I'm just going to start labeling areas that are in the clear. Sherman, Melissa, McKinney, Allen, all the way down to Fort Worth, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Young Nate followed that storm that's moving towards College Station for a while, and at this point, I see that it's preparing to look like, it's looking like it's about to drop a big tornado. But at this point, it's too far away, and it's honestly just too dangerous to
Tornado
chase.
warning for
It's dark,
Central
roads are
Limestone
hilly,
County in Central
and
Texas,
yeah, not a lot of
Northeastern Falls
lighting.
County
Plus, it's
in
going
Central
towards a big
Texas.
populated area. So I'm safe. College Station, look out for the storm.
Yeah, you heard that from our other chaser, from Sam. Hey, I appreciate you sticking in and looking through. It's dark out there, so drive home safe, and stay safe even when you get home, because it'll probably be really active as you get over towards your area. So we had one storm chaser. We have another storm chaser who's heading back towards where he resides. And then we have Matt, who's still going out right now. We'll get in get in contact with Matt here in a bit. But yeah, he's saying that this cell over here near Dime Box in Somerville, this thing could potentially produce a large tornado. That's what he says. So if that's the case, we could potentially see a tornado here relatively soon from that cell. And that's going to be heading off towards College Station, unfortunately. I'll show you here the track. And the white line takes it directly towards College Station, which is unfortunate. So if you know anyone who lives near College Station, all right, now is the time for you to start getting this out to them and getting this information to those people. Because they could potentially be seeing a supercell, not just a significantly large hail and strong damaging winds, but it also has the potential of even producing a tornado in that general area as well. So please be sure to spread this stream out with them. Copy the live stream and send it as a text message. Send it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and be sure to keep liking the live stream, guys. All right, if you're new, please be sure to like the live stream so that we can continue to get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube. If people don't have cable, if they don't have, power and they're on their phone, the first thing they're going to do is go onto social media. And if we spread my live stream out with more and more people, we'll be able to get this out to more and more people on social media. So please be sure to help me out with that if you guys can. Here's some of the damage that was over in Elgin. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Here's some of the damage over in Elgin. Look at this. House ripped apart. That thing got shredded. Here's some of the damage over here in Kingston, Oklahoma. Look at this, too. This is the damage over in Oklahoma. And that's pretty bad as well. You can see the debris all over the place. I've got no clue if that was livestock flying through the fields. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. And I don't think I want to watch to look for it. If I look for it and I find it, I might be disturbed. So I'm gonna hope that that wasn't the case. Wow, look at this. This was near Round Rock during the tornado.
Head down, right in front.
Look at this.
Oh my god.
My goodness.
Stop what you're doing and take a seat. Go put your head down, right in front of, right in.
Yeah, the tornado just went right through that area while they were on Amtrak. That's insane. I can't believe that. Looking through Twitter here, just trying to see. Yeah, there's some more damage from Kingston. Kingston, Oklahoma. Kingston, Oklahoma is getting heavily overshadowed. But yeah, there is definitely some damage over there in Kingston, Oklahoma. Quite a substantial amount of damage over there too. Look at this here. All right, this is in Era, Texas. This was 16 minutes ago. Although I don't think it was 16 minutes ago, so they probably just posted this, later on. I said in the beginning of the live stream, I said if you were trying to figure out where the tornado was, there's a good chance that it was going to be, rain wrapped. Well, you have some pretty ominous clouds, and then you have rain in this entire area right here, okay? So all of that is rain that is probably surrounding what could be a funnel cloud or even a tornado in the middle of that. So, all I'm saying here, guys, is if you are out in front of this and you are trying to see the tornado, now it's dark, all right? Now it's that time of day to where it's dark. And, you can't see anything, what's going on out in front. But my goodness. Just for people who are also curious, all right? We did catch the tornado.
So, Nate, just want to talk to you real quick. The guy I'm with, he has to call it a night. He has to call it a chase. He's got to get back to Oklahoma. So, Steven, the guy I was chasing with earlier, he's too far away. He's not going to be able to come get me. So I have to go back to Temple, get my car, and pretty much evaluate if I'm going east for tomorrow or not. Because if I go, I'll be by myself. Now, it's not too much of an issue to go by myself, but, it's just kind of one of those things where Dixie Alley is kind of, a little harder to chase than out here. So just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
That sounds good. Hey, you did your job here. I was looking at some of the other popular chasers, and it seems as if, you were one of the only ones with the actual live streaming content that actually saw a tornado. So, good for you, man. Once again, well done. And if you want to go and chase tomorrow, I've got some places to where you could possibly go. We can evaluate from there. But if you want to, you can. Hopefully, you made enough and you got some content so that you can start distributing that about. But otherwise, yeah, it'll be interesting. So yeah,
that's what kind of sucks about it. I was so focused on trying to get the stream up to get the word out. I didn't really get any footage. Truthfully, I'm not too upset by that though. The main goal for me was to get the word out live and not worry about really videos. I do have a video, but it's kind of hard to see in the contrast. We got a video that was posted on Twitter. I got tagged in it. You can go look at it. I retweeted it on my channel, but I didn't really get any good footage of that tornado because I was more so worried about getting the word out, live to the people, because that was the danger, especially going through that big of a population center. I definitely don't mind chasing tomorrow. We'll just have to talk about, timings and whatnot, when storms are expected to really, be stronger and have the better chance of producing, because I know it's supposed to be all day. The only issue is like, when the best potential is and, where I'd have to position and stuff. Basically, I just need to know if I have to leave tonight or if I can stop, get a decent night of sleep, wake up really early and leave. That's kind of what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's the video that they were talking about there.
There it is. It's starting to rain ramp. It's starting to rain ramp.
It's starting to get this RFD's cutting around. That is a large tornado, guys, right here. Massive tornado on the ground. Massive.
Oh
tornado.
yeah.
Look at that thing. It
large
is just
tornado on the ground.
rapping hard.
I gotta get a video of this.
I got it.
My goodness.
A large tornado on the ground crossing I-35 in Round Rock, just south of Round Rock. Very rain wrapped. Very rain wrapped.
You can't see it. You're starting to lose visibility because it's back there in those burbs.
That's fine. You can see it. Large, massive tornado. Massive tornado.
Look, you can see the
I-35.
rising motion. Look at the rising
You can see
motion.
the rising scud into it. That is a large tornado on the ground. It's starting to get rain wrapped. You can't see it anymore. It's starting to get too rain wrapped. It's right here. It's somewhere in this area. You can't really see it anymore, but it's somewhere over in this area. You've got a large tornado in there. Very large, very extremely dangerous.
Man, oh man.
You see it's going around. There's debris in the air.
That right there is crazy. So if you want to see that video, I just retweeted that. All right, I just retweeted that on Twitter. Go check them out. All right, go check out Midwest Twister Hunters. Without them, they wouldn't be able to get that video out with Matt. So be sure to go and help out with that. Go follow his channel. But man, oh man, that was an insane storm that they were chasing right there. Yep, saw that earlier on, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Ultimately, I did agree to chase for tomorrow, so just get in contact with me about it in a DM whenever, or I can stay on stream with you if you want to, because I could end up starting the drive tonight. If you want me to chase tomorrow, just let me know. I really just need timings, because I haven't really looked too in depth to tomorrow's event. I really truthfully haven't. I've been focused on today, so just let me know, man.
Yeah. I'll have to talk to him here in a bit. Yeah, I think that's the tornado that we saw earlier. Hold up. Look at that. So here's a video from JLo Washington. Someone, I believe, sent this video in. But, it was a brief tornado, right? And it was near Cedar Creek. Now, if it's where I think it is, if it's near where I think it is, there was, a funnel, and then there was a debris cloud on the ground, And it just was, a tornado, a small rope tornado that formed. And it was constantly, kicking up debris. And so if that's what I thought it is, Matt could have even saw, a second tornado and showed it to us on stream, but we'll have to see. But absolutely amazing right there. For certain. Liz with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for West Central Grimes County in southeastern Texas, Central Burleson County in southeastern Texas, Brazos County in southeastern Texas.
So where would that be for? Ooh, the cell up here near Coss and Thornton is starting to kind of ramp up a bit. That is something to watch out for. Let's go back to the College Station cell. Lyon, Snook, Somerville. There is a tornadic storm that is starting to move on through into that area. Doesn't seem to be too tornadic at this time, though. That is the good news, but there is a new tornado warning for this. And it does include College Station now. Come in. And Marilyn with the 6 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you. Yeah, College Station is now in the tornado warning now, guys. So this is what we were saying earlier on. We said College Station is going to be in a tornado warning. They're going to be in the general area of where this tornadic storm could potentially be. All right. So yeah, College Station right there. Still has good rotation too. Pretty decent rotation. If you know anyone, once again, if you know anyone who lives in College Station, please tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. New tornado watch until 3 a.m. Yeah, that's for the Lufkin area. Let's see. Couple intense tornadoes possible. 60-50 prob. So, chances for tornadoes have decreased, but the chances for significant tornadoes have stayed the same. So, yeah, not surprised there. Would not be surprised there. Let's try and pull up College Station's radar. Should be close enough. Sheesh. So yeah, here's the cell. Looks kind of disfigured at the moment. Torwatch Houston. That makes sense. Is that until 3 in the morning? That is until 3 in the morning. Central Daylight Time. So 4 o'clock Eastern. I probably won't be able to live stream until that late at night. Oh, there isn't a tornado watch for Houston. Houston's not in a tornado watch. It's just the areas north of that, near Conroe. But yeah, Texarkana, all the way down to Longview, Shreveport, Lufkin, Huntsville, Conroe. All of them are in a new tornado watch. Tyler with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. You guys have been amazing with your support here today. I haven't said much about subscribing, because I feel like if there's like a tornado on the ground, you shouldn't say, hey, you should subscribe. But you guys have been amazing with the subscriptions, so I really do appreciate it.
County in southeastern Oklahoma.
We have 26,589 subscribers. If you would like to subscribe, feel free to do so. I upload videos talking about the severe weather event, or even just any weather event, tropical weather, severe weather, winter weather. If you like that type of content, please be sure to tune into my channel. And of course, if you like the live streams that you see here, then please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Hit that bell button next to the subscribe button that I'm sure you have already pressed. We will be live tomorrow too, by the way. There is a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale similar to today. So we'll be on for tomorrow. We'll be covering that. And hopefully nothing bad happens, but we'll have to see. So yeah, now it looks like things are starting to kind of slow down a little bit. It's in a good environment for it to continue to pop off, don't get me wrong. Let's take a look at the significant tornado parameter. Jeez! Yeah, it's still pretty strong. It's just whenever it gets to I-45, that's when it's going to start to really move on through. So yeah, College Station, that's the imminent threat right now. All right, we said College Station's probably going to get it. And then Madisonville, Centerville, Palestine, you guys could probably get some activity here. I'd say within the next hour. While there is these tornado warnings that are not expected to really do a whole lot until I'd say 5 minutes from now, let's talk about real quickly tomorrow, just real quickly, so I can get people an idea as to, you know, what could be happening tomorrow. I said there is a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. You can see that in the red, 1 out of 5 in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and then of course, as I said, 4 out of 5 in the red. If you live in the yellow, orange, or red, tomorrow you should probably pay attention to my live stream. You should probably pay attention to my channel because we are probably going to be live streaming for quite some time with this thing. There's going to be a lot of stuff to cover. All right. This also does include a 15% chance for tornadoes within these areas, so there is a pretty strong chance that there could be some tornadoes within this area, specifically in the Baton Rouge, Jackson, Hattiesburg, Vicksburg, Clinton, New Orleans, and Lafayette general vicinity. Could potentially see some significant tornadoes tomorrow, as well as some large hail and strong damaging winds. Now, in regards to the actual event here tomorrow. All right, let's get the HRRR and the 0Z. All right, so here's how things continue to move on through. The line starts to materialize here in Louisiana, and the border of Louisiana and Texas here in the early morning hours, and this is expected to continue to move on through. And by the afternoon hours on Tuesday, all right, you can see two things. First off, you can see the massive line that moves through. This massive line could potentially have supercells within them that could produce tornadoes that were similar to today. But you also have these thunderstorms out in front of the line that could also potentially produce thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes that were similar to today as well. So it just really depends on if those supercells do form, and it's just similar to how it was today. So I'll be covering this. I would say I could possibly start sometime around noon, 1 o'clock, something like that. That's probably what I would be watching out for. But that's just a quick update as to what you could potentially expect here for tomorrow. So if you live in any of these areas, or if you know anyone who lives within these areas, I would highly recommend telling them, look, you can see there's even some more storms that farm out in front of this. Look, you have one over here, you have another one over here. So these thunderstorms, all these thunderstorms out in front of the line, and then the storms in the line, that's the concern. That's the big concern there. So I'll be covering this all day tomorrow. It seems that it'll start to deteriorate as it moves on through and towards the late evening and heading off into the overnight hours. So that is the good news there, but still, I'll be covering that. What's the threat for that Missouri area? 2% chance for tornadoes, surprisingly. 2% chance for tornadoes. Do I think tomorrow will go high risk? The only thing I got to say about that is that there's only one day to where there's only one instance to where the National Weather Service has issued a day 3 moderate, which is what they did for tomorrow's event, and have not, upgraded it to a high risk, and that was in Easter of 2020. So any other day into which the Storm Prediction Center has issued a moderate risk on day 3, and there's been numerous times of which it has done that, it usually has been upgraded to a high risk. But I don't know. I don't think I'd complain if it was either or. I think it probably should stay as a moderate. It probably should. So a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale tomorrow, I think that's pretty reasonable, in my honest opinion. Guys don't mind, I'm going to be eating a little bit of my food while I talk here, because I've just been non-stop talking about tornadoes and stuff like that. Hello from Clanton, Alabama. Well, hello, hello. Do I think the chances are high out of the Missouri area, or not really? Not really. I think it'd be more of a cold core event, so maybe you could see a tornado or two within that 2%. Is my opinion ever not honest? I don't know. I'd say probably not, but who knows? Who knows? New subscriber just tuning in. Mobile, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, Tampa Bay, Florida. Tampa Bay should be all right. Atlanta's going to get hit on Wednesday, and Mobile could get hit tomorrow night. I have a better answer for you guys tomorrow night here. Storms are expected to kind of move on through your area in the afternoon. Actually, not really afternoon. Late afternoon to the early evening. All right, so bring this back up here again. Sorry if I'm lagging a little bit. It's my internet. That's the one thing, with all this money that I get from you guys, that's the next thing I'm putting it in towards, all right? I'm almost done with my room on the side. Now, I need to get some good Wi-Fi so that my streaming won't be as bad. But you can see timing above me in Eastern, so you're going to have to subtract an hour in order to get Central. You can see that you get some scattered showers and thunderstorms that moves on through and towards your area at about 8 or 9. And then, of course, the main line starts to move late overnight for you all. So you guys get that activity over there. Atlanta, you guys get early morning hours for you all. And even lingers all the way into the afternoon as well. And then Tampa Bay, you guys get some activity. I'd say probably on Thursday, but it would be more of a strong damaging wind type thing. If that makes any sense. I hope it does. WSB News, thank you so much for becoming a member, a weather watcher. It really does mean a lot to me. I appreciate everyone who's became a weather watcher here today.
Nate, I need a copy, sir.
I got you 5x5, my friend.
Hey, boss. I'm getting ready to get on Highway 36, heading back towards Temple. There's a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing for a storm going through Little River. It actually looks like it may be developing a mesocyclone. It's got a pretty nice hook to it. So this may end up being like a last ditch effort type of deal. Since we're already heading this way, it looks like it's got some decent rotation to it. So as we're heading back to where I'm headed, we may end up actually seeing this thing unintentionally. So we'll talk about it. You may just want to watch that though.
Interesting. All right, Matt, keep me updated, my friend. Yeah, that's really interesting. So he says,
We'll do.
So Matt said he's heading back to go get his car, and then he might chase tomorrow. Keyword might. But he might see this other storm too on his way back to Temple, which is where his car is located, because he's actually carpooling with someone. He might see the supercell right here that's got a severe thunderstorm warning, and even has a little bit of rotation. It even has a tiny smidge bit of rotation here. So, you could potentially see something tornadic. We'll have to watch out as that continues to move on through. Alright, let's go back to College Station. Because I said about, what was it, a half an hour ago, I said, if you're in College Station, or if you know anyone who lives in College Station, they need to start preparing. All right, that was about a half an hour ago. Now it's here. All right, now here's the storm. What happens? Well, first off, if you haven't already, you should tell everyone who lives within the area to go ahead and get indoors, because this storm is going to be producing a lot of hail. We can take a look at the maximum expected hail size here. And you can see across the board, you can see that there is the potential for hail everywhere. All right. Potential for severe hail is more confined into some areas more than not, especially if you're on the southern side of College Station, near the Wellborn areas, near State Highway 6, State Highway 30. I'd say more towards State Highway 6, well south of the campus. That is where they're probably going to have the more severe hail, more or less, that's going to move on through. But if you're in College Station, regardless, you're going to want to be in a sturdy structure and away from windows to begin with, all right? Second off, you're in a tornado warning right now, okay? So as I said, you probably should tell people to stay indoors.
Tornado warning for Freestone County in central Texas, northeastern Limestone County in central Texas.
I think that might be the cell that Matt's talking about. I'm not too sure. This is old. Wait, is this old radar data? No, it's not too old. It's fine. It's fine. Let's go down to... Oh no, that's the extension for the cell that's further north. So let's go... let's keep this here. That's fine. Alright, so once again, College Station, you're under a tornado warning. If you haven't told people already, tell them to go ahead, get into a sturdy structure. My preferred area to where I would want you guys to go is underground or the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. But if you aren't, like, let's say you're in, a 3-story apartment, you're on the 3rd or 2nd story, ask the people who are down at the 1st story and say, hey, can I just come in for a little bit? Can I just, sit out here with you all until the storm is over? I'm hoping they will understand. Hoping. But if not, try and figure out, like a gas station or a supermarket or some other building that you can go in towards so that you can just ride it out there. All right, that's the big thing there. And the other thing is you really can't stay in a mobile home. All right, if you're in a mobile home, you need to leave and go to a sturdier structure. Because we saw earlier on in the video, or earlier on in the live stream, there's a tornado that went through, it hit a mobile home and obliterated it. Obliterated it. It didn't look like a super strong tornado either, and it still obliterated it. So, that's all I gotta say, is that if you are in a mobile home, you cannot stay there through a tornado. All right, you can come back to it after the event or after the storm has moved on through. But if you're under a tornado warning, you can't stay in a mobile home. And that goes for everyone who lives in College Station and around the surrounding areas. One in Round Rock came through about 3 miles from your place. Well, I'm happy you're safe, PJ. I'm happy you're safe. Jake, what's up? How do? Yeah, College Station tornado warning is ongoing at this time. What do I think Longview will be under the storm? Are they under a tornado threat? Longview in itself, if I remember correctly, I do think they should be. They're under a tornado watch at this time, but I think they're going to probably see their activity more than likely a little bit before midnight, sometime around 10, when stuff will really start to kind of amplify. All right, so let's dissect a little bit more about what this cell in College Station is doing. And you can see there is rotation here. You've got greens moving towards the radar. You got reds moving away. Right in the middle, counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the tornado would be, or the tornadic rotation would be. As this continues to move off towards the north and east, it is expected to impact College Station over the next, I'd say, probably 5 to 10 minutes. All right, so that's how much time you have left in order to get into a sturdy structure. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to tell the people who live within some of these areas to go ahead and do so. All right, if they don't believe you, give them this live stream, copy the link, share it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can try and get this live stream out to more and more people, especially if they live in these areas, because this information could definitely help them with their judgment, more or less, and making a good decision. And also, by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to help me with that and to try and get me out onto YouTube's algorithm. That would be greatly appreciated. Be very appreciated. Looking on Twitter right now, see what all stuff you guys have sent in so that I can share pictures onto the stream. That one. Wow. So here's a video of some of the pictures coming from Elgin of the tornado. Look at this, guys. This was from the Elgin tornado earlier on today. Start from the beginning. Look at that.
No, it's huge. We are looking at it as we speak. We're trying to head out.
I don't want to go to Walmart. Lo que se venga para acá.
Man, oh man.
So, yeah, head out to Austin. Yeah, we're going to head out, right? Because it's gotten really big.
Va a pegar en esas casas que están ahí.
No. Yeah, the tornado is huge. Okay, Dad. All right, bye.
That's absolutely insane right there. Sourmint, you guys aren't really expected to get a whole lot of stuff from the tornadic department, so you guys should be fine. All right, let's go to Radar Omega, see what our rotation's looking like over here. And yeah, we do have some rotation. Look at that. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is moving right next to the Texas A&M University Farm. So if you know where the University Farm is, just to the south of the airport, actually more south and west of the airport, that's where the tornadic rotation is. It's right along 60. It's right along 60. Can I zoom out to give you guys a perspective as to what's going on? Yes, I sure can. Zooming out here. All right, so remember, this is in Texas. This is in Texas. Here's where the College Station tornado warning is. Here's the other tornado warning that's a little bit further off to the north. There's Dallas and Fort Worth. Right here is Houston. There's San Antonio right there. All right, so hopefully that gets you guys a better perspective as to what's going on. I know my face kind of just cut out there, but that's just me leaning to the side like I typically do. People are saying it's confirmed. Not on my screen quite yet, but doesn't mean it can't be. I'm going to go on to Omega here. Yeah, man, that thing has some pretty strong rotation on that. Spectrum width doesn't really show a whole lot. But yeah, there's probably a good chance. Probably a good chance that this cell that this tornado that's heading towards College Station could potentially be on the ground. Yep, it's an observed tornado now. So yeah, this tornado's on the ground, guys. This tornado is on the ground, and it's heading straight for College Station. All right, so we hope that people, Texas A&M University, College Station, areas near the airport, near the Stadium View Apartments, the district on Luther, Flats on 12 Apartments, as well as the Wave Z Islander Apartments. If you live over there, if you live near the COP area, the reserve at College Station, areas near Wellborn Road, which is basically, you know, cutting the entire city of College Station in half. Texas Avenue South, near the main intersections. Right around near the, I believe that's the golf course there. Yeah, the golf course. All right, so if you're in downtown College Station, you need to go ahead and start taking your proper precautions and get into a sturdy structure now. All right, it's time. It is time to go. And it's time to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. That is not a debris signature. Not a debris signature. It's along FM 62. That's where the tornado is, according to the emergency management. So yeah, it's heading right over there. There's the velocities. You can see pretty decent rotation. Greens and blues moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It's right there. It is definitely right there. Power flash is confirmed by weather spotters. I don't believe there's sky cameras over in College Station, is there? I can't remember. Yep, velocity still indicate. It's still there. It's still kicking. How long will I be live for? More than likely until midnight. Something like that. Maybe even a little bit longer than that. Tornado coming towards Reed right now. Jeez. Nighttime tornado coming right towards him, too. I mean, this is not the best situation to be in. There's the rotation again. Once again, as I said, if you know anyone that lives in College Station, right now, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. All right? Now is the time. You gotta continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. Remember, copy the link to the live stream. Spread it with friends and family and on social media like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Especially if you know people who live within these areas. Send them a text message with the link to the live stream, or just tell them, hey, you need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. By hitting that like button, you're actually helping me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. If people want to try and come out towards, you know, if they want to try and come out on YouTube, on this social media platform. So yeah, all we can do now is hope that the rotation does die off. Probably not Sourmint. This thing isn't as strong as Mayfield. But it definitely is a strong tornado regardless. It definitely is. Velocity's just upticked a bit. Yeah, this thing is still on the ground. It still is going. There we go. But yeah, this is a pretty concerning situation. It is now starting to move on through. It's moving towards the River Road areas south of the Raymond Stotzer Parkway. And the velocities have weakened a little bit. All right, that's the good news. Velocities have weakened just a smidge. Yep, Texas A&M University needs to get into a sturdy structure right now. Because this thing is more than likely on the ground. And yeah, this thing is heading off towards College Station. It's right here. It is right here. It is weakening too. So that's the good news. If this thing can weaken on its approach, you know, even before this gets to the airport, it'd be so good. Is this heading anywhere near San Antonio or going north? San Antonio's in the clear. The velocities have weakened significantly. They have weakened significantly. I repeat, at the surface, the rotation is not as strong. So this thing might be lifting. This thing might be lifting on its approach to College Station. But it still looks like it did have a couple power flashes, according to some reports. School closed tomorrow in Louisiana. Good.
Nate, give me a copy, sir.
Got you 5x5. How do?
Hey, sir, I'm watching this cell southeast of Temple. I'm sitting here on the Highway 36. Let me see, I'm probably about 10 miles south of Temple. I'm looking east right now. I've got a rotating wall cloud with upward motion. I'm watching it right now. It's kind of hard to see with the lightning, but I can get you a stream up if you'd like.
Go for stream. All right, so Matt's back in the...
Give me just a second.
Matt's kind of back in the chase. He's heading back to where his car would be before he assesses as to where he could potentially go. But let's see what we got here.
Let me roll the window down. So you're going to see right here in the lightning, you've got a wall cloud right here. We've got upward motion. It's right here just to my east. Kind of have to watch right here. You see it? It's kind of hard to see the lightning, but give me 1 second. You'll see it. There it is.
Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the wall cloud. Oh, yeah, there is a wall cloud.
It's got upward motion feeding into it, too. It's had upward motion for a little bit. I can see around the backside. It's got a nice clear slot around the backside. It's rotating for sure. It had upward motion in it for about 2 minutes total?
I would say at least 2 to 3.
About 2 minutes it had upward motion. But that's definitely a developing wall cloud. It's got a nice clear slot wrapping around it. That's just southeast of Temple, approaching the Rosebud area. It's actually, I'm looking at it on radar. It's starting to develop inflow to it as well. So that may be trying to ramp back up.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, because my buddy has to get back on the road, I don't want to keep him too long. We're going to get back on the road to Temple. I'm going to go grab my car, and then I'm going to probably go after this one. Maybe. We'll see. If it keeps going, if it keeps, ramping up, I'm going to probably go after that one, because that one looks like it may try to produce as well.
All right. And then you probably could be thinking about what you're planning on tomorrow, because if you are going to go chase tomorrow, you probably could pack your stuff up now and then go chase, and then head that way.
I've already got my stuff. My stuff's already packed. I just have to get to my vehicle. My main issue, I'm just worried about timing is my issue.
You'll be fine for the most part. The line's going to be kind of delayed, so as long as you make it to, like, Jackson, sleep for a little bit, the line will start to kind of cross the Louisiana-Mississippi border at around, like, kind of the noon to 1 o'clock hours. So...
not horrible. That's pretty early. My main issue, though, is the fact that I have to be at work on Wednesday morning, 8 a.m. So that's kind of why I'm, like, concerned slightly, but I think I can make it happen. The thing is, I just have to make the trek alone, so I'll be by myself tomorrow. I'm not gonna chase with the guy I was with earlier. He took off by himself. He's down near I-10, heading east alone.
So basically, he said he wanted to go north. He went north, and he didn't get anything because of it.
No, he did. He followed us. He just ended up. We cut off towards Round Rock. He went further south towards the Elgin cell when it was first developing. We caught the Round Rock storm. He caught a little bit of a cone, little stovepipe kind of deal. But we ended up, catching that cell out near Round Rock. We caught that tornado out near Round Rock. He went a different way, and then he ended up separating. He went down south of Bastrop while we were, out towards Rockdale. And so he made the decision to kind of drop further south and then just get on I-10 and go east, which is fine. I'm fine with it. Truthfully, it's okay. I can make the trek alone. I can chase alone. I tend to do better when I'm alone, but I got to give props to my chase partner here, Mason. He's a great dude. He's excellent. I met him, a year or two ago. I think it was last year we met. I think it was a year ago we met. He's a great guy. Love him. He did phenomenal driving today. We got in good position to see that wedge. So big props to him.
That I'm not an idiot. I have knowledge on what I'm doing.
He said he's not an idiot. He has knowledge on what he's doing. So
yeah, tell him I retweeted his video, told people to go check his channel out. So
yeah, definitely. So yeah, for sure. We will.
That video will be up on our on my YouTube for Midwest Twister Hunters probably tomorrow. I'm gonna try to edit it tomorrow at some point and then throw it up there tomorrow night. So keep an eye out for that. I'll tweet the link so people can find it.
Yeah, and then I'll shout it out on my whenever I upload videos and stuff like that for you.
I kind of wish I had gotten better footage, but I didn't really get too great of footage, but I'm not really truthfully worried about that. Like I said earlier, I was, it's on your stream. I caught it live on stream, and that's really what I'm worried about. I'm worried about getting the live word out to people, you know, especially in that sort of, situation where it's a large metro area. So, you can turn that off. I know you can turn that off. But, it's definitely one of those deals where I was more so concerned about getting the word out right then and there on the spot, especially in a big area, like a big city like that. I mean, there was a population of 120,000+ in Round Rock. So
100%.
Round Rock and Pflugerville alone, you're talking 200,000 people.
Exactly.
And that's of the 1.3 billion that live in the Austin metro.
Yeah, for sure. So it's definitely one of those deals where I'm not too upset that I didn't get much footage. I got enough, but really what I'm proud of is the fact that we got that on stream and we were able to get the word out so quickly. So the area we actually caught I documented some damage. It was at A.W. Grimes Boulevard and Thompson Trail, just east of Round Rock.
No, it was in Round Rock.
Oh, it was in Round Rock?
It was in Round Rock.
In Round Rock.
Right,
Excuse me. In Round Rock. So that was documented some damage. It was I wouldn't say it was extensive damage, but there was definitely some big damage. Lots of roof and tree damage. Everybody was okay where we were. Everybody was fine. Everybody was accounted for. So that was great to hear. I may end up making this trail tonight. I probably will. I'm not going to lie to you. I might make this trip tonight because I do want to get back out there for tomorrow and get the word out about tomorrow. So I'm really considering I might get as far east as I can tonight. I don't know if I'll get all the way to Jackson, but I may end up trying to get as far east as I can.
Eastern Henderson
I'll probably
County
get to
in Central
Alexandria
Texas.
tonight. I don't know about
Northwestern Henderson
Jackson,
County
but
in
I should be
Central
able to get
Texas.
to Alexandria. I'll get a few hours of shut-eye. Be up in the morning for tomorrow.
Yeah.
For sure. So that's kind of where we're at. But I just wanted to show you that I guess the cell kind of died off now. I don't really see too much that's telling me, I need to be worried about it. But
no, you did a phenomenal job. I mean, as I said, you're probably one of the only chasers that have actually caught, tornado with a live feed here for today compared to all the other, live chasers besides J-Jack and a couple other guys. But like all the mainstreams, guys that were featured on other, YouTube channels didn't even catch anything until, College Station. And even then, that didn't really do a whole lot. So.
Not this one, but the one coming up. I'm listening, Nate. Sorry, I was just giving him directions.
No, you're fine. It's just, all I got to say to you two is congratulations. You guys did phenomenal jobs today.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that, man. I hope to get more to it tomorrow. The thing is, it's just going to be more difficult being by myself out in Dixie, but you know what? I did it last year. I'll do it again.
Oh,
not too worried about it.
Full send.
Not too worried about it, man. We'll be all right. I know I have your, you'll have my back and
yeah,
you'll be able to keep me. I'm not too worried about it. It's everything's cool.
Yep. That was perfect.
Yes, sir. We'll talk later, Nate. I'll let you go. We'll talk later.
For sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Matt. That's his plans on tomorrow and his final thoughts on what happened today. I can't believe that we caught the tornado. I honestly can't believe, that we caught it with the chaser. Okay? It's one thing catching it on the live cameras. It's another thing for a chaser to do it because chasers, they go out of their way to go. With the actual webcams, it's all coincidence. With chasers, oh boy, they grind so hard. They do all sorts of stuff to try and find as to where the tornado could be. And man, oh man, good stuff. What about Hagerstown? Hagerstown should be fine. Love how my hockey team in the background is doing funny things. All right, so while we were talking to Matt, there was a tornado warning that was issued over here near the Athens and Jacksonville area. Near the Frankston general vicinity. So if you know anyone who lives near Crossroads, Moore Station, Chandler, areas near US Highway 175 in between Athens and Frankston, as well as State Highway 19. All right, you guys need to go ahead and take their proper precautions. underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Tornado warning for northwestern Grimes County in southeastern Texas, northeastern Brazos County in southeastern Texas, Madison County in southeastern Texas, west central Walker County in southeastern Texas.
Interesting. Some chasers are saying there could be power flashes. Yeah, I did think there was power flashes on the approach to College Station. Over near Snook. Over near Snook. Oh yeah, I just realized. Yeah, your cell Sam that was over near Giddings. That's the one that went to College Station. So apparently Giddings actually did produce a tornado. Rain-wrapped tornado near Giddings. And then of course another one over in College Station. Now, what it appears to me here, based off of radar, is that it looks like the hook is kind of gusting out a little bit. So they issued a new tornado warning here. College Station, you guys should be out of the risk now, or at least starting to get out of the risk. All right, looks like the tornadic rotation is a little further off towards the north and east, towards the Wakan Valley general vicinity and near Lola. So, or Iola. I think that's actually how it's pronounced. Iola. But now it's starting to move towards the Madisonville area, all right? And this is where things are going to be really interesting. Now it's starting to get towards I-45, Interstate 45. And, oh yeah, it did produce a Siggy near Luling too. So that's 3 tornadoes. Maybe even 4 tornadoes from that same cell. But yeah, if you know anyone who lives near Wixon Valley, Iola, Bettius, Madisonville, Cottonwood, North Zulch, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, we got to continue to try and get information out to as many people as possible. Because the event is not completely done yet. All right, the significant event might be done. The significant event might be done, but the tornado event, all right, you still can get some significant tornadoes. You still can get some significant tornadoes tonight. And that's the reason why we are not done yet. We are not done. So please be sure to copy the link, send it, share it with people. Hit that like button down below. We got over 1,200 likes. Really do appreciate you guys here tonight. We also got 26,620 subscribers. I really do appreciate you guys here helping me out tonight. Really does mean a lot. We had so far, over 16,233 total viewers. And we've only been live streaming for about 6.5 hours. So, been doing pretty well so far. And as I said, I really do appreciate you guys helping me out. Let's continue to do this. We're not completely done yet. Tomorrow is not a 5 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Tomorrow is a 4 out of 5. Do I have any recommendations on a free app that shows radar and tornado warnings that aren't just for areas you live in? My Radar is a decent one. If you go to My Radar, it's a decent one. But otherwise, I can't really recommend ones that are free. I can't really do so. If you have $10, Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Radar Scope's easier to use, so if you want to do that, feel free to do so. Sup, Shell? Sup, Jazz? How do? Yeah, if you're just tuning in, you guys have kind of missed the more significant portion of the event where Matt caught a tornado. And then there was other significant tornadoes all along the line, along Interstate 35 from Jarrell all the way down to like San Antonio, or a little bit to the east of San Antonio. Do I think day 3 goes enhanced or stays slight? I think it stay. I'm usually conservative with my forecasts, so I'll say it stays slight. I'll say it stays slight. Is it 10 monthly? Nope, it's just a one-time purchase of $10. Fire department is responding to a grill on fire in College Station. Is it really? Is it really? Bro, what? Jeez. Yeah, the significant tornado parameter right now out in front of all these storms is really at a relatively high level as of right now. So there's quite a lot of activity. Is GR Earth hard to use? Kind of. I say kind of. It's more of a hassle more than anything. Just a bunch of rain right now in College Station Few. Yeah, that's based off of the radar that you guys have over there for College Station. It looked like the rotation kind of started to diminish the closer and closer it got. So, what's better, radar scope or radar omega? That's a hard question to answer, to be completely honest with you. I guess it really depends upon what's available. So, just in general, for the $10, radar scope is easier to use, but radar omega has more things available to it. So I guess it really depends upon, what you favor more. Do you favor easier to use products or more products? And same thing with the subscriptions and stuff like that they have for them. The plans. The monthly plans. Or the yearly plans. What do you use for your whole setup? Is it something you made? Yep. It's all something that I did make. Indeed, indeed. GR2 has a bit of a learning curve. GR2 is an amazing radar, though. All right, if you can muster up $250 and you want to do this for a long time, this is the investment to make, because GR2 is the best radar product in all of radar products. It looks like the storm over there that is near the Wixon Valley area has still has a bit of rotation. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Of course, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Still has some decent rotation there as well. So it's not exactly done with that storm quite yet. Are you okay in White House, Texas? Let me take a look where that is real quickly. White House is south of Tyler. So there's actually a tornadic storm that's heading off in your general area. One of the tornado warnings. And we were looking at that a little bit earlier, so let's take a look at it again. Let's see. There's a cell that's kind of near Athens. It's heading towards Tyler. So I would watch out for that. I do think there are some of these storms, whether they're tornadic or not, could be severe. That is going to be heading off into your general area. So I would watch out for this, especially as this gets closer and closer. So yeah, I'll watch out for you. I'll watch out for you. It's going west. There it is. There it is. It took us 6 hours and 48 minutes until we got our first west joke of the stream. Where would you get some of the place files for the environmental values? If you're talking about this right here, this isn't a place file. This is all GR Earth right here. GR Earth and GR2 can work really well together. Extremely well together. Any updates for the tornado near Texas A&M? Yeah, that is officially moved past through College Station. It did start to deteriorate as it moved through near the city, so that was the good news for that one. Did start to kind of deteriorate. Perhaps I should see about getting a sponsorship from GR2. Dude, if I did, then I would advocate this product so hard. I really would. I really would. No joke. Because this product deserves it. It deserves it. It is the best radar product. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Especially with what GR2 just did now, to where you can create your own products and code them. Oh yeah, you already know I'm going to be coding some of these products. I have my own personal ones. Capture software do I use for my stream? Streamlabs. Same thing with recording too. Or we can all save the $10 and watch like all of Nate's live videos instead of downloading Radar Scope. That's true, Dan. That's true. If you stay with me, then you're probably going to be as up to date as you possibly can be. But there's some people who want to track too, and I can understand that. I really can. Is Buffalo safe? If you're talking about Buffalo, New York, then yeah, you guys should be safe. But Buffalo, Texas, I believe, is what you are talking about. And Buffalo, Texas is over there. I knew I'd seen that before. Yeah, storm just split through that area. So they should be fine for the short term. In the long term, however, they're going to get a storm that's going to start to move on through in about an hour and a half into their general area. And that'll produce some large hail, maybe some very strong damaging winds, and possibly a threat for tornadoes as well. So I'd watch out for that. You have family near Palestine? The NASA weather balloon station, please check. Yeah, Palestine is right next to a tornado warning. But I think the storm in itself is going to move off to the north of it. I do think it's going to move off to the north of Palestine. So you guys should be fine here. New tornado warning just got issued, I'm assuming, for that cell.
Tornado warning for northeastern Freestone County in central Texas, northwestern Anderson County in central Texas.
Yeah, so a new tornado warning just got issued for those cells over there. And it'll pop up here in a sec. It'll pop up here in a second. And there it is. So there's your tornado warning for a Texas Colony, Brushy Creek, Frankston. And that'll eventually head off, potentially even towards the Tyler general vicinity. So I'd watch out for that if you guys could. But Palestine should be all right for the most part, from the looks of it. It looks like the cell that went off past the College Station area is trying to recycle. And yeah, it looks like it's starting to get some pretty good rotation. So yeah, you know, we mentioned areas over near Cross, North Solch, Cottonwood, Bettius, Madisonville. Madisonville's a big one. All right, this storm right here is heading towards Madisonville, and there is quite a few people who live over here in Madisonville, Texas. So if you know people who live over there, you guys need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already. Here's the velocities. You can see the reds and oranges moving away from the radar, greens and grays moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, which would just so happen to be somewhere right about here on the reflectivity. And yeah, this is definitely a tornadic storm that is more than likely going to continue to move on through and potentially even produce a tornado. It might even be producing a tornado right now. So new update IEM bot. What does it say? Mesoscale discussion. Watch possible 60% probs. Ooh. Yeah, I think it's on the ground right now. Yeah, I think it might be on the ground. I think that might actually be a tornado debris signature here from Reflectivity. It might be a debris signature right there from Reflectivity. So there probably is a tornado in progress right now. Carmen with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot. Where am I from? Pennsylvania. Southern Pennsylvania, specifically. But yeah, I do think tornado debris signature here is indicated with this supercell. I do think there is a tornado in progress. At least from the looks of it, that's what it looks like to me. Did I ever do a live stream on the El Reno tornado? Nope. My channel did not last that long. I would have been a youngin' at that point. Yep, I'll be here, Alicia. Or Alyssa, jeez. I can't see. I'm starting to zone out. You can tell I'm starting to get tired. I'm starting to lose it. I need to eat food. But yeah, Alyssa, I'll be here. Got you. Monroe, Louisiana. I'll be here. I will be here. Yeah, I'm losing it. Who's filming Minecraft videos? There it is. Mesoscale discussion for Tornado Watch 54 and 56. Tyler about to get hit? Yep, more than likely. I'll go back to the Tyler cell here in a second, but we do have a tornado that is in progress here. So I'm kind of just looking at this here for right now. But yeah, this is a tornado in progress, in my honest opinion. I do think we do have a tornado debris signature. And it's heading towards the cross area and Iola. So, you know, I keep asking people to please share this with as many people as possible. If we could, please be sure to do that. Texting Matt here. Him and I are talking in the background. I've been losing it since you got out of work today and worked three straight 8-hour shifts. That sucks. Can I check out the Shreveport area after this? I sure can, although you guys aren't really getting a whole lot of activity here. I do have to also check the Tyler area before that, so. But yeah, I do think that this probably... I do think that this is probably a tornado on the ground at this moment. Based off of what radar says here, I do think this is a debris ball. Could be spewing up some debris. Yeah, I do think that is possibly the case. Yeah, Longview, Texas is calm. Yeah, it's going to be calm for a little bit. Same with Tyler. Tyler's got a little bit to go as well. Let's go back to that cell off near Tyler, actually. So we have a couple of these storms here. A couple of these storms that are trying to go about. So there was rotation over here due south of Athens. Then it went into Athens and it merged with another cell. And now it's just pretty broad surface-based stuff. So that isn't really going to do a whole lot in my honest opinion. Large stovepipe near Madisonville? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I would not be surprised. As I said, you know, that thing's probably on the ground. Yeah, Tyler, White House, probably could start getting your stuff here. I would say probably about 15 minutes. 15 minutes is when stuff will really start to kind of kick off, and it'll be really consistent throughout much of the night. So you'll just get more and more rain over and over and over again. And yeah, I think that'll be really consistent. So let's go back to Omega here. Yeah. Yep, I still think it's on the ground. I still think it's on the ground. This is near the North Zulch area, approaching the Madisonville general vicinity along I-45, north and east of College Station. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions right now, right? This is a bona fide supercell that's probably producing an ongoing tornado right now. As I said, if you know anyone who lives over in Madisonville or around Madisonville, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions now. Because there's a tornado that's probably heading off and towards their general vicinity. Possibly Sorrel. Possibly. Is Buffalo safe on Wednesday and Tuesday? They should be. Alright, so let's zoom out. You can see Shreveport's just getting some general showers and thunderstorms. Same thing with Longview. They were getting showers and thunderstorms. That stuff's not the main stuff that they're going to get that could be tornadic, alright? The stuff that could be tornadic is probably going to be a bit further west of them, and it'll move off into their area, so... Yeah. Let's go back to the radar. Yeah, best way to describe a stovepipe tornado is a tornado that is a tall cylinder. Exactly what KR Diecast said. Exactly what he said. How much does a twister vid pay? I've jumped out of planes, climbed mountains, raced motorcycles, got chased by a crazy woman, and worked in some of the most explosive places in the energy sector. Well, it depends upon how good the quality of the video is. If it's good quality, you can clearly see the tornado and it's, you know, doing damage and stuff like that. It can go for thousands of dollars for just one video. When the big EF4 tornado hit Mayfield, debris was up to 30,000 feet. The whole city get the debris. Well, I mean, I would assume so, but it wasn't the entire city that got hit, so. There we go. Let's go back to Omega. Yeah, this thing is still rotating. This thing could still be on the ground too. Potentially could be on the ground as well, so. We'll have to see, we'll have to see. But yeah, I do think this thing probably could be on the ground. Probably on the ground still. And if you're in Madisonville, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Yeah, Megan, I wouldn't say it's like completely catastrophic because the high school didn't get flattened by any stretch of the imagination. It's like part of the wall in the gym got like shot out. Something like that. So it's not total devastation to where everything is flattened, but here's what it is. All right, observe tornado. Well, I mean, that took long enough. That took long enough, didn't it? We said that this thing was probably on the ground even before they said it was a confirmed tornado for the National Weather Service. So, and even by then, by right now, I think it's even deteriorated. So the velocities probably have weakened to the point where it probably isn't on the ground anymore. Madisonville still needs to watch out, though, 100%.
Tornado warning for southeastern Van Zandt County in north-central Texas, northeastern Henderson County in central Texas.
Interesting. So they're talking about this cell right here that just went near Athens. Now this is approaching the I-20 areas too. I-20. Could get some severe weather over there as well, so I would not be surprised if they got into the activity here. Maybe brief tornado. Although the velocities are really broad at this time. And we are looking up pretty high in the sky, so... Yeah, I'm glad no one was hurt. In that tornado specifically. Or at least not significantly hurt, because I did hear that someone got hit by debris over in Jacksboro. I did hear about that. Not at this time, Megan. Not at this time. Got a lot of hate from his followers. What? What did I do? I was right here. Not my fault. My chaser got a tornado in the daylight and his didn't. You know, it's just... It is what it is. That's how storm chasing works. Possible supercellular 2 before the line comes through, yeah. That's kind of why I'm still live streaming here tonight. It's gonna happen. Adriana, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Tornado near Iola. Yeah, that's so. Now, ironically, as soon as they say that it's confirmed warning, the tornado doesn't want to form anymore. All right. So before, when they said it wasn't confirmed, it was on the ground. We can tell because we saw the debris signature from reflectivity and we saw how compact the velocities were. And then when they finally confirmed it, when the spotter said it's on the ground, it dissipated. So, in my opinion, I don't think it's on the ground anymore, but it was on the ground for a short period of time. 100%. Watch Nate back in 2020 April outbreak. Finally glad I found your channel again. Dude, that April outbreak was insane. Easter is... Jeez. Dude, I know, right, Larry? I don't know how either, but Matt got a tornado, and they didn't until College Station happened. That's all I gotta say. It's just... You talk to Nate Snyder, you get good opinions as to where you should go. You get tornadoes. True facts. I'm not saying that to brag because obviously we don't want tornadoes. Okay? That's the best thing to do. If you were to chase, then yeah, sure. Okay? You know, if I were to chase, listen, all right? I've got a plan next year, okay? So I've already accepted, guys. All right? Listen, I know this is a breakthrough. This is a breakthrough. I'm not gonna ever have as many viewers as Ryan Hall, y'all. It's not gonna happen. So what I'm going to do is next year, you know, I said this year, I said I probably am not going to chase the entire time. Next year, I'm going to go out into Tornado Alley for like a month, and I'm going to chase nonstop. I'm going to go, I'm going to chase, I'm going to catch tornadoes. I've got the equipment, all right? I've already bought it. We've got 4K cameras, we got handheld cameras, we got a live view. All we need is data, packs, and hotspots And we are golden. We are absolutely golden to chase whenever we want with the best quality ever. It's gonna happen. All right, so next year in severe weather season, and even next year for tropical weather, okay, when we have hurricanes and stuff like that, we're chasing live, and we are going to catch all that on film and try and get a perspective as to what this is, and to hopefully try and, persuade people to not, do this. I only do it because I'm an idiot. And I'm not saying that that's okay to do it if you're an idiot. I'm just saying you got to be an idiot who has a little bit of safety. So, have a little bit of safety. Thank you, Hardboiled. I appreciate that. Is Sherman done for the night? Let me pull up. Can't exactly remember. Sherman, Texas. If you're where I think you are done for the night. Yeah, you guys are done for the night. You guys are good. You guys are golden. Yeah, he had a flat, so that's unfortunate, Events. That's really unfortunate. Jeez, Alec. Yeah, I'm in southern Pennsylvania, so I can't really... I don't really have tornadoes over here. So if I could just, drive over. Especially if I get good video content. Dude, I could be making money off of the content that I make over there and selling it to news corporations as well. So that's pretty insane as well. I can relate with Reed, honestly. Being excited for a severe weather event. I really can. Do a couple things before we get back into the coverage here. I want to look at that. Thoughts on Radar Omega? Omega is not bad, but for a person who may not know what weather is about, it's really hard to use. The accessibility isn't exactly the best, but it has a bunch of products. So if you were willing to go in depth with weather and stuff like that, that Radar app is definitely for you. Especially for it being affordable. But if you want something that's a little bit easier to use, like, for a person who isn't really super interested in weather, Radar Scope is definitely the way to go. Of course, here's the thing. GR2 Analyst is the best radar. Okay? For people who want to do this, and want to be a weather enthusiast, and you're gonna be watching weather until Kingdom Come, okay? If you have $250 on you, all right, I know that is a lot, okay? But if you have $250 on you, it's only a one-time purchase. You make that purchase, and you'll never go back. Because this thing has such good quality data, and you can get past data and put it on here, and you can customize it however way you want, And you can even create your own products if you want to code it. All right. You can do all sorts of stuff with this program. It is the best radar program out there. You can take 3Ds of storms. You can take slices of storms. You know, Radar Omega's version of 3D. All right. This right here, that's not 3D. Okay. You can take a look at this. You know, if we go over to this radar, go to reflectivity, you can say this is 3D all you want. You want to see 3D? Do you guys want to see what an actual 3D scan is? I'll give you an actual 3D scan. I'll give you an actual 3D scan. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is an actual 3D scan. Look at this. You can see it takes all the levels of the atmosphere and it puts the precipitation on there. Look at that. You can even edit it so that you see specific amounts of precipitation to what you want to see. So you can see the hail core right there in the red. You can see an inflow notch if the storm is actually close enough to the radar, although we're pretty far away right now, so you can't really see a whole lot. You can take slices of the storms. Look, you can go through the middle of the storm, and you can see what's happening in the different levels of the atmosphere through that one slice. Look at that. Like, if I wanted to, I can take a look and see, oh, look, there's hail up here. You see that blue and yellow up there? Because it's in the upper portions of the atmosphere. Right in there. That's hail, all right. And there's even hail up here, too. Look at that. A lot more sporadic, too. So, yeah, you can do all sorts of stuff like this. All sorts of stuff. All right. GR2 is the best radar product. The best. No doubt. Severe thunderstorm watch just got issued. What? Where? Arkansas. Arkansas now has a severe thunderstorm watch. So that's Hot Springs, Glenwood, Camden, Hampton, just north of El Dorado, and just south of Boonville. So yeah. Could you check on the rotation? The Cayuga cell, it's heading towards Tyler, heavy population area. Yeah, I did say I was going to go back to Tyler here, so give me a second. I apologize if I rambled too much. But yeah, cell is now approaching Tyler. It's there. It's finally there. It is knocking on the door. And there is definitely some activity there, but I don't see any significant activity unless if you're over here along I-10 near Van and Hideaway south of Mineola, or if you're over here near Brushy Creek and Frankston. And that actually could be heading off towards Tyler too, so I would watch out for that as well. But there is a severe thunderstorm warning over the city of Tyler right now. All right, that's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. I did say that as soon as you get this thunderstorm, you're going to consistently get more and more thunderstorms after this. And indeed, that is the case. You're going to get another one that'll move on through. So please watch out if you guys, were over in the Tyler and Chandler area. Yeah, that Oklahoma tornado was crazy. Or I think about Gilmer, Texas will look like. You have friends down there. Let me take a look at that real quickly. As I said in the beginning of the stream, my geography and knowing where stuff is at, it's not exactly the best, but Gilmer, Texas. That is north of Longview. So I think you guys might be a little too far north to be a part of the main risk, but I think you guys are going to get strong damaging winds more than anything. So Gilmer's over here. You can see you're in a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and that line will continue to move on through. Could potentially see the risk for a spin up, a chance for a tornado along in there, but I think it's going to be definitely more of a strong damaging wind risk than an actual tornado risk. Sanchez K with the membership, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. As I said, all my members, I really do appreciate you guys and all your support. You know, you guys really help this channel flow. So thank you guys so much. Drive or fly, whichever one is cheaper these days. Yeah, there it is. College Station done with tornadoes for the night. We had such a scare. You're shaking up. Yeah. For good reason, too. That storm definitely was pretty scary on its approach. There we go. New tornado warning. I'm assuming it's an extension for the Madison.
Tornado
Ville
warning
cell.
for northern Grimes County in southeastern Texas, southwestern Houston County in southeastern Texas, central Madison County in southeastern Texas.
So where is that at? Is that the extension? It is the extension. All right, that's exactly what I thought it was. How about Mount Pleasant, Texas? Yeah, let me take a look at that here real quickly. Mount Pleasant, Texas is way further north than Gilmer. So once again, I think you guys are probably going to see more strong damaging winds than a tornado risk. But you guys are probably going to start seeing that from now and onwards all the way through until a little bit past midnight. Probably about 2 when you guys can get your stuff. Brooklyn, what's up? What's up? Hello, hello. I'm trying to catch up on chat. You can see chat has been really lively. So I apologize if I skipped over your guys' comments, because like chat has been kind of going about, and I've been trying to like catch every single little area.
Eastern Henderson County in central Texas.
Yeah. As I said, Mount Pleasant, you guys are just a little bit out of a severe thunderstorm warning. We just got a new tornado warning, which was for, I think that was actually for the Tyler area or close to it. So we'll watch out for that. But yeah, Mount Pleasant is over here. And these yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. And so you're just barely out of the severe thunderstorm warning at this moment. I think you guys are probably going to be on the strong damaging wind-esque type side of things rather than the tornado threat type side of things. Although you guys could still see, you know, a brief spin up because there is the threat for tornadoes across much of the eastern side of Texas. But I think for you guys, it'll be more of a strong damaging wind risk. I'll continue to, you know, monitor it relatively closely, especially as it gets closer towards those areas, but yeah, that's my just 2 cents on areas near Mount Pleasant. And just areas near US Highway 271 in general. If you're along US Highway 271 from Interstate 20 and north, you know, unless if you're near the Tyler area, of course, you know, then that's a different thing. But like, you know, from Gilmer and north to like I-30, you guys are probably going to have more of a strong damaging wind risk. Tornado on the ground just west of Madisonville. Not as of the recent tornado warning. Not as of the recent tornado warning. Yep. Yeah, Tyler does have a couple of warnings out near them. Little bit of a tornado warning out in that general vicinity. We're encountering range folding, which sucks. I can't exactly tell you guys specifically as to what the actual velocities are in there, but still, something to monitor. Ian, thank you so much. I believe that's 10,000 yen. My friend from Japan, you know, We gotta talk later on in Discord, alright? You're gonna be my buddy. You're gonna be my buddy here, alright? 10,000 yen is a pretty gnarly amount, so I really do appreciate all the, you know, all the support from your end. But yeah, we gotta talk more on Discord. You can be my buddy a little bit. When am I taking a break during this event? I don't take breaks. I go, and I continue to go, and I just keep going. Yeah, there's a tornado warning that's just outside of Tyler, near the Frankston areas, and this is going to eventually head off towards the western portions of Tyler. So if you know, as I said, know anyone who lives near Tyler, highly recommend telling them what's going on. If it makes them feel any better, I'll still be live streaming, so if you want to send them the live stream, feel free to do so. It'll probably be easier to interpret as to what's going on as well, because I can give a really, really easy description as to what's going on and what you can what you can expect. Oh, did that seriously just go confirmed? Yeah, it just went confirmed again. Okay, so that's on the ground. Yeah, weather spotters confirmed the tornado. And I'm kind of not surprised. Yeah, I get that, Ian. But just keep pushing, my friend. I'm still your Pokemon buddy. Yep, there it is. There you go. We can still play Pokemon together. Okay, well, I will stop and end the stream, like, eventually. You know, like, sometime around, I don't know, midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that. That's when I think I'm probably going to end the stream. But, like, taking a break, I'm not taking a break until the end of the event here for tonight. Final week echo region for that cell? Sheesh. House Temple, you guys are now starting to get out of the clear, so you guys should be fine. You're east of Madisonville on Lake Livingston, totally tuned in. Jeez, I can't speak to save my life. I really can't. Let's check back up with Madisonville, actually. That's not what I wanted. Give me a second. There we go. Well, the storm right now is indeed rotating. It's really hard to tell, actually, because now we've got range folding. So let's go with the college radar. And we do have a little bit of rotation. It's near the Dingerville, Old Elwood, and Elwood general vicinity, near Jenkins. And this is expected to move off towards the Antioch and the Crockett general vicinity here. So I think, you know, if you were, per se, near Trinity, Riverside, Huntsville, you guys should be fine. The storm can definitely move off towards your north. But if you know anyone who lives over near Crockett, Cooper, Ostonio, Lone Pine, Lovelady, Antioch, Midway, State Highways 21 and 19, you probably should tell them to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure, if you haven't told them already. Yeah, apparently this is a confirmed tornado from weather spotters. From velocities, it looks really weird right now. It's not exactly in the best shape. But yeah, I could potentially see there could have been a tornado that just went over across that general area. Would not be surprised if that was the case, honestly. Do I have... Oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. You guys have been sending me a lot of stuff here on Twitter, so let's take a look and see what you guys have sent me. Yeah, look at that. That right there was just... When Matt caught that tornado, I was just like, holy crap. You know, Matt and I really do have good chemistry, so... Oh my goodness. Look at this video in Round Rock. This was from a person in Walmart. Can you imagine walking out of Walmart and seeing this?
Holy shit! Get inside! Get inside!
I would honestly react like this person too. Oh my god.
Oh my god, a car! Run!
Yeah, by the way, viewers' discretion is advised. Viewers' discretion is advised before I continue.
Run!
My goodness.
Everybody go! Stay away from the windows! Get away from the windows!
All I gotta say is, if you can imagine stepping out of a Walmart and seeing that, ow. Man, oh man. That's what we saw early on today. That's the tornado that Matt chased. Yeah, there's the tornado near Elgin. Look at this drone footage here. Watch this again. What happened earlier on today. Look at all the debris. You'll even see a mobile home here in a second. Yeah, look at this. Mobile home in the center part of your screen. Look, it got flipped right there. That's the reason why I say don't be in a mobile home during a tornado warning. All right, it will not work out well for you, not at all. Do I think this will continue to head north into Arkansas? Depends upon where you are in Arkansas. Personally, if you're if you're further north, if you're north of Pine Bluff, so I know that's like really far south in Arkansas, but if you're like Pine Bluff and north, you should be fine. All right, you should get some strong damaging winds for the most part. But other than that, yeah. Crazy stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the craziest videos. Jeez. New tornado warning. Hold up.
Tornado warning for southeastern Leon County in central Texas.
Oh, it's extension. So yeah, Leon County here in central Texas. It's basically one of those jurisdiction type things to where, you know, you have people in another National Weather Service office that issue warnings for specific counties and others don't. And that's just one of those situations right here. So yeah, we have an observed tornado warning here. Damaging storm with ping pong ball sized hail. Definitely could potentially see something tornadic right within there. So not exactly too surprised. When is Cypress, Texas supposed to get their fair share of this event, and what hazards do you think are most likely? That's a good question. Give me a second. I'll look that up here. Do I think it'd be better to go outside than be in a mobile home? I'm not one, but just something I've always thought about. Well, I've always heard that if you can't find any, you know, structures or anywhere that's safe to be, to like go into a ditch and then lay flat. That's what I've always heard. But I'm not sure how effective that actually would be, so I don't know. Cyprus, I do think they could get some severe storms, strong damaging winds. I think it'd be more of a strong damaging wind threat than a tornado threat for you all, to be completely honest with you. But I can't rule out the threat for tornadoes. So, how does San Antonio area look like at the moment? Could anything spark up? Or do I think they are in the clear? I do think they are in the clear, to be completely honest with you. They're a little bit too far to the west for my liking. There's that one casual cell that's in Mexico. That's severe warning down there. Can't forget about that cell. Do I think Central Florida will get impacted by this later in this week? I think that'll probably be sometime around Thursday. That's what I'm thinking. But we'll have to see. Nate, Big Sandy, Texas had a camera over the train tracks. It's live, and you can see the storms coming in. It's by Virtual Railfan right on YouTube. I'll check it out here in a bit. Rather go into the tornado than be with the Walmart people. I get that. Do opening windows really work like we were taught back in the days of school? No. No. You should not open your window during a tornado. As a matter of fact, you should not even be anywhere near a window during a tornado. Alright, if you're near a tornado, or if you're near a window during a tornado, you are not in the best situation at all. All right, let's go back to Omega here and take a look at the storm as it moves on through. Where's the projected path? How's Fort Smith, Arkansas? Thank you for all I do. Well, thank you for tuning in. That's the first thing. Second thing, I think Fort Smith is going to be a little too far north in order for it to get into the actual severe weather risk. They're really on the border of the severe thunderstorm watch, and if anything, they're probably going to get some strong damaging winds. So. Any thoughts on the cell over near Frankston? You're in Chandler. In Chandler, like over near... Yeah, it's over near Tyler. I knew it. Give me a second. Pull that up here. Dallas, Fort Worth. And yeah, once again, we still have that tornado warning that's over near Moore Station and Frankston, heading off towards the Chandler and Tyler areas. The velocities are still being obscured by range folding, which is just basically when the radar just cannot, correctly, measure the data in the atmosphere. But we do still have a little bit of rotation, right? You can see the reds are moving away from the radar, greens that are moving towards. So somewhere over here is where the tornadic rotation would be. And we do even have some large hail associated with this cell, in upwards of 1.5 inches in diameter. So if you guys are over in Chandler, Tyler, you guys probably should be in a sturdy structure and away from windows as the storm moves on through. It'll probably be in your area. I'd say at about 10 to 15 minutes in Chandler and then 15 to 20 minutes in Tyler. So please be sure to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Are you in the clear in Dripping Spring and Austin, Texas? We still have a tornado watch until 1 in the morning. I do believe you guys are starting to get out of the risk. So Austin in itself has a couple of showers and thunderstorms still in the general vicinity. But I think as soon as those showers and thunderstorms officially pass on through, you should be fine. As a matter of fact, I even think you guys should be fine right now. But, we don't want to... We want to make sure everything is going. So. We don't want to say something and then immediately something else happens. Gotta wait. What radar am I using? It's a combination of 3 radars. First off, I am using something called GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst is the best radar product in all of radar products. The only issue is it costs a lot of money. So if you have $250 and you think that this is a long-term investment type thing to where you're a weather spotter, you're an analyst, you want to, continue to do it as a hobby for a long time, GR2 analyst is the way to go, my friend. That is how you get the best data possible. Otherwise, radar scope, radar omega is a good way to go.
Tornado warning for northeastern Smith County in
Oh.
northeastern Texas, southeastern Wood County in northeastern Texas.
My phone.
Southwestern Upshur County in northeastern Texas.
So, this is really interesting here because we have a storm that's tornadic that's heading towards Gilmer. And I said we could get some, quick spin-ups, something a little bit more organized that could try and develop here. Let's see if I can get this radar over to... Do I move it to Shreveport? Yeah, let's move it to Shreveport. Let's do it. It's closer radar. Let's see what we got. Yeah, $250 will soon be the price of a barrel of oil. That is so true. But yeah, the cell over here approaching the Gilmer area near Winona has a bounded weak echo region. All right, so what that basically is we have the supercell, right? All right, we have the hook, and then it's taking the rain, and then it's wrapping around the actual rotation. It's creating a bit of a hazardous environment where it's rain wrapping the entire storm, making it, already harder than it is for it to, for a normal person to be able to spot it. Not only is it in the middle of the night, but now it's completely shrouded in rain. So the only way you'll be able to see this thing is if this thing is illuminated with lightning. So just don't try and spot this thing, all right? If you're over in Winona, if you're over in Big Sandy, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Tyler is out of the risk. All right, if you're in Tyler, you're out of the risk from this tornado warning to the north and east. All right, it's further away from you, so you don't, you're not going to be impacted by this one. But if you're over near US Highway 60, towards the East Mountain area and the Pritchett area, you guys could potentially be impacted by not only some very strong damaging winds, but even something tornadic here from the cell that is approaching the Winona area. And I would not be surprised if this thing even produced a tornado too. Would not be surprised. Cell south of Athens looks promising. South of Athens. If you look due south to the ones over near Madisonville, yeah, it sure does. But other areas, probably not. All right, so now since we're actually in Shreveport, we can actually start talking about the areas around it. Once again, Shreveport areas around Shreveport in general, you guys are going to see more of a strong damaging winds overnight, so I would watch out for that very closely. All right, that would be this one thing that I would be very mindful of. But anything else, it won't be as high of a risk. Yep, no problem. As I said, areas in Arkansas, you guys should be fine. You guys are just getting a lot of showers and thunderstorms for the most part. I think you guys might get a tornado in Bossier City. It's hard for me to say, specific cities and stuff like that can get tornadoes. I can't just immediately look and say, hey, that city right there is going to get a tornado, but that city's not, You can't exactly say that. So, I would just have to say that they're going to see tornadic conditions. Definitely some strong damaging winds, though, at minimum. Is White House, Texas okay? For right now, you guys are. But you guys could see some strong damaging winds here relatively soon, so I'd watch out for that. $45 mini stock with the 4 months. Thank you so much, 45M. Really do appreciate it. How's it going over there in New Zealand? What are you supposed to expect? You live in Safford. Safford. I'm assuming that's Safford, Texas. That is Stafford, not Safford. Right about Safford. Nope. Safford, Alabama? If it's Safford, Alabama, nothing. You'll see your stuff tomorrow. How's Matt doing? He's going back home and he's going to sleep for a little bit before he goes back out to tomorrow to the event, to where he's chasing. So another area storm's building up over the I-35 corridor near Austin. Can we expect this to throw out severe weather over Brazos College Station area later on? I'm expecting that to probably create some severe weather, but it won't be as much of a tornadic threat as you guys had earlier. I think that'll be more of a strong damaging wind risk, especially with the more linear mode on that. All the wind shears moving in the same direction rather than it spinning. So, yeah. Broadus, Texas. Yep, let me pull that up here. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Smith County in northeastern Texas.
Smith County. So that's Tyler. Yeah, that's Tyler. So now Tyler's in a tornado warning. Timmer confirming elephant truck near Crockett. Okay, so down south, the weaker tornado, yeah. So Broadus, you guys are probably going to get some strong damaging winds, maybe even some tornadic activity later on, but right now, you guys are seeing some just scattered showers and thunderstorms. So you guys are fine. You guys are fine. But later on, it could be a lot more intense. So yeah, there's your new tornado warning for Tyler. If you're in Tyler, you probably should go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Now, depending upon where you are in White House, can determine as to if you need to take shelter or not. So if you're south of White House, right? If you're south of downtown White House or the center of White House, you guys should be fine. If you're in the northern portion of White House, you should get into a sturdy structure as well, just on the off chance that the storm veers off to the right. So, yeah. If you're in Tyler, 100% need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I do it before illusions. I do it before and after, actually. But yeah, that is what we got here. New tornado warning here for Tyler. Let's go down south. No problem, Donovan. Thank you so much for coming out to the stream.
Yo, Nate, this is Sam. There's a cell in the Del Rio region doing Del Rio things.
Is it really? Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness. How much cape is over there? Oh yeah, there's like a crap ton of cape. 3,000 joules per kilogram of cape, of course. Large hail with that storm. Luckily, it's out in the middle of nowhere, so it should be good. But yeah, Laredo, classic Laredo, significant supercell. That's nice. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. All right, let's go back over here. And it looks like the velocities on the cell over here that passed through Madisonville, now approaching the Ash, Ostonio, and Porter Springs general vicinity. Looks like the velocities are starting to amplify. And this is one thing that I kind of noticed right before. This looks very similar to a supercell that I tracked. I believe it was in 2020. It was like April 22nd, I think it was. Something like that. I can't remember. But it was in the same area of Texas as well, actually. It was actually just a little bit further to the east over here in Jasper. And it actually crossed over into Louisiana as well. It looked very similar to the supercell that is ongoing right now. And I would not be surprised if something was firing off over here right now. So yeah, I think this thing could potentially be a strong tornado here relatively soon. I would not be surprised. It looks like Reed Timmer might actually have a large tornado over there. And I would not be surprised if that was the case. But yeah, this looks very similar to a significant tornado that I tracked in 2020. Supercell looks very close to it. So I would not be surprised if that was the case. But yeah, that velocity scan is telling me that there could potentially be something that is trying to form here soon. Wouldn't be surprising. Just got home from chasing the Elgin storm. That's all I do. Wish more people got the word out. Yeah, that cell was so insane. Matt got the cell that was north of that over in, what's its face? Round Rock. He got that cell. We saw that live too here as well, so. But yeah, he got that as well. I'm glad you guys are safe, because that was dangerous chase there. Rita stopped and waiting for it. Yeah. I would do the same thing. No need to rush. It's the middle of the night. If you go too far, you can potentially get ran into by the tornado. What are you expecting tonight in Meadows Place? Strong damaging winds for the most part. May have a chance for something tornadic, but otherwise, more of a strong damaging wind risk for you all. How long am I going to be streaming for? Probably another hour to hour and a half. I'd say probably an hour and a half to 2 hours. Something like that. Yep, Mount Pleasant's getting a lot of activity here. Soon. Let's actually, let's go full. And you can see the giant line that's starting to move on through into Mount Pleasant and Gilmer now. Reed's about to intercept. Sheesh. That's not good. Yeah, there is some really concerning velocities over here with this cell that's heading towards Tyler. It's not like super strong by any stretch of the imagination, but it's telling me that there could potentially be a potential tornado heading towards Tyler, Texas. Yeah, White House is definitely not in the path of this. White House is going to be fine, but Tyler, I think there could potentially be a tornado that could be trying to form heading into Tyler. I would not be surprised. Yeah, Laredo, that one casual cell. Jeez, yeah, that thing is getting pretty close to Tyler. Yeah, a lot of strong damaging winds regardless. That's the truth. Probably not, Ashi. Probably not. Lynn with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Reed was 8 feet from the tornado. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
Yo, Nate, this is Sam. I just realized the HRRR had that one supercell going through North Austin near Round Rock for like, I don't know, like 7 runs in a row. And I think that's just insane because it low-key kind of verified.
Yeah, it had that on 0Z2 for last night, which was kind of the more insane thing. Yeah. That event was just the fact that there was a tornado that went near Austin and Round Rock was just absolutely insane. Oh, that's crazy, Bailey. It's another tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Houston County in southeastern Texas.
Oh, it's an extension. So observed tornado warning for Houston County in Texas until the top of the hour. But yeah, now we're starting to head into that dead zone. We're in the middle of that moderate risk. All right, don't get me wrong. We're starting to actually get out of that 15% chance for tornadoes, though. Starting to get into that 5% chance now. But we're still in that moderate risk. And we're still in that dead zone. Yeah, there still does seem to be some sort of rotation here with the cell heading towards Crockett. So I'd watch out for this relatively closely. Check Twitter? Yeah, let me check Twitter. Yeah, you guys have been still sending me a lot of stuff here on Twitter. Please be sure to keep doing that.
It's coming at us! That's it! See the wall? Watch the wall right there! There it is! It's gonna come out! There it goes! See it?
Honestly, that might not be the tornado. That might be the RFD. And he didn't see the tornado. That's what I'm thinking. As it went into College Station, of course. Yeah, sheesh.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's some of the damage that went near Madisonville.
I don't know. We're not gonna be able to get through here, are we?
Maybe.
Look at that. That's crazy. Oh! Well, that's very nice. There's NATOcast's prediction for tomorrow. That's not in Texas. Yeah. Ouch. That is an ouch. So, well, I'll be live streaming tomorrow, guys. So if you want to come back, we're doing the same exact thing as we did today, but for tomorrow. Yeah, that is an ouch, my friends. That is an ouch. Jackson and Vicksburg. Here, let me put that off. You can see the probabilities and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully Reed and Alex are okay. I heard they got hit. Houston may not see activity, but I still think some other areas could see activity, honestly. Just got a report of chasers reporting tornado about 1 mile to the southwest of Austonio. Yep. And this here is a PDS tornado warning now. So now we got a PDS. Now we have a PDS tornado warning. And that might be the debris signature. But my goodness, regardless. I wonder if we might actually... Can we see this from Shreveport? I'm actually curious if we can see this rotation from Shreveport. We can. But can't see a whole lot of it. So yeah, we have a PDS tornado warning. PDS tornado warning. It's a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. It has been issued for Crockett. So particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for Crockett in Texas. If you guys live over there, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Nacogdoches is fine for right now. All right, they're fine. Jeez. That's insane. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Marion County in northeastern Texas, southwestern Cass County in northeastern Texas, northwestern Harrison County in northeastern Texas, northeastern Upshur County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Morris County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Camp County in northeastern Texas.
That is a big tornado warning right there. A huge tornado warning. That's a huge tornado warning right there. Looks like it's going to be passing near the town of Gilmer and eventually towards the Ore City and Diana general vicinities, as well as Lassiter and Avinger. So if you live over there in Texas, northeastern portions of Texas, almost near the border of Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas, near Texarkana, need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And then Tyler, we already said that Tyler needs to take their proper precautions if they haven't already. They had a 61 mile per hour wind gust over there. So sheesh. Oh.
Nate, check Twitter. I just saw a picture of a large wedge tornado near Crockett.
Oh, wow.
Tornado warning for East Central Smith County in northeastern Texas, southwestern Upshur County in northeastern Texas, west central Gregg County in northeastern Texas.
Yeah, that right there is apparently the picture of the tornado from Crockett. And I mean, look at that. Yeah, that is a large tornado. For certain. That looks large. Wow. So yeah, Crockett. If you're in Crockett, you should be in a safe space right now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, if you haven't already. Looks like the velocities are now really stuttering more or less. Can't exactly see what's going on with the velocities now with the college radar. So I think the college radar now is probably not the best play to go with this cell. So I think the best, storm, the best radar for us to actually see this thing is here in Shreveport. And yeah, that does look like what could potentially be a very powerful supercell with a large tornado moving into Crockett. Let's go back up a bit further north towards the Gilmer cell.
Nate, really big debris signature, Gilmer, Texas.
Well, there
got
it
a
is.
debris ball and reflectivity.
Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen. All right, I said Gilmer needs to be watched, could potentially have a tornado here. Yeah, this is on the ground now. All right, we mentioned Ore City, Lassiter, Avinger, Berea, and Diana already. If you're over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. That's a large debris signature. Oh boy, that is a big debris ball. And luckily that passed Gilmer. Luckily that passed Gilmer off towards the to the east by a few miles. But yeah, that is a supercell, an embedded supercell with a big time debris ball heading right for Ore City. If you know anyone who lives in Ore City, Diana, Avinger, here in Texas, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions right now, because that's a big tornado. All right, right here, we got our supercell. It wraps around our rain right here, and this big red ball right here, that is the tornado in itself, kicking up all the debris in the sky. Velocities, you can't really tell that it's there, but if you go to the correlation coefficient, you'll see the giant big blue ball. If it's not red, it's not rain. All right, so you have some instances to where it could be air, could be hail. In this instance, when you see a giant blue ball like that under the velocities, and you see a giant red ball in reflectivity, that's debris. This is now a confirmed tornado. Surprised it's not a PDS, but still. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That thing definitely is gone. It's a strong one. I mean, we said that the potential for tornadoes was possible, but embedded supercells right here within the line, geez, if that's going to be the case, I'm going to be up for quite some time. Oh, that's a huge spectrum width drop. Look at that. That's a spectrum width ball. That is a turbulence spike right there. Look at that. Huge ball of turbulence. Huge ball of correlation coefficient. Negative ZDR. A debris ball. And some strong rotation to boot. Oh, yeah. Yep, if you're in Ore City, you need to prepare yourself, all right? We mentioned earlier that if you're in Ore City and Diana, you needed to be in a sturdy structure 10 days ago, all right? You know, that's how how much we've been talking about this cell as this moved on through. All right, we haven't been focusing on just one cell. We've been distributing for multiple cells, and this one was one of them that we were watching. It was like, I probably could produce a tornado. Probably could. And yeah, it's definitely doing so right now. And Ore City, Avinger, Lone Star, Diana, need to get in your safe space right now if you're in northeastern Texas. All right, it's not near, so areas like Mount Pleasant, Naples, Pittsburgh, you guys are fine. You guys are in the clear from the storm. But it's areas that are like Lone Star and Ore City that are not. But yeah, man, oh man. Yeah, that debris signature is still going. This thing is still on the ground. Still on the ground as it goes to Ore City. What about the Crockett cell here? Can't see a whole lot. The only thing we have to go off of is the word of the chasers. Do I see an upgrade for tomorrow's event at all? I see the potential for maybe a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if they kept it as a 4 out of 5. So here's the velocity. It's a lot easier now to identify after the velocities have now corrected itself. Reds and pinks moving away from the radar. Greens and blues moving towards right here where it's a bit consolidated just like this. See how the pixels are like pixel to pixel right next to each other, and then it has gray right next to it. In that confined area is where your significant tornado is more than likely going to take place. What state is it now? You're in Kentucky. This is in Texas right now. This is in Texas. Lake Charles, Louisiana is expected to get their event tomorrow. And it would be in the late morning into the early afternoon hours for tomorrow. But yeah, this thing is definitely going off. What is spectrum width? It basically measures turbulence in the atmosphere. So if you have a lot of turbulence below a debris signature, you have a good idea that the tornado is still on the ground and it's still doing damage. It also can give you an idea as to whether or not a tornado could be on the ground if you find rotation but no debris signature. Velocity's kind of messed up again. But still looks to be a tornado ongoing, heading off towards Ore City. Ooh. Reed Timmer got into the activity. I mean, we already knew Reed was right in the middle of it, but he posted his video.
Gun it.
Here's Reed.
Straight ahead of us on the road. I see it. I see it. Yep. We're gonna get real close to it. It's Cluster Road. Whoa! Oh my gosh! It's right here. Hand me your phone. Hand me your phone now. Get it on the other side.
Wow.
I got it.
Wow. And then there's a part 2 apparently. Wow. Yep. Reed got it. That was huge, all right. Selling Ore City still seems to be ongoing. Still seems to be more than likely producing a tornado. That's all the reason why I'm saying, hey, we need to continue to spread this information to people who could potentially need it. So if you know anyone who lives in Ore City, Avinger, Lasater, gotta tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions now. Remember, please share the information with as many people as possible, friends and family, and on social media. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And please be sure to keep hitting that like button down below so we can continue to get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. Because that's the big thing here. We're trying to get information out to more and more people. What about Hugh Springs? Let me check here. Hugh Springs. Is off north of Avinger. So they are in the tornado warning here. Now the good news is as the tornado continues on forward, it looks like the tornado starts to kind of dissipate a little bit. So the rotation kind of dissipates a little. I do think this thing could try and recycle here in a bit. Would not be surprised. I would tell people in Hugh Springs to still get into a sturdy structure if they haven't already. All right, just to be safe. Just to be safe. All right, there's a good chance that it could potentially move off to its east just by a little bit, but I do think that, you know, there is a potential for it to shift off to the left if it really could. But yeah, Ore City, Avinger, now's your time. Gotta get into a sturdy structure right now. Probably not Dawson. If anything, it'll be a severe thunderstorm watch for strong damaging winds. You'll be fine. Gonna weaken a bit by the time they get to Alabama. Still a risk, not as bad. Just what I've seen from other forecasters. Depends upon where in Alabama. All right. You have what the automated system here, that the NATO cast, saying the probability for tornadoes is relatively high over here in the portions of Mississippi and extreme western Alabama. So you have that. And then you have, find this. Oh yeah, that video is crazy. Is it weird that I just lost my thought process for a little bit? Jeez, I really did just lose my thought process. There it is. You can tell I'm starting to get a little bit more tired. Gonna need to probably get some more water later on. Do I think high risk is possible for tomorrow? I'd say, to be conservative, I'd keep it a moderate. I'd keep it a moderate for right now. It's not like it'll matter all too much, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, then Chrissy, you probably are going to see more of a strong damaging wind threat overnight for you all. So, need to eat. Well, I've been eating my lasagna slowly but surely. So I've been kind of eating. It's fine for the most part. Yeah, that's kind of true, Equify. That's kind of true. But I guess we're just going to have to see when it comes out with it. But yeah, my goodness. This thing is really intense. Still has a debris signature here. Still does have a debris signature. So we do indeed still have a tornado in progress. Just went off to the north of Ore City. And now it's heading off towards the Avenger areas. The Avenger. Yeah, man. It's still going. Is Longview gonna get hit bad? They shouldn't. You should be able to get by these supercells, and then you'll just get strong damaging winds for the majority of the time. So, just for reference as to where this actual activity is, all right? Remember, Avenger is over here, and the tornado just crossed near the intersection of US Highway 299 and State Highway 155, all right? This is now going over this lake area over here, near the Jackrabbit Grill. Over here towards the Red Dragon, Dalton's Corner, and all the way through up towards Avenger. Probably be a little bit north of Avenger. North of the little regional airport here near near Eagle Landing. There's a little regional airport here south of Simpson Lake. If you're in Simpson Lake or north, you need to get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already, because that storm is probably going to continue to produce a tornado as this moves on through. How many tornadoes have we had today? Too many. Way too many. It's a significant tornado outbreak here. Jeez. Round rock damage after a strong tornado. Yeah, man. Granger, Texas. Wow. Look at that damage in Granger, Texas. Look at that. That damage right there is the most surprising. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Houston County in southeastern Texas.
Man. Oh, that was
Massive tornado, 3/4 mile wide, large, destructive tornado coming into the Crockett. This is going to be a tornado emergency. Tornado emergency for Crockett.
Jeez. Yeah, Petro's saying big time tornado over there for Crockett. He was really saying tornado emergency for Crockett. No, it's a PDS. 100% PDS. But yeah, man, oh man. Big, huge storm. MCD for the tornado watch just got issued. So I'll look at that here in a bit. Look at that here in a bit. Let's take a look back. Yep, Avinger definitely is in the heart of this one. So we have our rotation here on the left-hand side. You have our reds moving away from the radar. Greens moving towards the radar. Right where they are touching, pixel to pixel. Right in there is where the tornado actually exists. And you can see, right in the middle of all of that, we have a little bit of a lowering on our correlation coefficient, which tells us that if it's not red, it's not rain, and it's either hail, smoke, or in this case, tornadic debris. And when that's under the rotation, you already know it's debris. We still have a tornado in progress. And this is really rain wrapped too. This is really rain wrapped. So that's probably the reason why the correlation coefficient signature is not a lot lower. Probably because the rain, there's so much rain that it's bogging down the values.
Tornado warning for southeastern Anderson County in central Texas.
So that's an extension here for the cell that was over in Crockett, I think. If not, it's a new severe thunderstorm warning, but what's the new MCD? Tornadoes appear to be the main threat for at least the next few hours, though damaging wind gusts may also accompany bowing segments. So these two discrete supercells are ongoing across Smith Upshur County, Texas area. Another discrete cell over in Houston County. TDS. Very impressive environment. New tornado warning issued.
Tornado warning for southwestern Rusk County in northeastern Texas, northwestern Nacogdoches County in eastern Texas, central Cherokee County in northeastern Texas.
Yep. It's another tornado warning here. Jeez, that Avenger cell just amplified. The velocities just got a whole lot better. If we go off down to the south, looks like the cell that just went near Crockett, a little bit weaker on its velocity. So that's a good news here. That's the good news here. Excuse me. Yeah, it looks like the velocities for the Crockett cell is a little teeny bit weaker. But still a relatively strong supercell that is surging on through. Still a pretty powerful cell. But man, that cell in Avenger. Yeah, that thing is producing a tornado. Easy. Still got a debris signature with this. My goodness. Yeah, that's crazy. New update just came in. Confirmed tornado, radar confirmed tornado. So according to the correlation coefficient, it says that it's not on the ground and it's not in progress. But I would kind of have to beg to differ, to be completely honest with you. I think there could potentially be the chance for this thing to be back on the ground here. If not right now, here within the next few minutes. Yes, this is currently happening. This is live radar coverage here for eastern Texas, where a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale is present. We've already had significant tornadoes all day today, including one that we caught with our storm chaser who was out there. We will also be live streaming tomorrow too. There's a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale for portions of Louisiana and Mississippi, and our chaser will be out there as well. So if you want to come back for that, feel free to do so. Please be sure to turn on the notification bell, by the way. Hit that bell button right next to the subscribe button that hopefully most of you have already pressed by now. But still, we are going to be live streaming tomorrow. And we're going to try and continue to do the same thing as we've been doing tonight. Try and get information out to as many people as possible. You're in Longview. Are you okay to sleep? Uh, I think the main supercells should be out of your hair for the most part. But please have some way to be notified if a tornado warning does get issued for your area. Have like some sort of alarm on your phone, something like that. Some way, somehow. Dark Dragon of the Never, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Best way to support my channel, and it really does mean a lot to me, so thank you so much. Yeesh, my eyes. What about Hungerford, Texas? Let me look that up real quickly. Yeah, as I said, thank you so much for becoming a member. That's the best way to support my channel. If you want to become a member yourself, please be sure to click the join button right next to the subscribe button. $5 a month. You get special perks, get special stuff. And if you want to support the channel, feel free to do that. Hungerford, I think you guys are a little too far south to get a lot of significant activity, but you guys can still get some strong damaging winds, so I wouldn't, you know, completely brush this aside. I wouldn't. Center, Texas. Center, Texas. You guys, I think, are going to get some more strong damaging winds more than anything. But you guys are getting some scattered showers right now, so not really all too much activity at the moment. Besides some lightning. And maybe some spotty hail. How do you become a member? You don't see a join button. If you're on an iPhone, and you're going through the app, you have to go through like Google Chrome or Safari or stuff like that. Go through your search and then go to YouTube that way. If one supercell produced 7 tornadoes, is that 7 tornadoes or one tornado that recycled? No, that's 7 different tornadoes. 7 different tornadoes. If a tornado recycled, it would weaken and then strengthen back up without lifting off the ground. What happens more than likely, if it's like a mesocyclone recycle, then the tornado dissipates, that part of the tornado dies, a new tornado forms, and then it moves on through and cycles. Where have I been? Haven't seen me in a while? I've been around. I've uploaded videos over the past couple of days. I'll be around tomorrow, too. So if you want to continue to stay up to date, feel free to come out tomorrow. Live stream, get a lot of activity over there for sure.
Tornado warning for southwestern Miller County in southwestern Arkansas, Cass County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Bowie County in northeastern Texas.
So finally, these tornadic storms are now starting to move on through. The only issue is they are now starting to move into other states. So now we have a tornado warning that is for Texas and Arkansas. Texas and Arkansas. So sheesh. Rescue starting to reach damaged houses. No injuries at those locations. Well, that's good. Yeah, it looks like the cell that just went near the Avenger areas still has some very significant rotation. Still has some very significant rotation. For certain. Don't see debris signature here on correlation coefficient, though, so that's the good news. That is indeed the good news. Check on Twitter. Yeah, give me a second. Looks like the velocities have weakened on the cell that was over near Avenger. So that's the good news. And yeah, Atlanta, Texas, and Domino, Texas, all now under a tornado warning. Jeez. Yeah, goodness gracious. That is one heck of a photograph from Shreveport. Ouch. Yep, that is an ouch. Look at the damage over here. This is in Whitesboro, Texas, near Sherwood Shores. Look at this mobile home, guys. Man. Wow. Aaron J. Jack with such a good capture. Holy. Jeez.
This is going to need to be a tornado emergency for Crockett. If you're in Crockett, this is a tornado emergency.
This was Jeff Petrowski when he was back in Crockett.
Large destructive tornado coming into the city. Massive tornado, 3/4 of a mile wide. Large destructive tornado coming into the Crockett. This is going to be a tornado emergency. Tornado emergency for Crockett. Large destructive tornado. Look at that. Oh my gosh, look at the fireball.
Big explosion over there.
3/4 mile. This is going to need to be a tornado emergency for Crockett. If you're in Crockett, this is a tornado emergency for the southwest side of Crockett. Large destructive tornado coming into the city. Massive tornado, 3/4 of a mile wide. Large destructive tornado coming into the Crockett. This is going to be a tornado emergency.
Yeah, Petrowski is really on that cell. That was just so crazy. Yep, it looks like the cell that was over near Avenger is now moved off towards Linden, and it's not as strong as it once was, so that is the good news. It also seems to be more of a strong damaging wind risk. Things are now starting to kind of gust out a little bit more. See how we now have a little bit more of a bowing characteristic here? So, strong damaging wind risk more than anything. That Still have some pretty decent rotation over there near Alto. Still have some pretty decent rotation over there near Alto. Yeah, this supercell still looks like it's going to continue to stay alive. My goodness. This event just keeps going and going and going, and it's just... wow. I don't know, Caleb. I've gotten a bunch from a bunch of people. A lot of the stuff is the same thing, but it's fine. That's kind of what I want. You're alive in Ore City? Oh, thank God. You had a tornado that just went right next to you all. I'm glad you guys are fine. Really happy you guys are fine. Thank the good Lord. Man, oh man. These cells just don't stop. These cells do not stop. Talk about tornado, huh? Or tomorrow, huh? Yeah, as I said, I was praying that you guys did not get as bad as what it was looking like. So I'm pretty happy. Be happy about that. Jeez. ARW looks really nice for tomorrow. With supercells along the line. Looks like Jackson is in it too. Jeez. What about the HRRR? What does it say with its cells? Oh, its prefrontals are all across the board. And they are more than likely produce tornadoes. Jeez. So yeah, Jackson and north of Jackson probably is going to see tornadoes. More than likely going to happen. Have any news on the damage of Ore City? God bless you all. Not at this moment. If I do have any more news, however, then I'll be able to get it out to y'all. But I am, I'm looking. Jeez. Well, the good news here, guys, is that there's only 2 tornado warnings left as of right now. Now, they could easily, issue more tornado warnings out in front of these storms, or there could be more tornado warnings issued for other storms. But the good news is that it looks like the event is starting to kind of wind down a little bit, and it's not as sporadic as it once was. That's good news. Reed is changing his tires, so he got another flat. Jeez. He's got terrible luck here today. Jeez. How severe will the storms be through Houston, the area tonight? 2 out of 5 to 3 out of 5 level storms, in my honest opinion. I think you guys could see some more strong damaging winds from that. Pretty strong damaging winds. Consistently, I'd say so. Yep, Alto looks like it's going to continue to rotate. It's still going. Lillibert, Cushing, Douglas. Y'all are now under tornado warning. Trying to look to the side here, see if there's anything else over. But man, oh man. Yep, still some pretty good rotation over here, heading towards Cushing, Lilbert, Douglas, Mount Enterprise over here in Texas. Definitely something to watch out for. All right, I'm highly contemplating running downstairs real quickly just to get a glass of water and come back up. So do you guys promise not to leave as long as I do that? And of course, if I chug the water, I'll be not as tired, because apparently if you actually chug water, or any drink for that matter, your blood circulation actually increases. So I'm going to go get myself some water. I'm going to run down and run back up. Give me a sec. Can't dance. I can't talk. There we go. Got water. Boom. Definitely did not take a leak. Look, there's my new water. There it is. There it is, there it is, there it is. Move this down here a little bit. Yep, there's a new area of rotation developing over here. I said near Alto, but now it's about to be over Lilbert and Douglas. And we do have some pretty clear rotation. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Yep, it is still there. Then, of course, we also have the storms up a little bit further north as well. But that's more of a strong damaging wind risk. So I think this band of supercells, or these band of supercells that went on over through here, I think these are not as much of a tornado threat anymore. I think now it's officially transitioned to a strong damaging wind risk up further north. However, a lot further south seems to be a, obviously an ongoing severe weather threat here with this tornado. So until this supercell actually deteriorates, I don't actually see us really going anywhere anytime soon. I really do appreciate you guys helping me spread the information. We're up to 26,665 subscribers. So I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I know my internet has been kind of garbage throughout much of these streams, so, skip frames and stuff like that, lagging and stuff like that. It's been happening. With all the money that I've been getting and stuff like that, guess what I'm getting? New internet. Better internet connection so that I may be able to not lag for you all and have good quality. Search and rescue continuing in Crockett. Sheesh. Yeah, it's really intense over there right now. Oh yeah, for sure. Severe weather is still the concern even after this. It's a really good point to make. This is starting to move out of that tornadic environment, if you will. I'll go over to the STP, the significant tornado parameter. And you can see the parameter for tornadoes is still, decently high across portions near Conroe, Huntsville, and stuff like that. So you still have relatively high significant tornado parameter over there. But, with the supercell that's over near Alto, it's starting to head off towards a less favorable environment. So we'll just have to see with how this thing continues to play out. We will just have to see. I really do appreciate you guys following me on Twitter, too. We're 13 followers away from 2,000 followers. So that's pretty cool. The Duke of the Doppler appreciates you being here. Mary with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for still being here, Nate. Came looking for you. I really do appreciate you sticking around. And thank you so much for the 20. Everyone say thank you to Mary. because that's a very generous donation. Very generous donation. Thank you so much. See your parents' area and a slight risk at the beach in North Carolina. You're concerned. Do I think there is a tornado risk at the beach on in North Carolina Wednesday? I think there is a small chance for maybe something tornadic, but not like a huge chance, honestly. I think it'll be more of a strong damaging wind risk for you all. Yeah, if you guys want to keep sending me stuff on Twitter, please be sure to do so. All right, I highly recommend if you want to try and send me pictures of what's going on in your area, you know, thunderstorms, lightning, and whatnot, send it to me on Twitter. I'll be able to get back with you and stuff like that. Yeah, tomorrow's risk is pretty significant as well. And that's the reason we will be live streaming tomorrow. So if you guys want to come back out, feel free to do so. Feel free to do so. Ooh, Lilbert. Yeah, Lilbert is probably the next storm to potentially go. That could probably produce a tornado and head off towards Cushing and Trawick. So that's the storm to watch. We'll loop that here for a little bit. We shall loop that for a little bit. Does Ore City really have another one coming? More than likely, not another tornado coming, but another line of storms. It'll probably continue to sit over your area. So yeah, I would say so. Strong damaging winds, more than likely. There it is, Maggie. Well, I'm glad to have the OG name. Would be a great word. Name creator, I guess. To follow on Twitter, that's good. Yeah, that's the best way to keep up with the stuff that I do, is to follow me on Twitter. Or if you go to my Discord server, although a lot of you have, I'm assuming, already found my Discord server. A lot of people have actually seen my Discord server and joined it. But if you haven't already, all right, if you haven't already and you have Discord and stuff like that, please be sure to join it. Please be sure to join the Discord server. It's right there in the chat. I talk all the time over there. I get into voice chats and I just talk about all sorts of stuff that happens over there. So, if you want to socialize with me, talk, get better at weather as a hobby or as a passion, career, something like that, that's the best way to go and do it. Talk to me in all sorts of times. Dad lives a mile north of Appleby, Texas, near Nacogdoches. Should you be concerned? Nacogdoches and Appleby. Personally, I think they should be fine. The supercell that's pushing off should go to the north of them, so I don't think that'll hit him. I don't think that storm will hit him. So it should be fine. But I think you guys are going to get some strong damaging winds instead. So I would continue to monitor this. If I were you. I don't think it's going to be as bad as what we've seen, though. So if you want to go to sleep, you can. But make sure you have a way of setting an alarm so that, you know, if a warning is issued, you're alerted. Could potentially be something there in Lilbert. So could potentially be something. Carthage, that general vicinity. I do think I have to remember where Carthage is because my geography is garbage. Where did I remember seeing Carthage? I remember seeing it somewhere. Dude, I'm going to learn the geography of these areas. If it's the last thing I ever do. Carthage, Texas. I knew it. I freaking... Alright, well. There's Carthage. Yeah, I think the Carthage area near Beckville, Clayton, they could potentially be in line for the supercell. But the areas that probably aren't going to get a whole lot of it, Tenaha, Timpson, Logansport, Longview, I think the supercell would go just a bit to the east of you, in my honest opinion. But yeah, Mount Enterprise and Carthage, it's going to be heading right over towards you. Video of the truck is going super viral right now. Is it really? Let's watch the video of that truck again. Jeez. Yeah, there it is. Look at the truck right there that got flipped and pushed and spun. Jeez. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Crazy storm right there. Yeah, that's Arlington. Seems to be clear skies over there. Seems I have been contacted over here. Yeah, Cushing might be producing a tornado here soon. We might see. That might actually be a debris signature. And I think that might actually be a good I think that might actually be a debris signature. I think that might be a tornado on the ground. Might be another tornado on the ground here. Jeez. Here is a video from Jacksonville, Texas. It's from Michelle. Look at this lightning here. I know it's sideways, but it's good enough because you can kind of tell what's going on here. And I can even tilt my head over to the side. And yeah, I mean, that's... It's almost kind of eerie, actually. It's really eerie, actually. Super eerie. What is this supposed to look like through the night for Oklahoma? You guys aren't expected to get a whole lot, so you guys should be fine. You guys are expected to be fine. Storm spotter reported a large tornado. Wouldn't be surprised. There's a good chance this is probably on the ground again. Good chance. We don't know yet, Donald. When the National Weather Service goes out and does a survey, does a report, they'll tell us as to what the rating was. For right now, we don't know. We just know that it was a strong tornado. There's been multiple strong tornadoes here today. Was a Dodge Ram great commercial? Yeah. There it is. Yeah, yep, that's back on the ground. That is a tornado in progress. Yep. That is a tornado in progress. That's another one. And probably is a significant tornado too. But yeah, this is going straight for the Mount Enterprise areas. And luckily, there doesn't seem to be too many people that live in Mount Enterprise, but there's still quite a few people that live over there. And then even after all of that, Carthage. It's heading straight for Carthage in like 45 minutes. If this thing continues to sustain, Carthage is a relatively populous area. It's a really populous area, actually. So it'll be moving over there in like 45 minutes. And that right there is crazy. So this is moving to the north and east. North and east at about, what is it, 45 miles per hour? 50 miles per hour is what it was. 45 miles per hour. So I was correct the first time. And yeah, I mean, that is just crazy right there. Greens and blues moving towards the radar. Reds, pinks, and oranges moving away from the radar. Right in the middle is where the tornado would actually be, the counterclockwise spin where that triangle is at. And then, of course, you can see right there, the triangle indicated that there was a bit of a debris signature. You still can even see that here on the latest scan with our dual pole side of things. So correlation coefficient updated. Here in 15 seconds, our velocities are going to update here. And you'll see that they're kind of right on top of each other, meaning this is probably it. Probably the same thing. Probably has a tornado on the ground. Yep, look at that. So update's right there. It's relatively close. New tornado warning, probably an extension.
Tornado warning for
and it is
southwestern Panola County in northeastern Texas, southeastern Rusk County in northeastern Texas.
Yep, that's the extension there for the storm. New tornado warning for Mount Enterprise, Branchfield, and the surrounding areas. Where is that? Talking to Matt right now because he's starting to move over to Mississippi and Louisiana. So, the interesting thing about this storm here, from what I can tell, is that the actual outflow in itself, all right, the rain out in front of it, is kind of preventing more moisture to come up into the storm and allow it to intensify. I mean, it's pretty intense right now. It's really intense right now. Okay. Could potentially even be on the ground at this moment. But to say that this thing is expected to stay on the ground for an absorbed amount of time is a little bit difficult for me to say, to be completely honest with you. Just based off of how things look. So, I'd have to say at this moment, talking to Matt again. Him and I are talking about potential for him to maybe go tomorrow, maybe not. Jeez. There we go. Yeah, velocities did kind of get stronger. But it's just like, it's also really disorganized. It's very disorganized. So, cell's still going. Yep. Where's Matt going to be tomorrow? I don't know. We're still talking as to whether or not he could chase or not. Yeah, it looks like the rotation's kind of, you know, struggling a little bit. Looks like it is kind of struggling. Yeah, I'm probably going to go to bed here soon. Starting to get pretty close towards the end of this event here, kind of. I'd say give it another 25, 30 minutes. Then it'll probably be done and over with for me tonight. I still want to kind of see if this thing will continue. If it goes towards Carthage, If it actually does go towards Carthage, then I'll continue to stream. And then if it continues to move past Carthage, of course, I'll still stream even after that. Can I check Austin again? Feels like winds are going crazy. Yeah, you still have a couple storms around your area, so that's probably the reason why. I should wait for the SPC outlook, but I'm pretty tired, to be completely honest with you. Like, before I would want to go stay up for the SPC outlook all I want. But now, alright, especially since with how my sleep schedule was for when I was back at the ski resort. I mean, sure, I'm not working there anymore, but now my sleep schedule is kind of really messed up. Or not really messed up. If I stay up late at night now, I tend to get really tired, and I tend to want to go to sleep. So, it's like half and half, honestly. It sounds Tuesday will move east. Oh, excuse me. Does it still suck moisture from the Gulf of Mexico or where? Yep, it sure does. It sure does indeed. Yep, the moisture will continue to be rising from south to north. Call that southerly shear. And it'll continue to kind of, you know, allow moisture to continue to settle across some of these areas. So, pretty interesting. How many tornadoes did we have in total today? A lot. A lot. A lot. Let's see. You're still in the 10% tornado, but it's colored in black. What does that mean? Depends. I have no clue what you would be talking about, so I can't exactly. We've had 19 tornado reports. 19. But I have a feeling there's going to be more. Because they're definitely missing a couple areas. There we go. Alright, got that there. Boom. Why is Matt thinking about not chasing? He just has like a gut feeling that nothing would happen. And usually when we trust our guts, it kind of comes into fruition. And he's also not too comfortable with the car he's currently in because it's a new car and he hasn't really tested it on long drives. So he's like half and half on tomorrow's event. But he also works on Wednesday morning. He also doesn't want to be dragging. So I'll talk to him about it at the end of the stream, to be completely honest with you. Talk to him about it. And, we'll go a little bit more in depth as to what could potentially happen later on. It has a number and it says 10 sig, so yeah, you're in a 10% chance for significant tornadoes then. You are in a hatched risk. Houston will most likely be in a tornado watch soon. Maybe. Maybe. I would think it would be more of an overnight threat into the early morning hours. That's when they would probably get into a tornado watch, honestly. Yep, I am live streaming later on today too. And I'm probably going to be live streaming like at noon. You know. So we'll see by then. I'm going to need a little bit of sleep before things really start to kind of get crazy. Ooh, so it looks like the supercell may be starting to kind of deteriorate just a teeny smidge. Looks like it is trying to deteriorate. Jeez, I can't speak. Deteriorate, but it still kind of has its forward flank downdraft, so I can't officially say. You know, it's got its SVC, so I can't officially say that the storm is dead. So at 1:15, you know what? We'll go to 1:30. 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central. That is when the day one convective outlook gets issued, and then when that gets issued, we're done. That's our plan. That shall be our plan. It definitely looked like it was a lot more organized before. It was so much more organized before. And now the Echo Tops aren't exactly the best. They really aren't exactly the best, so. Sounds good, Matt. Sounds good. Yeah, as I said, I'm probably going to stay up until day one and then call the stream. Something like that. It's going to be bad in Laurel. I wouldn't say it's got the potential to be bad, but I haven't seen anything that tells me it's going to. So, can't say for certain. Yeah, there is a blizzard warning over from Amarillo and all the way up towards Dodge City. That's really crazy. Holy. Yep, see ya, Evan. I really should, Ian. I really should. Probably would be easier that way. But oh well, we go full send. But yeah, I'll see you later, Evan. Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking around. Got sound back. That was weird. Well, there you go. Anything coming to Meadows Place because you're still in a 10 sig? There is the potential, but it's more of an overnight threat. So early morning hours. Very early morning hours. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Tell me something good. Tell me no more tornadoes. Coming into Corsicana right now? Well, there you go. If you drive fast enough, you might be able to catch the supercell. Oh boy. I will eventually, Elva. I'll probably end the stream at 1:30-ish. 1:30-ish. When the new day one comes out. I think the storm will probably deteriorate by then. It looks like it's starting to kind of deteriorate. Still has some general flow and an SVC. Meaning that it's got some pretty decent supercellular flow. Weather Watch number 55 has been canceled. Weather Watch number 55 was the Severe Thunderstorm Watch. So that was the first watch of the day. That has now been... well, no, actually it was the second one. So that was the one in Oklahoma. So that one's been canceled. There we go. Is there 2 areas of rotation in that supercell? No, just actually, there was 2. There was, because it kind of cycled. So the old rotation died out. Now there's a new rotation kind of developing on the southern side near Brockfield. And that's the thing to watch now. Yeah, I wouldn't want to catch it anyways. I appreciate it, Frontline. Thank you so much. Reports of damage near Mount Enterprise? That's not surprising. Jeez. Still going on with this storm. Man, oh man. Hopefully we covered the event over along I-35 pretty well. Hopefully we went around to every single tornado warning quick enough instead of just like sitting over the same one. You'll tell me no more tornadoes, huh, Paula? Are the storms in the southwest Texas starting to blow up? Those should be in your area later. Yep, they are starting to do so, but they're more of like a hail and damaging wind threat. So that's the good news. Damage out in your Granger. Yeah, I did saw that. It was that right there is catastrophic damage. That right there is catastrophic damage. Thank you, Carol. Do I think this event will be historical? I think these few days here creating this multi-day tornado outbreak could be, you know, historical, more or less. Like, memorable. I don't think it'll be, like, breaking record historical, but I do think it'll be historical. If that makes any sense. Yeah, Bored Panda is me. Yeah, I make jokes to cope too. I can't hide from that either. I make jokes to cope. If something bad happens, I'm like, you know, try to cope by making a joke. Something like that. So, looks like Echo Top's just rejuvenated on the cell a little bit longer. Yeah, it looks like it's still going. Looks like it is still going. How long until the storm does not have a tornado warning anymore? Well, it honestly depends upon what National Weather Service Shreveport feels like what the storm can do. It is technically in effect until 12:30 Central. So that's another 21 minutes from now. Technically 20 minutes from now. Because, well, you'll see the time start to flip here. But I think it still has a little bit of rotation. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning. They probably will. But yeah, I will be live streaming tomorrow for the people who are still alive with me right now. So feel free to stick around for that. You fell asleep an hour after Jacksboro. Phone woke me. Got in the tub, sleeping well. Husky. Gotten restless. Sheesh. Yeah, that's crazy. Still a little bit of rotation over there with the cell near Clayton. I'm not sure if they're going to issue a new tornado warning, though. I'm not sure. Yeah, if something bad happens, I start laughing or even smiling. You see me whenever something bad happens, I just start kind of smirking or smiling or something like that. It's just something I can't help. It's my way of coping. You know, I don't really mean it in a bad way. It's just, it happens. Speaking of happening, there's a debris signature. The storm probably just produced another tornado. More than likely. Yeah. Yeah. I was just looking off to the side to see if that was probably true. Yeah. Rockfield, Clayton, US Highway 79. Well, there's the new tornado warning.
Tornado
Just got
warning
issued.
for southeastern Harrison County in northeastern Texas, Panola County in northeastern Texas, northeastern Rusk County in northeastern Texas.
Well, looks like we're not going anywhere. Crossing I-45 onto 31. Okay. Okay. So you're going the Athens route to Tyler, and then up to 20, and then around. That makes sense. It's probably the good way to go then to get across. But yeah, this is more than likely a tornado that just occurred. So here we go. We have another tornado that just formed. You can see the velocities there too. It actually was pretty decent. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Yeah. We said this thing probably could still linger around. We'll have to see. And lo and behold, well, it kind of appeared in front of us. Kind of just happened. So, yeah. I'm hoping so too, George. Not from what I know of, Tanya. But there definitely could be. I'd have to do more research on it. Man, oh man. Let's go to 4. Actually, let's go to 5. And you can kind of get a general idea. Here's your debris signature. Here's your tornado right there. Remember, greens are winds moving towards the radar, reds are winds moving away. So if we have our counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, especially with this tightly compacted pixel to pixel right within there, that gives you a good idea that there probably is a tornado ongoing. Now this one may not be super strong, at least from what I can tell, but it's still a tornado regardless. Tornadoes do damage. They impact people's livelihoods, and that's more than needed. More impacts than needed. Let's see if I can get some timings here. It looks like it might miss Carthage a little bit, but instead head towards Beckville. So then the Beckville area, it's crossing over US Highway 79, I'd say as we are speaking right now. And then heading towards the State Highway 149 general vicinity to US Highway 59, north of Carthage. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions right now, if you haven't already. You know, call them. I'd say call them. It'd probably be a lot more efficient that way. to try and get the information out. So please be sure to do so. If it was in December, then I know what day you're talking about, and that day was chaotic for me. Every single tornado warning occurred. We had like, what, 19 tornado warnings at one point? 18 tornado warnings at one point, and I tried to go through every single tornado warning. Even if there was like a significant tornado in progress, I wanted to go through every single tornado warning because I wanted to make sure that every single person had an idea as to where the tornado warnings were. Because if you just focus on one tornado warning that, you know, is doing significant damage, what about the other tornadoes? You're forgetting about the other people who are being impacted. That's my philosophy. If you just get hung up on one storm and you're just like, oh, there's where the tornado is, and then you just stare at it, you're not doing a whole lot to help. Especially if there are other tornadoes. If there are other tornado warnings, you know. Now, for right now, I mean, for the past 30 minutes, you've been seeing me stare at this tornado warning for the most part. All right, so this is the exception. There's only one tornado warning, so what else am I supposed to stare at? What else am I supposed to do? You know, do the tornadoes show up as anything specific on the 3D model that I can use? If there's a lot of debris being spewed up into the air, then yes, I can find it. The only issue here is that there isn't really a whole lot of debris being spewed up into the atmosphere. So I can't really, you know, verify it. But still seems to be a tornado debris signature just crossed over the highway, US Highway 79. It's a relatively small one too. Relatively small tornado that head off towards the Beckville area. So really interesting to say the least. Yeah, it's been like 300 miles. Doesn't need to do anything anymore. Enough is enough. Day 1 Convective Outlook just got issued. Huge moderate. Huge moderate. Huge moderate. So there's the day 1 outlook. And there's the 10% chance for tornadoes. Extends from Lake Charles all the way up to Natchez and Jackson Forest Meridian. And the 10 sig extends from Beaumont all the way up towards Greenwood, Yazoo City, even towards the Demopolis, Meridian, Hattiesburg. New Orleans is in the risk. Huge 15% chance for tornadoes. And a huge 45% chance for strong damaging winds as well. So big time moderate. There's the risk for tomorrow. And no, this is not in Texas, as like what the bottom says. All right, that's not in Texas. This is in Louisiana, in Mississippi, and in Alabama. And this is the event that we're going to be covering tomorrow. All right, so as soon as we're done with that tornado warning over there, or actually, We have about 9 minutes, or, well, at least until after this tornado is done. All right, the tornado warning, when I feel like it's starting to deteriorate, I'll call it quits. But yeah, there's the new outlook. 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I feel like that's completely reasonable. Although, they have a little, you know what, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. All I'm going to say is that the potential for tornadoes is possible across some of these areas, and we're just going to have to continue to watch out for how things continue to move on through. So, we'll see. We'll see. But please turn on notifications, hit that, you know, bell button next to the subscribe button that you guys have hopefully already hit, so that you guys can stay up to date with all the stuff that I'll be uploading there tomorrow. Because, you know, there's going to be all sorts of activity there.
Sir, don't you dare say what I think you're gonna say. Just because they brought out and expanded the moderate, don't say it.
I held myself back because then I thought about it, and then I was like, you know what? That was a pretty stupid idea, so no. I think a moderate is good. I think a moderate risk is good enough for tomorrow. I think it's fine. Now, I knew, you know, yesterday and or today, so the event that just occurred that we did our live stream on, that was 100% a bona fide moderate, all right? I already knew that was probably going to go moderate. But this event right here, that's kind of similar. Heck, you know.
Yo, Nate, not even gonna lie, that 45 win risk is pretty small, so they might be thinking supercells on this event. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think they see those prefrontals from the HRRR along the corridor from Hattiesburg to Meridian, and they're thinking that there could potentially be something along those. So, definitely something to watch out for. But regardless, I mean, along the MCS, the QLCS, or whatever the hell you want to call it at that point, there's probably going to be a line of supercells along that entire thing. So, I guess it'll be a moot point, really. You know how they say tornado sounds like a freight train? Live next to a train yard, sounds like a freight train all the time here. How do you know? I guess you wouldn't know. I guess you wouldn't know. Looks like the storm has kind of deteriorated a bit. Can't exactly find... Oh, no, wait. There might be a little bit of rotation off near Beckville, but...
Hey, Nate, I'm headed 31 eastbound towards Athens right now. I don't know if it's maybe something of interest, but there's some really photogenic, you know, lightning and stuff. You got ample crawlers and whatnot going on all around me. I don't know if maybe you want me to throw up a stream for you. I don't know if that's something of interest to chat, but feel free to, you know, ask and let me know.
Nate? It's a Broyles forecast, and it says in this word, an EF3 plus tornado will be possible in the moderate area.
Well, first off, do you guys want lightning shots? Do you want live footage of lightning and stuff like that with our chaser? If you guys want to see that, then say, yeah. If not, say, no, go to sleep. Broyles always goes big or goes home, but he also is one of the more accurate SPC forecasters. So that's just something to make a note of, honestly. And if that's going to be the case and what he thinks that could happen tomorrow, I guess we're really going to have to watch out. All right, looks like everyone wants the lightning shots. It looks like chat is on board with the lightning crawler live stream. So if you want to put that up, you can. If not, ease what it is.
I mean, I'll put it up. It's pretty cool to watch, honestly. I mean, it gives them something else to look at besides, I don't know.
That's true.
You know, some of them may not really understand radar. I mean, I know you do really well discussing it and, you know, breaking it down that's easier to understand.
Buddy.
But, I don't know. It gives them something else to look at besides your beautiful face.
He says, all right, well, I mean, it's not like people don't want to look at radar anymore. That's hilarious. In that classic.
See if I can get this. Hold on. It's kind of been. They kind of come in whenever like I'm not trying to get video, and then when I want video, it's just not happening. That's been lately. But when they happen, like, there was some lightning there.
All I'm gonna say is that watch the lightning, you know, flash when it's behind like a giant building, and do not see anything and stuff like that. That'll be your luck. That'll be your luck.
That's my kind of luck.
Feels bad.
Because there's nothing. Of course, now that I put up a stream, nothing wants to happen. But it's been like all night on the drive up to where I am so far. It's been all night. They just constant, like real photogenic lightning type. But there's a little bit, but not too much. But it's been photogenic, like info crawlers and stuff that I've missed out on because like I haven't tried to record. And anytime I try to record, nothing happens. And I guarantee you, if I turn the stream off, 3 seconds after I turn it off, it's gonna go like back to Anvil Crawler heaven. Like it happens.
It is what it is. You know what else is what it is? These tracks for the hail here and all these showers and thunderstorms. All these storms have really been tracking over the same area. I actually want to take a look and see how much rain has fallen over some of these areas over the past 12 hours. And my goodness, there's an area just to the south and east of Waco, near the Bremond areas in Rosebud, all the way up to Groesbeck, has some total amounts of rainfall over 12 hours of 6 inches. 6 inches of rainfall.
That is a lot of rain.
And then you even got areas over here near Tyler had like 5.5 inches of rain over the past like 4 hours. So they're getting all sorts of activity there. Matt is dying out there. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Look at this. You know, this is the heavy amounts of rain over the past 12 hours. You can see how congealed that all is. It is all over the place.
Load data right now. Give me 1 second.
Matt's kind of trying to survive middle of Texas. That was pretty crazy. Hello from Baton Rouge. We're preparing for the severe storms coming by tomorrow. Yeah, you're gonna get a lot of activity tomorrow, my friend. I'll be streaming tomorrow if you want to come by. But yeah, you're gonna get a lot of activity. Also, Matt, new day one got issued. And it's still a moderate. It's still a moderate, but it is a large moderate. All right, it extends from.
That's why I was asking you. I asked you in chat. I guess you maybe didn't see it. I was asking if Jackson is still my target or what, or if I need to adjust accordingly. I saw Jackson was on like the northern end of the moderate, and that's okay. I feel very quickly. There's no need to constantly want to sit right in the direct center of the highest risk area. That doesn't always, pan out the way people think it will. That's not always where the biggest tornadoes, the strongest. That's not where that stuff kind of occurs. So I've come to learn that. I freaking stand just.
Yeah, I still think personally, I still think Jackson is the play. Just by me looking at the HRRR and how some of those prefrontals really start to kind of move on through. That and then some of the supercells that move in along the line. I would just try and set up shop in Jackson and then try and be a little bit north of Jackson, like Yazoo City. Maybe even a little bit further east than that. All the prefrontals, by the way, that are in Hattiesburg, Meridian, extending even further west, all of those could potentially even produce tornadoes too. So that's the real interesting thing.
So here's my question. We're looking at, from what you were telling me, because I really have not looked much into this event. I was more so focused on today. You were saying timing is about 1 o'clock noon for the Jackson area. Is it just that one round or is it multiple rounds?
Multiple rounds. So the prefrontals start to move on through at 12 to 1. 1 being kind of the latest to when it will actually start to move on through with prefrontals. And those prefrontals extend from Jackson all the way over towards the border of Mississippi, Alabama. And most of those even actually appear to route according to the HRRR. So that's the real interesting thing with that. And then the next line that starts to move on through, the big line starts to move off sometime. Oh, geez. I just took a look at the helicity track from one of the prefrontals, and it shows as significant of a track as what we saw through Austin here, northeast of, just barely northeast of Jackson.
Oh, okay. Gotta take my stream down just for a second.
And the thing of it is that it's from 2 to 3 p.m. So it's in the middle of the day. You'll be able to see it.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of caught a second wind, honestly. So I'm gonna try to push as far as I can tonight. I'm gonna see how far I can. May not make it all the way to Jackson, but I'm gonna try to see. I think I caught a second wind or something. I'm kind of awake again.
Honestly, Matt, tomorrow's really interesting because now my concerns of this event is starting to alleviate. I had one big concern coming into this event with the models in regards to sustainability with the prefrontals. Apparently, the models and the cams have fixed that because the lapse rate from surface to 3 kilometers is now no longer garbage. It's actually above 7.
Oh, wow.
It's actually 7.7 in some spots.
Oh, wow, that's pretty significant. That's pretty high. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, I do have to say that, part of me is kind of concerned with doing this alone, but at the same time, it's I'm not really truthfully too concerned about it. Because, I know that, I know we've done this before, it'll happen, but I don't know. Maybe it's just a lack of sleep talking right now. That's what had me I was kind of second guessing things. Maybe just because of lack of sleep. I've been up since about 8 o'clock this morning. Maybe a little bit earlier than that, actually. I was actually up about 7 this morning.
Yeah.
So I've been up for quite some time, but it's not going to stop me. I'm still getting east. I probably should have trekked east a lot sooner. If I would have left sooner, I'd probably be a lot closer to Tyler and such right now, but it's fine. Because I had about an hour where I just took a gap and just kind of waited, procrastinated a bit. But
Hey, sometimes you need to alleviate whatever stress or whatever stuff's on your mind, so not too bad.
yep, I'm committed now. I mean, I'm committed now. I'm getting pretty close to the halfway point. So in about an hour or so, I'll be at the halfway point. So I'm committed now. There's no point in me turning around and going back. It'd be a waste. So as of right now, I'm pretty.
I was going to say, also, I want to read a text here from the Storm Prediction Center. By the way, first off, I just want to say Broyles did the Outlook for day 1. All right.
Of course he did.
I'm going to read this, and I quote, the low-level shear environment is impressive and will support strong tornadoes. An EF3 plus tornado will be possible across the moderate risk area. The line of storms, or the line of thunderstorms ahead of the front, will move eastward into central Gulf Coast region late this afternoon and become more oriented from north to south. This should coincide with the increased wind damage potential from late this afternoon into early this evening. As the line moves into southwestern Alabama, the stronger bowing segments within the line could be associated with damaging wind gusts and hail. The severe threat associated with the line could affect areas across central and eastern Alabama into the western Florida panhandle through the mid-late evening. So basically what they are saying is the prefrontals could potentially be like the big tornado makers, but then once the MCS moves on through, that's probably more of the strong damaging wind-esque type characteristic that you're going to get from it.
And it sounds to me, from what Broyles is saying, it sounds to me like he's saying the stronger tornado threat is going to be closer to the coast, down further southern Mississippi area. So I may end up needing to place, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, I guess I could start in Jackson and then work from there. But what that to me sounded like was that Broyles was saying stronger tornado potential is going to be closer to the Gulf Coast rather than further up in central. Oh my God, that was beautiful. I hope Stream got that.
Well,
I hope Stream got that.
This is what Broyles said the paragraph prior. The paragraph prior said, RAP forecast soundings in eastern Louisiana and southwest Mississippi at 19Z have ML Cape near 1,800 joules per kilogram with 0 to 6 kilometer shear of 55 knots and 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative velocities near 400 meters squared per second squared. This will be favorable for supercells and tornadoes. A regional tornado outbreak will be possible across parts of southern and central Louisiana and south central Mississippi, where the potential for discrete cell development will be greatest. There are some limiting factors for a more widespread outbreak. Those include the following. 1, the progressive nature of the mid-level jet is forecast to be too slow. 2, the warm sector is forecast to be pinched off to a degree. 3, instability is forecast to be less than ideal, which is kind of true. In some pockets, it's less than 1,800 joules per kilogram. But that's the reason why I said Jackson. If you start off north, work your way south, you can't really miss the stuff that forms north. Stuff will eventually come towards you, you know?
I don't really like that wording, to be honest. I'm going to be I really do not like the sound of that wording. That was a beautiful album.
That was really nice. I caught that.
That was freaking gorgeous. Wow. Anyways, yeah, I don't really like the sound of that wording. There's a lot of uncertainty here. That's what I'm not liking.
Well, I think it's a lot of uncertainty in regards to the consistency of where it's going to happen, but in regards to what is going to happen, Broyles has a good idea that there probably will be a strong tornado throughout much of these areas.
Strong to violent, potentially.
Yeah.
Where the hell is this thing taking me?
Zach Attack with the 10 says, what's Tennessee looking like tomorrow? They should be fine for the most part, so you guys should be all right. 45 meter mini stock with the 20 says, if I were you, Matt, I'd try to at least get to Ruston, Louisiana. If it looks like storms are going to be stronger in southern Louisiana from there.
Uncertainties is almost like an indirect.
It's taking me a back way for sure. Is this the fastest way to get
You
here?
can get south towards Lafayette and Baton Rouge. You can go Jackson. Macomb's not a bad idea too. Natchez, or you can hypothetically go Alexandria and then drive down that way.
Well, I mean, because Alexandria is further south, so that's, I mean, because I'm taking I-20. Whenever I get up here to I-20, I'm taking I-20.
Yeah.
But Alexandria is down further south. I'm trying to see. Alexandria is down whatever highway. What is that, I-49 or whatever that is? Whatever that is.
It is, yeah, 49.
Yeah, something like that, whatever highway that is. So I can either just continue trekking on I-20 towards Vicksburg and Jackson and whatnot, and then drop south like later, or I can drop south towards like Shreveport. When I get to Shreveport, drop south towards Alexandria. It's kind of your call here, boss man. Kind of your call here. So whatever you feel is the best bet, it's your call.
Let me go to Google Maps. Let me see what would be the most efficient way if you were to go from, say, Tyler and directions from here.
Damn, I'm getting hungry, man. Fuck. Oh, I just realized, my bad. Sorry about that.
You're fine. You're fine. So for you to drive from there to Jackson, that's 4.5 hours. For you to drive from there to Alexandria, that's 3 hours. Okay. Now,
yeah,
the area that is the most ideal for you to go chase, is about 5.5 hours away. Okay. That's the most ideal spot. You know, if I were to chase, that's where I would be. So,
which is where?
Like the Macomb area.
Okay.
But then I also say, hey, you can go to Jackson and then go south, you know, towards Macomb if you really wanted to. Or you can go Alexandria and then go across the giant country. But, I mean, that kind of is Monka-esque. You'd probably want to rather be on U.S. highways and interstates, right?
Yeah, I kind of would prefer to be on, like, highways. I really don't want to do back highways and stuff. Risk, you know, like a muddy road or something like that. Something I really don't want to risk that at all. So
yeah, so just go to Jackson, and then what you can do after that is you can either get a motel in Jackson in itself, or you can try and go down further south from state. Well, you'll be able to get there, but it's like off just to the south of Vicksburg, more or less. Or
I'm most likely I won't end up getting a hotel. More than likely, I won't have time. I mean, if I've got to be up to be chasing by 1 o'clock, I'm not gonna have time to get a hotel. I'm gonna just have to take a few hours of shut eye, like a nap, in my car, and get up and go chase. Like that's probably what I'm gonna have to do because I won't have enough time to get a motel. If I get a motel and I put my head down on an actual pillow and an actual bed, I'm gonna be sleeping. I won't wake up. I'll miss the event.
yeah.
So I don't think I'll be able to make this drive straight through as well. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see, but
That's the reason why I'm saying you could go to Alexandria and then sit out there and then go across. But then at the same time, you'd have to go through U.S. highway, a U.S. highway that kind of is a little windy. But a U.S. It still is a pretty decent U.S. highway, so it's up to you.
I think really, truthfully, I'd probably rather stay on like I-20 just because of the fact that I know Interstate 20 somewhat. I know Interstate 20 enough. Oh man, we got ambulance out here. I wonder if that's anything tornado related. But there is, hold on, give me one second. I gotta make sure I don't need to miss a turn here. I was about to miss a turn. Hold on one second, Nate. Let me make this turn and then I'll continue. I don't want to miss my turn. Okay. The main thing with it is that, like, you know, okay, right here. The main thing with it is that, like, I know I-20 somewhat, and so with that, it's like I know that there are some breaks in I-20 where I'll have visibility, but at the same time, I mean, obviously, if I have to drop south, I have to drop south regardless. But I guess for now, just to start, I'd probably rather start Jackson and then, you know, go.
You know what you could do then, Matt? You could go to Monroe.
Monroe? I mean, I'm heading on I-20 anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 hours. It's 3 hours from Tyler. Actually, a little bit less than 3 hours from Tyler. And
oh wow, there's tornado damage. Okay, well that sucks.
Yeah. There probably is going to be a tornado warning here soon. It's not done yet, surprisingly.
Yeah, I just kind of passed by some insulation in the road. Truthfully, I have no clue where I am. I'm in the middle of absolutely nowhere. I'm on Farm to Market Road, 317, heading towards Tyler.
Yeah, well.
I don't really, I guess it seems like I'm going in freaking circles, man. I thought I was already in Athens. Back there. No, I mean, I'm going around. I guess it's a loop. I'm going around Farm to Market 317 towards Tyler.
Yeah.
Oh no, I do not like that at all. Oh wow. This might be done before I even get to go anywhere. Oh nah, see that's not gonna work, man. Dang, that sucks. I'm gonna pull you off in a DM, Nate. I'm gonna talk to you about this. Hold on.
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, I can. Second.
Let's go full screen here. But yeah, something tornadic right here near the DeBerry area. This thing's probably producing a tornado right now. This thing is probably producing a tornado. Would not be surprised if that was the case, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, we do have a little bit of rotation here. Do have a little bit of it. Something a little tornadic right within there. Could potentially be talking about a tornado that is heading off towards the general area of I-20. But yeah, this storm is definitely, it's probably going to produce a tornado here. This is probably going to produce a tornado. The good news is that the supercell is now enveloped in the line. So now it's a part of the giant Boeing segment. let's see if I can get velocities once again. Yeah, there it is. There's the tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Harrison County in northeastern Texas.
Well, there you go. For people who didn't know, by the way, in Louisiana, they don't call their counties counties. They call them parishes. And so, with that being said, you have a new tornado warning for the cell that is now moving on through into Caddo Parish and Harrison County here in Texas and Louisiana. So if you guys know anyone who live within these areas, ooh, velocity really just uptrended. Velocity really just spiked. That's not good. Yeah. Yep, velocity really just spiked. It detached itself from the hook. So now we have a discrete area of rotation right off of the QLCS. Relatively discrete. Don't see a debris signature quite yet, from what I can tell. But, you know, for people who are curious as to what we're trying to find here, the greens are the velocities that are moving towards the radar. Reds and pinks are moving away. Right in the middle, the counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere is where the rotation would actually be. This is just to the north and west of DeBerry, just to the south of the I-20 corridor near Marshall. And this is moving off towards the north and east, near the general vicinity of the County Road 134 general area, as well as the U.S. Highway 80 general area near I-20 near Wascom in Texas. So if you guys live over there, you guys need to go ahead and start taking your proper precaution if you haven't already. All right, this thing, as I said, is more than likely going to produce a tornado here based off of how confined it is. And let's see if we can actually find the spectrum width here. It actually does have a little bit of turbulence here according to the spectrum width. And of course, tornadoes do indeed create turbulence, so that could be a good factor, or a decent factor, in trying to see as to what could potentially happen over there. So we shall have to see. Latest update will come in here from the radar here soon. And there's the latest update from the velocity scan. And you can see the velocities have actually upticked a bit. It actually has increased. A lot more widespread with our green pixels moving towards, and then a lot more widespread with our red pixels moving away right around the couplet. So this thing might be trying to confine itself a little bit more. I do not see a debris signature at this time. Let's see if we can go with 6. I think 6 would probably be good. And we go turn that to spectrum width instead of normalized rotation. But yeah, this storm is definitely trying to surge about. Let's go with a single panel. And remember, all right, this is a tornado warning. Tornado warning here for Caddo Parish and Harrison County here in Texas and Louisiana. That will be in effect until, I believe, what is this? 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. New tornado watch has been issued from the Storm Prediction Center. And I'm assuming it's for the Houston area, if I had to guess. I'm trying to see where this new tornado watch is. It'll probably be updated here on GR Earth here in a bit. But yeah, it's tornado watch number 58. So it's weather watch number 58. That's how many different tornado watch and severe thunderstorm watches have been issued throughout the year so far. And it just so happens to be tornado watch number 58 that has been issued. Also, just a reminder, we do have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale once again tomorrow. All right, we will be covering this live tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll have our chaser again with us. Just texting my my chaser here. I still can't believe that it got us the tornado there. In around what was it? Me always kind of forgetting as to what the names of some of these towns are. Round Rock, I believe, is what it was. I believe that's what it was called when the tornado went on through. But my goodness, that was such an insane tornado. Yeah, Round Rock. When that tornado first spawned and you saw that right there, that was absolutely crazy when we caught it live. So. There we go. Let's see. Overly anxious. Yeah, I get that, to be completely honest with you. I kind of get that. You clear in Houston, Harris County? Not quite yet. You probably will see more activity later on. Yeah, there's the new tornado watch, and it actually does include Houston and Galveston. What's the probabilities for this tornado watch? 40-30. So, small chance for tornadoes, but, you know, chance for strong tornadoes as well. Yeah, we're going to be ending the stream here pretty soon. We're going to go back to the tornado warning here to double check as to what's going on. But we had to talk to our storm chaser and DMs just to try and figure out as to what his potential plan was for tomorrow. Jeez. Yeah, this thing does still have some decent rotation. I'm also being a little bit of a troll. All right, so day 2 Convective Outlook has been issued. Day 2 Convective Outlook has been issued. And it is a slight risk. So a 2 out of 5 in the severe with a scale for Wednesday. 2 out of 5. So my initial predictions starting to come into fruition a little bit. I still think that event is probably going to stay at a slight. Could go enhanced on day 1, but I just don't see it. Yeah, as I said, I'm going to be live streaming tomorrow. All right, that is without a doubt a question. That's without a doubt, no question. Gonna stream tomorrow. It's gonna happen. You know, we've been one of the longest ones streaming here today. More active ones here today as well. Now remember, we caught that tornado here live on stream from our chaser. All right. During the day, too. That was the crazy part. Let's see if we can pull that picture back up here again. There it is. There is the there is the tornado, and when we saw it, yep, 18:59:23 Eastern. So that's what, about 2? No, not 2. Maybe. I think it's a little bit later than that. I think it was like 3. Well, no, definitely not 3. Like 6. 6 Central. Because I'm stuck on UTC. I'm stuck on UTC. So look at me not being able to tell time. What an idiot. So yeah, like 6 or 7. Um... But yeah, that was really crazy when we saw that. When we saw that tornado that appeared right there, he said it was a large tornado, and it was a large tornado. And it went across the screen, became more rain wrap. That was probably one of the craziest things we've seen besides the other numerous tornadoes that we have seen here from Matt when he showed us some live footage. There we go. All right, so yeah, Matt's going to be going. He'll be chasing and stuff like that. We will have our chaser. Full send. So I know I've been pretty silent as of the last like 10 minutes, but that's just mainly because Matt and I have been just really talking about some stuff. Some concerns about tomorrow's event, which we do have concerns about, by the way, in regards to longevity, although the lapse rates have kind of, you know, fixed that a little bit because we all knew the models would fix that. But also the time frame of what you could potentially get. So it's hard to say, but it's not too hard to say. We do think that there could potentially be something. It's just where and when. But yeah, big time event is expected tomorrow. If you're in the yellow, the orange, or the red, specifically the orange and the red, I would highly recommend coming back to the stream tomorrow. We'll be talking about all the storms that form in this area here, and it's a very expansive risk. This includes like Lake Charles, Alexandria, parts of Monroe, Jackson, Yazoo City, Meridian, New Orleans, Mobile, as well as Biloxi, Lafayette, and Baton Rouge. All those areas I'll be covering live tomorrow. So if you guys want to come back, please be sure to do so. I'll try and get as much information out to you all as possible. Yeah, I think this is a good time for us to head to bed here ourselves. I know there's still a tornado warning that is in effect for portions of Wascom, Texas, but the rotation is really deteriorated, and it looks like the line could start trying to become a little bit more linear, especially with all the convergence of these thunderstorms. You'll have this thunderstorm down here that is going to move a lot. Oh, geez, I cannot draw to save my life. These thunderstorms down here that'll raise for kind of raise from south to north. They'll continue to move off and kind of congeal with these other thunderstorms that are going to be intercepting it. And so the window of opportunity for tornadoes within this embedded supercell is probably very, very small. So can't really expect it to do a whole lot. But yeah, if you want to stay tuned to the channel, please be sure to do so. Hit that notification bell. That is right next to the subscribe button that hopefully you've already pressed. We're speaking of the subscribe button. It's always a tradition at the end of the stream. Show you all how many subscribers we have now, and boy oh boy, we're starting to creep towards that 27,000 range. That right there is a huge milestone for us. The big number that we want, though, all right, the big number that we want, and if we can get to it, that's absolutely amazing. This is the number. 71,008. If we can get to 71,008 subscribers, I would have achieved everything I ever wanted besides getting a silver play button. All right, that's a huge community right there on its own. It's, of course, you know, double, I think, yeah, almost triple the amount of what I currently have right now. But, you know, it just means so much to get this specific number right here. I know it seems super specific, but trust me. For me, it'll mean a lot to me. So we're on our way. We are on our way. We're getting there. And we're 3 subscribers away from 26,700. So if you guys would like to hop on board, I upload videos every single day. Unless if there's, you know, a live stream that I'm expected to do, which I am expecting to do a live stream tomorrow, then I'll live stream instead of making a video. However, that will change eventually. All right. I do have a plan to where I'll be even uploading a video in the morning and doing a live stream later on, as I am going to be doing YouTube full time from now until the end of severe weather season. So all sorts of analysis will be available to you all and stuff like that. But it's a new video idea besides, of course, the historical tornadoes things that we'll be uploading, which I'm going to be working on that really hard after this severe weather event. So we'll see. We'll see. But I got someone working on an intro. I got someone working on some other things. It'll be really nice. A really nice content idea for people who want weather information. So yeah, that's what I'll give off of that. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy it, please be sure to leave a like, of course. Subscribe if you're new. Turn on notifications. Share this with friends and family and on social media. Also, follow me on social media. Links are all in the description down below. If I look at my profile, we're actually 1 follower away on Twitter from 2,000 followers. All right. So that's pretty insane there. I really do appreciate all you guys and all your support. So thank you guys so much. My name's Nate. I also go by, not Hockey Boy Nate anymore. It's just my name is Nate. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. So peace out. Thank you guys so much for 26,700 subscribers. It really does mean a lot. And I'll see you tomorrow.